White Chicken able to get the I'm offended. Tarzan Cutie goes down. Maybe they should have just gone for the Lord, but they decide not to. They want to try to force this right here, but Jay is bursted. Shark back on the field. Area 77 are falling. Did they push it too far? Gaimin Gladiators don't come to our base just yet. Cutie does pop to Purify, so they get that out before the turtle. Best player able to hint out in the bush, get the Violent Requiem off onto Tarzan Cutie, and Tarzan Cutie goes down first blood. Lapu with the bravest fighter, forces to get away, but no, finally a nice two-man stun, but the Minoan's Fury able to delay them just enough time. Oh My Foe finds Tempest, and Ramses now on the run as well. Sleeps, looking for a target though, trying to lock onto Momo here. Ramses has fallen. It's 3 members down for BloodHounds. Make it 4. The exact, oh, wait a second, nice suppression, nice grab. They're able to get the kill onto Sayori. No black shoes for her. Oh My Foe takes a turtle, gets to the Tono's welcome, lands it down. Ugabu takes a lot of damage, tries to dash away, but Nakoko is on the trail. The last Insanity gets the kill. And now a clash to the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on My Foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey with him. Fiends is definitely up right now. Uneven gonna dash in, looking for Kush there. Mikasa with the last Insanity, still not enough damage. Final Slash able to lock on, but Churobani and Pro Destroyer here to help out. Yato on the run, gonna get stunned up, but Pro Destroyer taking a whole lot of damage. Karu once again with the Blazing Duet, able to shred down several members and
It's time for another year of MLBB esports, and our vision of creating excellence is crystal clear. We've expanded this year's playoff structure to 3-stage qualifiers to ensure the most deserving teams move on to the next round. The long format playoff bracket brings the most captivating matches, so the action never stops. Each team in the North America Challenger Tournament has a chance to qualify for many of our global events, like the Mid-Season Cup. So they better come ready to dominate, because it has more teams and the biggest prize pool in MLBB history. But for now, they better keep their eye on the prize. Over $25,000 and tons of diamonds. The competition is stacked, and the teams are ready to prove themselves. It's time to dig deep, focus up, and see what team will stand out from the rest. So, are you ready to meet the teams? BloodHounds. Their roster is united and full of charisma, but does Boca have what it takes to lead his team to Vegas? Area 77. They have proven that they have what it takes to succeed, but will they put it all together this season? Devious Activity. They've assembled a team of powerhouse players from former NACT Titans, but will their skill and determination allow them to dominate the bracket? BloodThirstyKings. It's Mobazane's 3rd refreshed roster in 3 years. Will this be the one, or will it be his last dance? FIENDS. They have emerging synergy and skill, but will they be able to compete with the best of the best? LEGACi. With a last-minute surge, LEGACi narrowly secured their NACT spot. Will they ride this momentum to the top of the bracket? TheNightHorde. They've already defied expectations, but can they continue this push for greatness? Gaimin Gladiators. With a squad full of NACT champions, will anyone step up to snatch the crown, or will the Gladiators dominate once again? The teams are locked and loaded, and the world is watching. This is the NACT Spring Season 2024. Who will have their name etched into glory?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the NACT Spring Season, week number 2. Last week was full of excitement as we opened up the gates for the top 8 teams competing, and hey, now we're back at it again to see these teams rise up for points before we step into the playoffs. Joined on the desk with me, I have the amazing UA. The Rush Hour duo is back that you've seen cast inside of Long Beach, California. UA, how you doing?
Oh no, it's been a great show going on. You know, thinking back to the Long Beach, California, we definitely had a good meetup to push the Rush Hour, but now we're back in business for NACT. Lots of great, exciting matches, especially the last one for today. But before we go in it, we got a lot of exciting news to come to you guys with.
That's right. And first off, to start off the schedule, what we will be seeing today, it is going to be Area 77 going up against BloodHounds. Both of these teams going to be fighting it out in a best of 3. BloodHounds currently sitting in that last position, needing to find a way to climb back up that ladder, whereas Area 77 still doing pretty decent at that 4th place. Right after that will be the NIGHTHORDE up against Devious Activity. And UA, why don't you take us through the remaining series?
Yeah, so we got LEGACi versus FIENDS right after that exciting match. It is between a team that is trying to climb out of that 0 position, and also FIENDS trying to defend their spots. And for our last match of today, we have the most exciting match, the one that the people has been all waiting for. It is going to be between BTK and Gaimin Gladiators.
I know it's definitely been the talk. Everybody wondering who will be able to rise to the occasion against these two teams. We saw them fight against each other in the open qualifiers, and Gaimin Gladiators was able to push through. But speaking of pushing through, let's go ahead and take a look at the season format.
And the season format is coming onto your screen. We do have 8 teams playing in a round robin season format. Every team is only going to be playing each other once. So it's very important that every single time they do match up against any teams, they're trying to get that victory. It is going to be a best of 3 series. But now we do have a point system coming through. 3 points for teams that do get that 2-0, 2 points when they get the 2-1, and of course, if they still get a point, if they get a win in any of those series, then they still get that point. So I think it's really important that a lot of these teams are playing their best in every single match we see.
That's right. And speaking of matches, let's go ahead and swing on over to our playoffs bracket. And now looking at the playoffs format, as you are going to be seeing it, all these teams fighting it out through each round in a best of 3. All the way up into the semi and grand finals. The grand finals will be a best of 7, location still being disclosed on where it will be, but nonetheless, only 2 teams will make it out of the regular, out of the playoffs into the grand finals to fight it out, not only for the title as champion for the NACT spring season, but also to be able to compete in MSC for that $3 million cash prize. But speaking of prize pool, here's what we're looking at for the NACT spring season.
Yeah, there's $25,000 grand prize total and lots of more diamonds added onto that. So, you know, each of these teams is a really, really big prize pool. And, you know, every single one of these teams are trying their best to get onto the very top spot, to earn some cash, to bring home, maybe grab up a new device or try to fly out to some vacation, Weezy.
That's right. A lot on the line for this NACT spring season. And not to mention a little bit of a bonus. With this season, every single series that a team wins is an extra $100 in their team's pocket to rise those stakes even higher. But yeah, we talked about the points, right? Everybody competing in a point system similar to MPL Philippines. And currently, the #1 position is held by Gaimin Gladiators, sitting at 6 points. Right behind him in 2nd place is Devious Activity. 3rd will be FIENDS, then Area 77. BTK tied up with Area 77 for that 4th position. Then you have the NIGHTHORDE behind them. BloodHounds and LEGACi tied at last place. And today, there's going to be a lot of amazing matches on the way to kind of climb up that ladder. I think one of the most anticipated ones that I'm looking forward to seeing is BloodHounds up against Area 77, right? BloodHounds, they're a team that we've seen competing time and time again in the NACT and able to get a little bit higher than the previous one. So this season, they haven't had the hottest start, but they need this victory over Area 77 to kind of have a higher position on the points.
Yeah, they're really trying to climb out of that last place position. If they can get any wins off the aliens, of course, that's going to be quite good. But Area 77 has also been a team that has quite dominated in a lot of the performance. They had played against the series against Gaimin Gladiators, almost took a game off of them. So definitely a very strong team to look out for. But BloodHounds also, you know, a formidable opponent. We've seen them quite a bit in a lot of the NACTs before. They have been, you know, kind of the staple team. So, this time around, maybe we get to see them turn things around, because so far they just haven't found the success that they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, these teams are rising to the occasion as we progress through these NACTs. I mean, Area 77, they took the world by storm with their debut up against BTK. They were able to get a 2-0 sweep against them, looking stronger than ever. They're possibly the strongest Area 77 we've seen in a long time. So BloodHounds definitely going to have to bring their A game if they want a chance to take them down. I mean, we saw last Sunday, BloodHounds did lose over there to TheNightHorde. They got swept, and then before that, they were also swept by FIENDS, the up-and-coming team with some brand new faces on the scene again, who also was one of the first to take down Gosu. So, I mean, that's another team that I'm kind of keeping a close eye on, the new faces of North America, possibly a dark horse in the making, as they'll be fighting it out today, too. We'll be seeing them go up against LEGACi. Speaking of new faces, they've got Assassin Riles on their team. Barely made it into the NACT spring season in that final position after the open qualifiers, and now we're going to see, can they fight it out, especially with the top teams in North America.
Yeah, and I think this is a very important match for both LEGACi and BloodHounds if they want to stay competing in the NACT, right? Both of them are still on the very bottom of the bracket, but these are still the strongest teams in North America, right? We cannot count LEGACi and BloodHounds out, even if they haven't gotten the success that they're looking for. There's still plenty of matches being played. This is only week 2, day 1, so plenty of actions coming through. And yeah, I know you talked about LEGACi and the FIENDS, but what about the last match coming through between BTK and Gaimin Gladiators? Because I know all the fans out there are waiting for that, waking up, putting their alarm clock set. Like, it's going to be an exciting match.
Well, the thing is, this is the only time we'll be able to see them face each other in the entire regular season, which is a bold statement already with this being a single round robin. Now, we saw Gaimin Gladiators go up against BTK in the open qualifiers. It went in Gaimin Gladiators' favor, though. Mobazane, he picked the Fredrin. I was actually able to catch that game, and they put a lot of CC against him, which really punished him inside of his jungle and rotating around the map. And maybe they have a game plan to work around that now. But now, speaking of these teams getting ready to fight it out, let's go ahead and take a look at Area 77.
Yeah, so A77 actually has come into a roster swap. Jules QT is going to be taking the mid position away from Mark QT, and this is quite interesting, right? We perform extremely well during the last NACT, so this time around, I'm glad we get to see him back into the action. A77 with the roster, ISO onto the gold lane, JQT in the roam position, the import player along with Yurishi on the XP, and we have Tarzan QT. The QT gangs have come in line like the Power Rangers, and they're definitely trying to push their lead up in this series.
Yeah, and without Mark Cutie being on the team, how will it impact the rotations? I mean, Mark Cutie was the one getting those MVPs. He used to be a marksman, switched to the gold lane or the mid lane last minute for this new Area 77 lineup. But he's been performing. He's had such a high hero pool, and he's been able to kind of provide what the team needed to push through the victories they had, especially the game up against BTK. But now, with Jules Cutie on the scene, somebody who's probably been playing that role a little bit longer than Mark Cutie, is that going to be what they need to take it up a notch and maintain not only that 4th position, but climb even higher on that ladder? But speaking of their opponents and speaking about these games, let's take a look at the BloodHounds.
Another roster swap coming through. It's going to be Ramsey for Tempest coming through. And, you know, we've seen Ramsey kind of dominate in a lot of the performance, especially on the XP lane. Sometimes he does kind of do the multi-role and go into the jungle. But this time around, Tempest is going to be taking over the XP position. And, you know, BloodHounds has secured this roster where they've always kind of played with the same group of people. That's why we've seen BloodHounds quite consistently, you know, get into the top 8 position quite often. So this time around, having Tempest back into the roster, it might just make the difference to get them to, you know, a point standing here. But their team coming through, Sleeps is going to be coming through in the gold position. Ooga Booga is going to be their roam. Boca, the team captain and the mage player, the voice of the team. Easy Peasy, the jungler, the fighter, the Martis god, the savages, and, you know, Tempest rounding out their whole entire team.
Yeah, I mean, in BloodHounds, they need this victory, right? Changing their roster, kind of similar to Area 77, but a different position inside the XP lane could definitely affect their synergy. Now, they haven't had the hottest debut. Like we said, they haven't won a single game this entire regular season, but maybe today will be the difference, especially with the new additions, some new faces on the team to be able to fight it out. And I think that's what we're all going to be kind of keeping an eye on. We know BloodHounds, the team that has fought time and time again in multiple NACTs, multiple tournaments on the North American scene, and they have what it takes to go that extra mile. But these teams are evolving, and Area 77, they definitely have showed their merit so far. I mean, they took down BTK with the 2-0 sweep. Not too many teams have ever done that in NACT up against a team like BTK. Usually you see BTK and Gaimin Gladiators go almost undefeated unless they face each other, which we will be seeing today. So we'll see how that kind of plays out. But this is going to be huge for the BloodHounds, right? They need a victory here. They need to claim a match. That way they can have a better standing, at least in their favor, though. With the point system, everybody will still be playing it out in the playoffs, but this will determine who they face in the playoffs. If you sit in that 8th position, then you could have an opening day 1 of the playoffs going up against possibly a team like Gaimin Gladiators, and that's not the team you want to face for day 1 of a playoffs.
Yeah, that's most definitely not. So BloodHounds trying really hard to climb through. I do think there's a lot of potential coming out from both of these teams, right? If they decide to sweep and, you know, if they're able to get so, they do rank up in points and they deny the opportunity of the other teams, and it completely shifts the standing. And I feel like the standings right now, it's still quite skewed, right? Some teams have gotten a better standing in the beginning, not playing against, you know, the strongest of the strongest, warming up to it. But BloodHounds right now, they definitely have to cross this this block of wall, because A77 is a team that is still beatable. You know, we haven't seen them contend for the championship in quite some time. It's always between, you know, BTK and Gaimin Gladiators, just like you said earlier. But it's still really important that BloodHounds is able to get over this hump, because this is one of the closer matches, I think, in our series. So, you know, A77 right here, they definitely have to play quite well and, you know, get this victory on their end too, because the standing isn't that great so far for them too. They definitely wish they were like the top, you know, 1-2 teams, but they're only in standing 4 behind the Fiends. So both teams have a lot to lose and a lot to gain in this series.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at Area 77, we were talking about BloodHounds and what they needed just to claim a single point in this entire season. To get up on that ladder. They haven't even left the ground yet. But looking at Area 77, I mean, they're hanging on in that middle point, right? They lost to Gaimin Gladiators, which prospectively is the best team out, at least with the statistics right now, sitting at that #1 position. And they were able to beat the team that was previously in the #2 position, which was BTK. So now it's like, okay, where do you go from here? They need to be able to secure a victory against majority of these teams so that they can have a good team to face off inside of the playoffs. And taking down BTK was a great start for them. But now it's like, these are teams that cannot afford to lose to, right? I mean, you can't beat BTK and then lose to the team that's in the last position, because then it's really like, I'm scratching my head and wondering, where do we kind of put this team as we jump through the regular season? So it's definitely going to be something we're going to be keeping a close eye on. Like I said, both sides have changed their rosters, and at least from what we've seen in the North American scene, every time there's a roster switch, it doesn't usually work out in a team's favor. You can definitely tell like some of the synergy is off, but hopefully it will be good for both sides, as we are going to be jumping into the draft. Game number 1. It is going to be BloodHounds up against Area 77, and a couple of bands already on the table.
Yeah, the Minotaur, the Nolan, and also the Varia Exborg has been taken off the shelves. Now, it's quite interesting. North America has developed a meta, especially the love for the Barats, right? I think a lot of the teams have been picking that up. We're talking about GGs, we're talking about BTK. So for the side of BloodHounds, maybe they're looking to take out or deny that pick, because I know A77, they love to pick up the Brats, especially in the hands of Tarzan. On the other hand, BloodHounds have been quite good with a lot of the fighting junglers, especially on Easy Peasy's hand. So definitely look to draft up Martis potentially, or taking that up early on. So, you know, the draft has been opened by both sides so far, but the long range mage Navaria has been taken off the board.
Yeah, Navaria has been taken off. It's one of those mages we typically don't see in play anymore, as it's always banned out. But the Vexana up for grabs, and this time BloodHounds may be able to get it. You know, funny fact, BloodHounds has not gotten a single Navaria this entire NACT, and maybe that's the reason that they're not winning. You know, I'm just going to point it out there. The Vexana is one of the highest win rates over there. I think you said, like, what was it, 60-70%, something like that, for the NACT. And hey, it's up for grabs. Do they take it here? I mean, I honestly think it's worth it. It's not something you want to give to a team like Area 77, who on the other end has been able to pull out that Vexana and dominate. But it's not going to be Mark Cutie on their side. It's actually going to be Jules Cutie, so we'll have to see if he can put that same pressure on for the aliens. But hey, speaking of picks, there it is. Vexana, first time debut for the BloodHounds.
Yeah, and in terms of NACT, the Vexana has won 9 out of 11 matches. So quite a very high win rate in that perspective. And I do think the matches that Vexana did lose was against the Navaria. So this time around, they should be able to pick this one up without too much of a counter. Now the response coming out from A77, they decided to pick up the CC, securing in that XP position. I feel like there is other picks that are quite viable. You could go for the Ruby, the Arlot, which both has been let go. The Joy also is available now, but the Angela gets picked up by Jules QT, and it's quite interesting because we thought Jules QT was subbing in for the mage position, but you know, the Angela gets picked up so early on in the draft. There's definitely a combination paired with the CC, paired with the Joy to body some of the backlines that BloodHounds is looking to draft here.
I feel like Angela is just one of those heroes that's a secret weapon, right? A lot of people overlook the utility that she provides to the team. Able to stay from afar, get something like an Ice Queen Wand, provide some slow, use a Heart Guard, jump onto one of your teammates and keep them alive through the heart of the battle. And this means that they may pick a frontline hero such as a Baratz, who is still currently available on the table. Baxia is also another valid option. Now, Baxia actually just got taken over there from the BloodHounds, so we may be seeing a Baratz paired up with that Angela. I think it still would work out. There is a carry and a Vexana to go against those, so it can be a little bit challenging. But again, that Angela and that Baratz combination is just something that works out really well and synergizes to keep them alive, not only for the neutral objectives, but stops teams from invading, especially with a player like Baxia. Baxia is one of the most mobile junglers. He's beefy as well, and he likes to take that fight to the enemy side of the jungle. But speaking of picks, going a little three-dimensional here, Area 77. Gonna go ahead and pick up that Harith.
Yeah, this is something that we've seen quite a bit, especially in the North America pro circuit. The Harith to go up against the carry. And even in Asia, a lot of the teams like to pick that, right? The short range Harith, along with the same exact range of the carry. The Harith should be able to trade out pretty much every single opportunity he can, especially in the early game when carry doesn't have that much damage. So definitely a good pickup and a good counter move by the side of A77. But this makes me wonder though, right? The Arlot, the Joy, both has not been picked up by either one of those teams. But we do see a Kufra being banned out. I know, Weezy, you talked about this earlier before the draft. Uga Buga has been known to be a menace on the Kufra. And, you know, honestly, we haven't seen Uga Buga perform quite as well as we expect him to. But I do think we are on this week two where both of these teams are warmed up. So maybe Uga Buga is going to have something up his sleeve to be able to deal with the aggressiveness coming out from A77.
You know, it's funny. I thought a Joy would have been possibly picked up from Area 77, but now that the Harris in there, I don't know if they go the Joy because that'd be a lot of magic. That's 3 magic dealers on the side of Area 77. So I don't even think they'll go the Joy route now that they decided to go that Harris. Funny story though, this is the first time Area 77 has picked up the Harith this entire NACT regular season as well. And I am right there with you on picking it to counter that carry. It's just been shown time and time again. It's an excellent counter to deal some damage. Now, we're looking at the side of Area 77, right? They have the CC, very mobile hero, great in the XP lane, able to outcut and pretty much outperform whoever she goes against. It may be a little bit of a challenge though, especially up against a Baxia who likes to take that fight up close and personal. He can throw that shield out on her and make her a little bit slower in her tracks, but as we are seeing some of the picks on the board, we are going to see that Kufra banned out and the Kaja, no suppression on the table, trying to limit the roam capability over there from BloodHounds. Now, they may want to go in for support. I mean, they could go in for some additional CC. They could even pick up a Ruby if they really wanted to provide some CC on their side. But hey, there goes the Baratz we were talking about with the Angela combination back in effect. It's literally like Thanos, just collecting those Infinity Stones and waiting to snap his finger as they jump into the land of Dawn. But there are some problems on the table. The carry can give him some trouble alongside the Vexana, who can rain down that CC. So we'll have to see how this plays out for both sides.
Yeah, I think BloodHounds now they're missing that XP and also the roam position. So something like an Arlot could be flexed onto both sides. I know Uga Buga loves to pick up the Chow. That could also be an opportunity there for them, forcing out the Purify for the Harith, right? But I do think the Arlot can be a potential if they want to look for a suppression, maybe even the Franco, right? We've seen the Franco do so well against the dinosaur, especially when the hitbox is so enlarged, right? You could get a couple iron hooks and, you know, that can turn the whole entire fight, but they don't go for the hooker. They go for the other guy. The Minstar gets picked up by Uga Buga, and Tempest completes the BloodHound draft with the glue pick.
They went for a hook, but just in a little bit of a different way with that Minsathar. So this is going to be interesting to see. I haven't seen a Minsathar in effect for a very long time. Now, this is Ooga Booga we're talking about. He likes to get creative. On the other side, though, Area 77 will lock in this Tigreal. I think it can work out. He is going to have to watch out for that Minsathar, though. Definitely grabbing him could be a possible way to stop him from getting the sets he's looking for. And the King's calling on top of that to deny the abilities from him. Now, the glue is interesting as well. This is the first time we're getting to see Templess in the scene. A little bit of a replacement last second. The glue, the last player we've seen run it was Fried Chicken, and he did really well on it. Honestly, he was being such a bully inside of the XP lane, and I think it'll still work out. Now, my question for the BloodHounds is, where does Ooga Booga go with this, right? I mean, we've seen him run multiple different heroes, and a lot of the times it just didn't work out in the way he expected. Where him getting shut down within the first few minutes of the game was the little bit of the tipping point for the other side to take the advantage and ultimately win some of these games off of them. With the Minsathar, he's going to have to play a little far, try and get some hooks to grab the team in, and then drop the King's Calling onto the neutral objectives. So he can play a little passive, but still know how to be aggressive with the spears. I think it'll work out in his favor. Now, looking at Area 77, though, they've got some great things on the board. Not only do they have the TIG for the Group CC, they have the strong front line from the Barats to combo with it, CC for the mobility, Harith for that up-close and personal damage, and then they also have Angela to keep the team alive. I'm wondering, without having a traditional marksman, though, how this is going to play out for them.
Well, if they don't have the marksman, they're definitely not going to be able to siege as well. But the Harith has the opportunity to, you know, refresh that second skill dash. So he should still have the ability to push some of the towers. But I'm worried about A77's mid lane, right? The Angela, you know, it is a very strong level 1 character, but the clear coming out from Vexana is just going to be way too fast. So BloodHounds should have a great early game rotation. But some of the advantages that A77 has in their draft is that all the players on their team don't really need too much help, right? The Angela can farm quite safely at mid, rotate with the hard guard if necessary. The Harith also has the ability to dash around and get out of trouble, right? So I do think A77 has a more well-rounded draft, especially in the laning phase, just, you know, taking away from Vexana clearing first. But on the other hand, BloodHounds have quite an interesting draft with the Minsathar. But Weezy, take us in here.
That's right, as we are now jumping into the land of Dawn. Area 77 up against BloodHounds, fighting it out in their first match against each other. Will Area 77 be able to maintain their position and climb higher on that ladder, or will we see the BloodHounds claim their first victory in the NACT spring season?
Yeah, so this is going to be between the Hounds and the Aliens, right? The Hounds are trying to get their very first victory in the series, and the Aliens trying to push for their lead. A small flicker being popped off by Jules QT right away, but let's take a look at some of the spells that are on the board, right? Ooga Booga has the Quantum Charge, giving him a little bit of more regenerative ability and a little bit of movement speed there. And, you know, the rest of the members are quite consistent with their spells. The Quantum Charge on the Barats too. This is something we don't really see traditionally, right? The Concussive Blast is definitely something that helps with the jungle speed. You could also go for the other spell, which, you know, gives back some health. But this time around, we do have a Quantum Charge Barat, so definitely look for this dinosaur to run around quite quickly here.
Yeah, and, you know, it's an excellent point. The Quantum Charge on Tarzan QT is something I'm going to be paying a close eye to. That movement speed, though, is probably what he's kind of banking on to get across the map a little bit faster and be able to engage inside of these fights. But both teams have some things that kind of work in their favor. I mean, there's sustainability over there from Templess running on this glue to be able to keep himself alive. But they have Jules QT with the Angela on the opposite side for sustainability on top of that. And you're already seeing both sides with some early aggression, but I'm just wondering, how is this going to play out for the neutral objectives, right? First turtle is going to be spawning in the next 5 seconds, and we do know both sides are getting ready to hit that level 4 power spike. Now, can BloodHounds take control of this objective, or will we see Area 77 be able to take this first turtle and increase the XP and possibly lead the tempo for this match?
Yeah, well, I think A77, they have a much better sustain. The longer the team fight goes, the better, but Retribution...
Ooh, is going to go in. Both sides fighting it out. A flicker from JQT. Tarzan QT will be able to claim the turtle for Area 77, but now needs to get out of there. JQT immobilized very low, and Boca Roscoe will get first blood with the debut. Vexana keeps calling, dropping down. Templess with the alley-oop. We'll get another. Down goes Tarzan Cutie, the jungler for Area 77. They were able to get the turtle, but lost 2 members.
Yeah, the CC coming out from BloodHounds actually does quite a bit, right? Ooga Booga is able to get a couple grabs, a couple stuns here and there. Also paired with Bokarosco's, ability to get that CC off with the first skill. It's actually quite huge, and they're able to take 2 kills in trade for the turtle, pushing their gold lead back up in place. And now BloodHounds, they definitely seem like they are contending for this match. I was worried that their comp isn't going to be enough, especially with such an unconventional roam, but definitely feels like Ooga Booga is taking this this matchup quite well here.
Yeah, and we're going to have to keep a close eye on this, right? I mean, even though they got 2 kills, they lost the first turtle, so it's pretty much a stalemate. I think it was a good trade for both sides. And this is really just going to boil down to who can kind of take control of the farm, possibly get down to the side lanes and get a gank. But you also got to look at where those kills went. Easy peasy, though. Hit with a little bit of CC. Should be able to get out of there. Detna's welcome is going to connect, though. JCutie will go ahead and use that implosion for a stun and a knockup. But look at how much he can sustain through all of those abilities, getting him down to about 50% HP. And that just kind of showcases, how beefy he is. Now, like we said, this is really just a battle of sustainability from both sides. There's not even that much damage from the side of Area 77. I mean, it's putting a lot into the hands of ISO on this Harith.
Yeah, they're definitely kind of hypering the Harith at this point. The Brass is just an extremely tanky front lineman. With the Quantum Charge, he should be able to get in quite easily, in and out. But JQT did find a member of the side of BloodHounds. They're looking to go in on it.
Ooh, King's Calling dropping down. A knockup from JQT, forcing out a little bit of those abilities on this turtle. First turtle did go to the side of Area 77. Looks like they're trying to claim the next one. Have 4 members in position, but a slight contest from the BloodHounds is on the way. The immobilization and possible split may be on the way from Templess. Doing a great job frontlining, forcing JQT to hit him with the knockup. Lord at turtle of about 25% HP. Joel's Cutie will get one, though. Down goes Ooga Booga. The chase from Yureshi onto Easy Peasy. Force him into the tier 2 turret, and it looks like the turtle, the second one, will go to Area 77.
Yeah, another strong neutral objective by the side of A77. Honestly, you got to give credit to Rishi and the Angela, right? Both of them just decide to go onto the backside, bodying a lot of the members from the side of BloodHounds. They're really unable to reach even the objectives, pushing the gold back even for both of these teams. And now A77, I feel like they have a groove into this game, right? The longer these team fights go, the more sustained the Angela can be popped. But on the other hand, you also have this glue on the bot side to be able to regen a lot of the health. And I think that's going to be one of BloodHounds' strongest suit, right? Get this glue to zone out the same exact members that the CC is zoning out.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, with those 2 turtles on the side of Area 77, it's going to allow them to get a little bit more additional XP up against the BloodHounds, even though the BloodHounds are leading by gold. Now, this is really just going to boil down to who can take these turrets. I mean, you're able to take some turtles, you're able to get some kills on the opposite side, but neither of them translating this into objectives on the map. We got to see who actually has the ground control in this game. And I mean, this is what happens when you have 2 sustainable compositions, when you're looking at a Tig paired up with the Barats and a Angela to keep the team alive. But on the opposite side, a Minsatar with a Glue and a Boxia. I mean, it's just very strong frontline compositions from both teams today. But so far, when it comes to the fights, BloodHounds able to kind of lead the way in kills. A good spear, though, will connect to JQT, almost pulling him into that turret. Both sides kind of testing the water, looking for an opportunity to take control.
Yeah, but I do want to say this, though. I think BloodHounds have a very strong opening this time around, right? They're able to kind of just, get the same exact gold and keep up with the side of A77, which has dominated in majority of their performance in, NACT. So this time around, we get to see BloodHounds kind of stand head to head, but ISO topside.
Yeah, sleeps very low. Decides to go back in, though. JQT trying to get away. They were able to take the turret, though, so one objective does go in their hands. Ooga Booga will find JQT. Just Cutie needs to get out of there. Eternal Guardian is going to drop down. Tarzan Cutie hit with a lot of damage, down to about 25% HP, able to expand that distance back to his side of the jungle. Heart Guard activated, though. Yureshi Cutie is going to find one, takes down Bokarosco. Both sides fight it out. A flicker does go down. Ooga Booga very low. The immobilization is split. Yureshi Cutie does get grabbed up by Templess, but not able to deal the last hits to take him out. The immobilization onto Ooga Booga now inside of the turtle pit. 1 HP, forced to recall back, but BloodHounds able to claim their first turtle of this game. Lost 2, but able to take the 3rd, and now will rotate around the map. So they got a turtle, but they lost a turret in the process.
Yeah, I mean, the turret loss onto the top side, it is a big deal, but they were able to get that turret quite easily for the side of A77 when they chose to, put a lot of members in siege onto the top side. But the reinforcements coming out from BloodHounds, they're able to kind of, neutralize that whole entire team fight, pick up the objective, and continuing with their, small lead onto the gold.
Speaking of lead, ISO, look like Neo from the Matrix. Just dashing, bobbing, and weaving, takes the turret on the bot side. Bocarasco will find him, though, in response. You are going to see Joe's Cutie not able to get out of there as well with that heart guard. Bocarasco is going to go ahead and take him down. It's going to be 2 members falling for the side of Area 77, but another turret loss for the BloodHounds.
Yeah, I mean, losing towers back and forth for the side of BloodHounds is not really good, but at the same time, they are still keeping up the lead against the aliens, and I think that is still quite a win. Now, BloodHounds on the bottom side, able to pick up the tower, so small neutralization coming out for them. Take a look at the items. The carry has already farmed the Croatian along with the golden staff, so he's going to be dealing tons of damage. Not the traditional build of going Thunderbelt and endless battle, but definitely a lot of damage output coming from the side of BloodHounds.
Yeah, and you're going to look at ISO and also Sleep's pretty even on gold right now. I mean, we were kind of saying the Harith is a counter over there for the carry, but both sides able to claim a turret in the gold lane, which is going to work in their favor. I feel like it's just really going to boil down to who can get to the back line first, right? Who can take down the mark, especially on the side of Area 77, because if ISO falls, he's their primary damage dealer outside of CC from your Reshi Cutie. Now, Sleeps, he is a ticking time bomb, though. He is running on this carry, which is going to be a massive problem, especially for a Tig and a Barat's combination, as he loves to kind of soak into those beefier heroes. You are going to see the Lord spawn in, though, and BloodHounds now trying to gain control of the pit. Implosion goes down for the setup. Triple knockup. King's calling to drop down, trying to negate the CC and spells. Tarzan Cutie will find Sleeps. Urashi Cutie will find Ooga Booga. They're not done, though. There goes a chase. Bocarasco's been spotted out. Urashi Cutie with the heart guard, gets a double kill, takes down Bocarasco. Easy peasy. Needing to get out of there. May not be able to expand that distance. Makes his way to the purple buff, and now Area 77 gains control of the Lord Pit.
Yeah, it was a 3-for-1 for the side of A77. BloodHounds actually chose to initiate, but now the dive looking to continue. A77 able to grab up this mid tower, looking for the next neutral objective. A great fight from the side of A77. Tarzan was going to be the priority focus, but in that whole entire fight where BloodHounds was able to even get the Kings calling on top of the members, they still ended up losing. And, the side of A77, they just have such a strong comp. The sustain coming out from Angela is just really, really huge in that fight. And, BloodHounds falling quite short in one of their first big neutral fights.
Yeah, and now you're going to look at that 2,000 gold lead from Area 77, which was once a close game, now tipping in their favor. They're also able to take that first turret in the mid lane, which is going to open up the opportunity for Area 77 to rotate more around the map and invade the orange and purple buffs from the BloodHounds and possibly take some of these tier 2s if the BloodHounds is not careful.
Yeah, and the side of A77, we could take a look at some of the items right here. CC has already built up some penetration, anti-heal, the War Axe, and the Brute Force is available, so he's going to be quite fast dashing around the Lord, marching down onto the top side. A77 opting to siege onto the bottom lane. I think it's a good decision. They got to push out all the outer towers before looking for a fight.
Ooh, putting everything on the Urashi Cutie. Heart Guard activated to keep him alive, but they baited out a lot of utility. Tarzan Cutie on the top side, though, will take the tier 2 turret with the assistance of the Lord, marching into that inhibitor. And now the siege for the tier 2 in the mid lane has been claimed from Area 77.
And you were kind of mentioning about the ticking time bomb coming out from Sleeps, and I do 100% agree, right? As long as the gold is quite even between the Harith and the carry, I think the carry should be able to stand up on top. But it seems like the A77 side, the front line is just quite stacked, right? The Brat's building full defense. It already has the Antique Radiance and the Guardian's Helmet, and even further looking to build up to that Brute Force, and the Num Num goes through.
Is going to connect for the stun on the easy peasy. Implosion for the knockup and the CC. A lot going down. King's Calling will drop down as well. Isa will find one. Takes out easy peasy. May be able to get another. Bocarasco getting out of there. Urashi Cutie is going to take down Sleep's 2 members falling for the BloodHounds. And it looks like they want more. Ooga Booga. Very low himself. Forced to go back to the base for some regen. And Area 77 now in full control of this game.
I do feel like the side of BloodHounds, they are missing that front line set, right? The glue is still available onto the front end, but here you go, the siege.
Yeah, trying to get another kill. Yureshi will find Bokarasco, finds the backline mage. Now looking at BloodHounds stripped down to their inhibitors. Split has been activated on the Tarzan Cutie. Yureshi on the bot side, though, not really worried about going in for the kills, but going in for these objectives opens up the base for the BloodHounds.
Yeah, 8-5 is the overall scoreboard. A77 with a 6K lead 13 minutes in, right? We saw BloodHounds kind of go even throughout the whole entire game, but this time around, they're losing a lot of steam, and it just feels like their team fight, the 5 versus 5s coming out from the side of BloodHounds is just not enough to deal with the draft that's coming through from A77. The Harith is just going completely unchecked. The JQT on this Tigreal getting like 3 4-man implosions almost every single team fight onto the backside, and there's also some mispositioning from the side of BloodHounds. Some of the things that they do need to make sure is they could try to get a member down, maybe lock the Tigreal down, or anyone that's in the front line of A77, and let Sleeps free hit, because you got a Demon Hunter sword, corrosions, and also the golden staff, but the conceal play on the backside.
Yeah, BloodHounds trying to contest this Lord. Not sure if this is the right answer. Sleeps very low. Needs to get out of there. King's Calling dropping down. Area 77 still in control of the Lord Pit. Tarzan Cutie will get it. Triple knockup. ISO will find Templess. You're going to see Sleeps fall. Yureshi Cutie is going to take him down. Ooga Booga. Very low himself. Jules Cutie going in for a kill. Yureshi Cutie will find Bokarasco. One more member to go through in the mid lane. Easy peasy making that 2. We'll go back into the base, but Ooga Booga not able to get there. Easy peasy by himself up against a full team of Area 77. The aliens are planning on landing here. It looks like they will as they get a Maniac. Yureshi will find the final member and shut him down. Area 77 takes game number 1.
Yeah, complete domination coming out from the aliens here. 14-minute match. 13-5 is the overall scoreboard. I mean, it was a pretty good performance coming out from A77, especially when we go past that mid game. They did end up losing one of the turtles, but after that, every single neutral objective, especially when it came down to the Lords, A77 was able to sweep in a very victorious fashion, right? They were going like 0 for 4, 0 for 3, almost every single one of these team fights, not losing a single member. We can see Hoon on the very corner of the screen. A77 definitely have a strong comp this time around.
Yeah, definitely having a strong comp, in Area 77 just able to perform, even with the new addition, Jules Cutie stepping into Mark Cutie's position. I mean, he did really well. I'll definitely have to say, though, Yureshi Cutie coming alive over there on that CC was just very dominating when it came to rotating around, finding the back line, and they didn't have an answer to stop him in his tracks, and was pretty much his game. I think if anybody got MVP, it definitely has to be Yureshi Cutie.
Yeah, no, the combination between Yureshi Cutie and also Jules on the Angela, right? I kind of talked about the Angela and the Joy combination, but the Angela and CC, that was zoning out like 3 or 4 of the members, cutting down a lot of the squishy targets onto the backside. You can pretty much see that the carry was zoned out almost every single team fight. And paired up with the Vengeance and the Heart Guard, like the CC has been quite an unstoppable force onto the backside. So definitely this time around, I think BloodHounds, they should look to draft against some of that type of aggression, but I still think BloodHounds did quite well. You know, early on, they kept up with the gold all the way up until the 3rd turtle. I think they definitely had a chance, maybe look to team fight a little bit better, or maybe allow Ooga Booga on more of a frontline set, right? Pick up the Franco, pick up something that holds people down to allow Sleeps to get that full combination, and maybe peel him off so Yureshi is not all over the place on the backside of BloodHounds.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to get some kills in the beginning, but they lost the first 2 turtles, took the 3rd one. And I do agree with you. They're kind of holding their own up against Area 77. It wasn't really one-sided until after the Lord started spawning in, and then you started seeing full control over there from Area 77. And, I mean, there was a little bit of unorthodox picks in there, right? There was a Mincetar and a Glue combination. Honestly, I haven't really seen a Glue and a Mincetar on the same team in a long time. I don't even think you could find an MPL match, at least this year, with those two on the same side. So I'm kind of wondering, like, okay, they're trying new things. Now, Do I think they executed it bad? No. I think they did really well on it, but I just don't think it was the strongest combination of what they had available to pick up. And it didn't really allow Sleeps to get online, especially running that carry already, going against a hero who's considered his counter, which is that Harith. When you're not able to get Sleeps to what he needs, right? That Demon Hunter sword, he needs something to kind of soak into a Barat, into a Tig as well to deal some damage, because they had a strong frontline composition. But when he's dying super early, he has 2 deaths and no kills, and he's losing his turret, and you're not really seeing the strongest presence from Ooga Booga on that Minsathar. It really puts way too much pressure on a carry who's already considered a late game marksman to kind of show up to the table, and allowed the side of Area 77 to pretty much close that out with ease.
Yeah, maybe something like an R-Lot in the XP to provide a little bit of CC, especially onto the front or even the backside. They could also opt to go for the Ruby, right? That has a lot of stuns, a lot of CC, especially with the I'm Offended there to lock down the CC, to force the CC to take some purifies, right? But the Vengeance CC along with the Heart Guard, which is able to body multiple members, grabbing up even a Maniac towards the end of the match. So definitely a very good job, well done for Jules and for Yureshi. But at the same time, right, I do want to see BloodHounds go out with a bang, right? Make sure they can get some advantages onto the early game, maybe even pick up something like a cheese pick, right? Pick up the Brody, guarantee that winning strat onto the top side, maybe pick up some suppressions like the Kaja, which got taken out, and or even the Franco to be able to lock down and pair up quite well. Because right now I feel like the synergy coming out from A77, how they draft their comp, it's just too overwhelming, especially when you get into those later stages when we scale into the match.
Speaking of scaling, as we are looking at a little bit of the breakdown from game number 1 between Area 77 and the BloodHounds, I mean, 13 of 5. Area 77, after that first Lord spawned in, they were pretty much able to kind of close that game out. That's all they really needed to tip the scales in their favor. I would say, though, credits over there to Jules Cutie. I mean, he did just step in the scene, running that Angela in the mid lane, and he did well. I mean, he was just going pure utility. He had 11 assists to make up for keeping the team alive in those engagements, but also Yureshi just on fire, dominating, and able to find a way to put that pressure and maintain it onto the side of BloodHounds.
Oh my gosh, 92% participation from Yureshi. Pretty much able to be in every single one of those team fights, knocking out opponents left and right. Another, a guy on A77 that we haven't really talked about is JQT with the implosion onto the backside. He was able to lock down 2 to 3 members, almost every single one of those ultimates, changing the fights. And, with the Minsatar, the King's Calling was actually in a great position. You saw multiple times the Harith had to purify out of that position, but the implosion coming out from Tigreal, setting members onto the backside, I felt like that really well-rounded and secured the victory for A77 in a lot of those team fights. Damn, JQT definitely doing a good job with the roam there.
It's funny too, because we saw the Vexana and we said, hey, I mean, maybe this is what BloodHounds needs to claim their first victory, and now the Vexana, it just didn't pull through for them, which is unfortunate, because that's like one of the strongest picks that 9 times out of 10, okay, we'll go with statistics, 7 times out of 10 when the Vexana has been pulled out, it's won. But now it does take a little bit more of a loss as we go through the regular season. So looking at the BloodHounds, we got to ask the question, where do they go from here, right? Was the problem the Minsathar and the glue pickup? Is that where they kind of fell short? Did they need both of them? Could they have went something a little bit more traditional in the XP lane? Could they have did something more traditional in the roam position?
Yeah, well, I definitely like how they drafted Sleeps on the carry, right? We've seen Sleeps kind of dominate and a lot of the performance onto the gold side. So definitely finding, heroes that the side of BloodHounds can lock members down and peel Sleeps in those team fights. Because quite honestly, Yureshi was out of control. Right, the CC 92% KP, like he dominated that game. That game was his, and from an XP laner to have the highest kill participation in those team fights, you could definitely see the imports coming out from him. Showing how the XP laner should be done for the side of BloodHounds. So definitely a little bit more conventional picks. I think the front line, the front side lockdown from the side of BloodHounds may be a great option that the Hounds have to consider here. And I think A77, they definitely have a well-rounded draft. The Angela cheese pick onto the mid, something that is quite unconventional but worked out quite well in their case. Definitely a strong showing from the side of the Aliens.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to ban out the CC for BloodHounds. It's like they were worried about Yoreshi. I mean, the man was a problem, right? He was able to get to the back line. He was pretty much able to do everything he wanted in that game with little to no penalty. And I think it's a good step in the right direction for the side of BloodHounds. Now, you are going to see that Navaria taken off the table. You kind of mentioned this in the first draft as well. One of those mages that we don't really get to see picked too often, just from the utility that she kind of provides for the team. Something a little untraditional though, but has been picked up a lot on the professional scene is the X-Borg. Now, I'm wondering if Area 77, are they going to try and lock in this Vexana and boost that win rate again? I mean, it's literally like the hero that everybody tries to prioritize. When you are looking at the side of BloodHounds though, I mean, they still have some options on the table, right? The Mathilda does get banned out, so that won't be there, but they can go for a beefier composition. They could even pull out a Barats if it's available on the playing field. They can get Marksman Prio, especially being second in the draft, to get them more comfortable on what they want. Not necessarily having to run something like the carry. They could even run something like a Claude. Has a lot of mobility, a lot of survivability as well, especially like one of the main things that we saw was Sleeps not really having the easiest time getting online with the carry. I mean, carry is not as mobile as other marksmans. And when it comes to survivability, when your team's falling behind on the neutral objectives, it's easy to put on that pressure.
Yeah, and I think this is extremely smart coming out from the side of A77. They take out the Navaria and also the Faramis, which Boca has done quite well with both of these heroes. And they take out easy peasy's, bread and butter, the X-Borg jungle, right? And, this X-Borg, we haven't really seen a popularity rise in the X-Borg jungle, especially in overseas in the professionals. But for the side of BloodHounds, that's definitely a hero that they've won a lot of games with. NACT gets taken out from the side of BloodHounds, and A77 said, hey man, we're gonna take the dinosaur we won in the first game. You guys don't want it, no respect to it. Let's pick this up and run it one more time.
Yeah, I mean, but the Vexana is still on the table. I mean, I thought that would have been the answer for BloodHounds in game number 1, but it looks like Area 77, hey, they're not too worried about it. Go ahead and pick up the Vexana. Hey, you can even get the carry if you want to. I mean, hey, you did it last game up against our Barats, and it really didn't provide much of a problem. And the Harith is still available for us, so we can counter that right back at you. And that is some top-tier drafting from the side of Area 77, looking stronger than ever, putting BloodHounds in a little bit of a bind. Because if they don't go for this pick, if they don't go for the Vexana, then Area 77 gets a Barats and a Vexana on top of possibly an Angela to keep them alive. And hey, there it goes, Vexana and the R-Lot for the BloodHounds.
Oh, this is a much better draft coming out from BloodHounds here. Picking up the R-Lot early. It is a flex pick, and I do think it's going to go into the XP position. But there's a chance that Uga Buga has done quite well with this hero, but I just have not been able to see it, right? But this is a much better setup this time around, especially to deal with the aggressiveness of A77, especially when their XP can dominate in such a performance. This R-Lot should be able to act as a small saving grace for the side of BloodHounds, but the Joy is still available. The Ruby has not been picked up yet. And an early IMU, the Valentina, gets picked up here. We haven't seen this hero come out quite as often as it used to be. I think it is a great hero, but with a lot of the nerf that has been coming through, the damage isn't as good anymore. The cooldown is quite high, but I do think A77, especially coming out with the Tigreal once again, man, like Jay has definitely done well with the implosion. I definitely think this time around he's going to do the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, hey, if it worked in game number 1, why change it, right? The only difference here is that it's a Valentina. Now, I do agree with you. It's a little early. I mean, maybe they're just trying to put a little bit of pressure in the drafting from the side of BloodHounds. Now they're going to have to pick and choose who they want to slot in that roam position, especially when you're going up against somebody like a Tig, right? Normally you'd see like you could even run a Ruby. The Ruby would be good. It can stop the CC from the Tig, that implosion that's had a major impact in game number 1. The Diggy, I'm not really too sure how I feel about it. I mean, it took a little bit of a nerf in terms of damage, but it still can provide the utility you're looking for. You are going to go ahead and see Sleeps, though, pick up this carry yet again. Now, Harith is still on the table for the side of Area 77, but it is the second banning phase. Does BloodHounds take him out?
Yeah, no, I do think that Harith is going to be taken out. This is kind of the response that A77 has to deal with the carry almost every single game, but ISO still has a lot in his pocket, right? He can pick up the Claude, the Brody is also available here. Like, there's so many options that A77 has, even with the Harith being taken out, which, BloodHounds definitely goes with the response. Now, I do want to see BloodHounds, obtain a few more frontline defense to deal with the aggressiveness, the pathing of Yorishi, because we've definitely seen Yorishi kind of just body onto the backside. So something like a Ruby should be quite good. The Akai gets banned out here. That's also another good response coming out from BloodHounds. I do think some of their strongest options could be like a Ruby Martis, right? Put Easy Peasy on one of his best fighter heroes, and then give Sleeps a much easier time to deal with the dive coming out from Yorishi. But once again, both of these teams are still looking on to the last ban phase. What does A77 look to take away from the side of BloodHounds here?
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely looking at BloodHounds still needing to slot something inside of the jungle. Now, looking at what they're going against, still a lot of CC. I mean, Martis, I was going to say take out the Martis, because with the Tig and with the Barats, I mean, he'd just be perfect with the anti-CC. So they want to put something in there that they can kind of bully around, especially with that Tig. I mean, this kind of reminds me when I see Shark running the roam position. When he runs something like a Tig, he's always rotating around the map and putting on that pressure inside of the jungle. BloodHounds now has an option to kind of turn this back in their favor. I mean, they could even pick up something like the X-Borg, which I'm not sure if the X-Borg got...
No,
actually, no, it got banned out. So they can't even pick the X-Borg here.
Boxia, Franco.
It could be.
I think that's a good wombo combo, right? You have the roly-poly coming through, hitting that stun, and you have the Franco onto the backside with the Wilderness Blessing, able to kind of catch up to the movement speed and get that hook and set up for a perfect Sleeps ultimate, along with the R-Lock coming through.
But they have a Valentina, so if you go for the Franco, then you give them the Bloody Hunt. I mean, so it's kind of a catch-22. They're going to go in for a little bit of a Mobazane pickup. I think he's the only jungler that I really see go in for this alpha. And it didn't have the hottest debut last time we've seen it, but hey, this may be a different story, as BloodHounds is going to be able to pick that up in their favor. Now, this will be kind of interesting to see this play out. I mean, crazy enough, BTK up against Area 77 in day one pulled out the alpha, and Area 77 beat them. So as we are going to be jumping into this, we got to see if this will really work out in their favor. I mean, if Zane couldn't pull it off and that was his signature pick, it may be a little bit of a challenge for Easy Peasy, but if anybody can do it, it's definitely him. But speaking of things interesting, the Nolan, it walked through the draft and it got picked up.
Well, the Nolan is great, right? There's a lot of physical damage on the side of A77's side, and a lot of the Indo teams or the PH teams, they love to pick up the Nolan paired up with Natan, right? It's heavy magic versus the heavy physical. But what I want to kind of focus on is, where is this Barats going to go? Is it going to be an XP Barats on Yorishi? Oh my gosh, the flex, the mind games coming through. But this time around, Ooga Booga brings up a set, and I do like this so much better, right? The Edith, right? Giving a little bit more magic damage to, balance out the heavy physical that Bloodhound has, and the 1-2 combination to kind of just zone and stun out an opponent. So Sleeps has a much easier time on the backs, and I think this draft is much more well-rounded here, we see.
The only thing with this draft that I see is it's still unorthodox to me for the side of BloodHounds. Like I said, the last time we'd never really seen a Glue and a Minsathar work together. Now we're seeing an Alpha and an Edith on the same team. I'm kind of like wondering, like they're trying to make all of these different heroes fit together for some new type of meta, and it's going to be a little bit of a challenge. I mean, when I look at Area 77, we've seen the Barats all the time be picked up. We've seen the Valentina, we've seen the Tig, the Natan. Even though it's not the hottest prospect, it's like a secret weapon that's pulled into the goal lane, even out in MPL. And then the Nolan, I mean, it really speaks for itself on how well it's been recently with the meta. But when you look at BloodHounds, when you see an alpha, I only see one player pulling out the alpha, and that's Mobazane. I don't really see too many Ediths. I'm not saying Edith's not a great pickup, but it definitely can be a little bit of an upscale battle. It's going to require a lot of execution to pull off this synergized composition. But speaking of compositions, into game number 2, Area 77 up against the BloodHounds. Will the aliens be able to take over the planet with a 2-0 sweep, or will the BloodHounds bring us to a game number 3?
Yeah, no, this time around, we do want BloodHounds to be able to grab up a point against the aliens, but A77 has played such a good mid to late game that it's quite honestly scary to see if, the side of BloodHounds is able to get the victorious here. Now, let's take a look at some of the emblems here. Quite standard across the board. Edith going with a lot of armor there. The Wilderness Blessing for both of the mages. So lots of good rotations coming out from both sides. I do think BloodHounds, once again, with the Vexana pick, should have a much stronger early rotation, right? Vexana, it's not a hero that should be able to clear the wave fast, but definitely provides a lot of that wave clear early on, especially with the passive. So definitely look to pair that up greatly with Edith and have them rotating around from both sides. But A77, once again, they have such a well-rounded draft, right? The Nolan onto the jungler, heavy physical damage. You also got the Natan on the top side with the heavy magic damage. But the more unconventional pick, the one that stands out more to me is going to be the Brats on the XP lane. I'm wondering how Yurishi is going to create that impact, the same exact zone that he did in game 1.
Yeah, and you're already seeing some damage on a Tarzan as he tried to get a little bit more of that farm away from BloodHounds. Now, I mean, yeah, it is interesting seeing Yurishi over there on this Barat, but I mean, look at it. He's doing a good job, but overextension may be costly. The flicker able to escape. That would have been GG's right there if he would have caught him out of position for first blood. Now, I like the Barats in the XP lane. Do I think it's better than the jungle? No, but I think it's a flex pick that a lot of people don't realize can actually work out in that XP lane. I've seen it in MPL work in their favor. I've seen Fried Chicken pull it off really good too. Tempest, though, speaking of pulling things off very low, still gonna go in and burst it down by his own. Oh, you're gonna go ahead and see Jules Cutie get that kill, uses the IMU for the final slash. I don't know why he decided to go in right there, but first blood for Area 77.
I do think that's a small questionable mistake coming out from Tempest. A little desperate attempt, looking to see if they could get a few more than they can chew. But on the mid side, they're coming through.
Both teams fight it out. Turtle at 50% HP. The knockup from J Cutie. Tarzan Cutie able to get the turtle. Jules Cutie finding Ooga Booga. That is going to be 2 members falling and 1 turtle for Area 77 and no trade for the BloodHounds.
Yeah, the side of A77, another strong opening coming through. This time around, they're able to get the advantage early on. It smells a lot of trouble for the side of BloodHounds, especially when they've been struggling in that mid to late game team fights. Now A77 has the lead. They should be able to kind of just walk through a lot of these opportunities. And you even see Tarzan going aggressive here, just dashing around. The mechanics coming out with the Nolan is quite good in the hands of Tarzan here.
And this is why I say, like, that Barat's pickup kind of opened up this opportunity, right? I mean, they expected him to run in the jungle and then last minute swapping him into the XP lane. And he's holding his own. I mean, he's 1-0-1. And even when it was a 2v1 gank, he has that flicker to escape. But speaking of escaping an implosion, on a Boca Roscoe and Tarzan Cutie will find the kill, extending the lead 3-0.
Yeah, small, perfect fadeaway come out from Tarzan onto the mid side, picks up the leader of BloodHounds. Now, the side of BloodHounds, they have to kind of look to see what they can do to get back into this game. And I think they are doing that exactly, right? Put a little bit more pressure onto the gold side. Make sure that Sleeps can scale a little bit better. Because I do think from the side of BloodHounds, they have to have Sleeps scale well into the comp. But look at Natan, dude, pushing him away solo on the top side here.
Yeah, and that's going to be a problem. I mean, if they keep getting these neutral objectives and they're leading the way in kills, Natan is going to start hitting like a truck. And you're already seeing some great rotations from Area 77, not trying to give BloodHounds any breathing room, trying to close this game out with a 2-0 sweep. I mean, Tarzan already dealing massive damage on this Nolan, who's been such a threat inside of the jungle, a last-minute pickup and working to Area 77's advantage.
Yeah, and you can already see there's a small XP gap already between the junglers. Level 9 versus level 7. So BloodHounds not only behind in the gold, they are behind in a lot of levels. And look at the damage and look at the clear speed of that objective.
Whoa. And look at the swiftness. Tipless blinks and is taken down by 4 members of Area 77. Easy peasy joining the party. Yurishi Cutie will find him. 5-0 lead for Area 77 and climbing. His Ooga Booga needs to get out of there, but Yurishi on his tail.
Yeah, it's a 4K gold lead. 5 minutes in for the Aliens. A dominating performance. You can even see Tarzan on the bot side getting that tower up. No problem. The game is just in the hands of A77 at this point, right? They have a strong, dominating performance in the early game. Kills are completely clean on the board. You can see Rishi even coming onto the top side here, poking onto Sleeps. And, I was questioning how the Brass is going to be able to do in this matchup, but it seems like Yurishi is able to pull it out 2-0-2, right? Only falling behind Jules Cutie in that ranking. So definitely A77, they have a lot to work with. They could even flex the Brats onto the gold lane. Like, that is huge for the side of Aliens.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at a couple of key plays over there as Area 77 went in for this turtle. and BloodHounds with the 3-man composition trying to get the contest, but the implosion from JQT having such a strong impact for the double knockup on top of it, and the Tarzan Cutie claiming that turtle. Jules Cutie finding Ooga Booga and not losing anything from that trade. But speaking of losing anything, massive implosions, 3-man set. Make that 4. Tarzan Cutie takes on both Carrasco, gets a double, finds Sleep. Jureshi Cutie finds Easy Peasy, and Tarzan with the triple. A Maniac finds Ooga Booga. A full wipeout against the BloodHounds, and now full sending through the mid lane.
It was a Flicker implosion paired up with the Flicker Daytona's welcoming, gets a double man stun into that whole entire team fight. BloodHounds completely destroyed in the team fight there, and you know, it's a lack of vision and honestly like a lack of everything at that point. Like, they thought they were safe in that team fight, but the side of A77 proved that they were completely underneath the same control. And now A77 with the complete lead is able to grab up the mid tower, looking to go for another siege onto the mid tower.
Yeah, they're already up by 9,000 gold and climbing. Templess will be bursted down. Jureshi Cutie able to deal the last hit, but the massive damage came out from Tarzan Cutie on this Nolan. Area 77, whatever planet they've been training on, they're definitely scaling miles over the BloodHounds right now for game number 2. BloodHounds needs to find a way to turn this around and fast. Not able to claim a single kill this entire game.
No kill, no towers, 11-0, a 10k gold lead, 7 minutes in. Like, the side of BloodHounds unable to do too much, but a shutdown now finally in favor for the side of the Hounds. It's not going to make too big of an impact there, but at least they are on the clock now for the kills.
Did you see how focused BloodHounds was for that kill? Everybody full sended that. They needed to get something on the board, but look at the engagement in the mid-river. Tarzan Cutie finding Sleeps. Jureshi and Easy Peasy getting the kills. The implosion and the Detna's welcome too much to handle, and a Maniac from Tarzan. It's still more in the mid lane as we spawn back in. You see Jules Cutie get another, finds Ooga Booga, conceal play on the way for the orange buff. A contest may be on the way, as they are going to go ahead and claim more of the jungle away from the BloodHounds and starve them out.
Yeah, no, A77 definitely has this game already in their hands. They just have to look to play quite disciplined here, because honestly, the side of BloodHounds, they are just unable to find a good team fight. JQT already higher level than most of the players on the side of BloodHounds here.
Yeah, JQT just a strong impact, a key player over there for Area 77. The rotations with this TIG, very hard to handle for the side of BloodHounds. Not able to find an answer. He's just being such a bully when it comes to that CC. Able to get 1, 2, maybe even 3 if they're not careful. And there goes 1. Templess knocked up. Forced the rest out of there. Barely able to get out alive.
Yeah, that's a Flicker being used by the side of BloodHounds. I don't think they're going to be able to contest this objective, even if they really wanted to. The damage coming out, ISO is just shredding the objective. The Flicker!
And the stun knocks him into Ooga Booga. Trying to get some more kills on the board, possibly trying to open up the base. Tarzan Cutie is going to find Ooga Booga. He will fall. Templess able to make it back to safety, but they are now going in for the siege. Templess does not escape. Jules Cutie will get the kill.
Jureshi, what in this world is the Flicker mechanics on the Daytona's welcoming? You know, it's quite good. We haven't seen this quite often, especially, you know, nowadays, where the Brats honestly has only been used in the jungle, but Jureshi definitely pulling out in this XP lane. Brats, it's honestly doing quite a good amount of work. 4, 0, and 8, definitely the candidate of MVP, but we also got Jules on the mid side along with the same score, providing pretty much just as much support as the Brats is in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, now the base has been opened up. Lord on the bot side, but they do not have Tarzan Cutie. He's still rotating around. Looks like he's going in for that purple buff, which may be a chance for the side of BloodHounds to burst down this Lord with little to no contest, already at 50% HP. Now, looking at the BloodHounds, if they want to turn this around, Sleeps has to get online. I mean, he hasn't gotten a single kill this entire game. They have to play into that 16 to 23 minute mark to even have a chance to contend up against Area 77. But I mean, look at the pressure. They're already looking to try and close out this game.
Yeah, I do think the side of BloodHounds, they do have a chance, right? Ooga Booga has quite a bit of skills in his arsenal. Like, he should be able to get the Flicker onto ISO and maybe get the flip, allow Sleeps to be able to get a couple of free hits here and there. But JQT has been dominating on the counter sets, right? The side of BloodHounds, if they get one, remember, Jay.
Whoa! Flicker! Implosion play for the set. ISO will claim the turret. Tarzan will find Ooga Booga, gets a double, finds Templess. 3 members standing for the BloodHounds. Sleep to find JQT, takes down 1 member of Area 77. But down goes the last inhibitor on the top side, and it looks like they're trying to close this out. ISO rushing in, trying to connect onto Boca Roscoe. Tarzan Cutie will get it though. Boca will fall, and down goes the base crystal. Area 77 claims victory against BloodHounds with a clean sweep.
Yeah, clean sweep coming out from the aliens here. They're able to grab up the victory 2-0. That was a 13K gold lead there, and we haven't really seen a 13K gold lead in NACT. That just kind of tells you the story of A77. They are here to contend. They want to represent as the top team. They're able to grab up 3 points in this series. The team statistics 17-2-45, a complete dominance from the side of the aliens. And look at their rating. I don't think the rating can be any better here, Weezy.
A one-sided story, I think, is the only way we can describe that match. And can I just say, JQT on this TIG, okay, I know he was running a flicker, right? But I don't even think that was a flicker. I think we need to change that to like an instant transmission. Well, how fast he flickered over for that implosion to set the entire team of the BloodHounds and able to kind of push through for that victory with a clean sweep. Area 77 again in day number 3, week 2 of the NACT Spring season. Not disappointing.
Yeah, dominating performance by the side of aliens is something that we've honestly been looking at, especially after the performance that they had against Gaimin Gladiators. We knew that this team was trying to get into the top 3 spots, right? And, you know, with this game coming through, they're definitely pushing their points up onto that scale. A clean performance from the side of A77, only losing 2 members in 12 minutes in, and they were able to grab up pretty much every single objective, every single lord. No towers has fallen, and you know, with a flex comp, the Urishi on the Barats, and I honestly thought the Barats isn't going to be doing as well as he did in this game, but the flicker mechanics coming through, flicker Daytona's welcoming, or just reverse, you know, before he even eats them, he flickers forward, able to grab up so many different members. And let's take a look at some of the team fight participation. Tarzan here, 82% team fight participation, along with Urishi and Jules QT. That kind of just tells the story of that mid and XP duo that A77 has, completely dominating in this game 2 of the best of 3s.
That's right, and still able to maintain their position on that ladder, climbing up to trying to be the best in North America. You are going to go ahead and say the rich guy, go over to Tarzan Cutie alongside the carry. The sandbag was Urishi and JQT, the forgotten one, but not in that last play with that implosion set. I think he should. I think we need to change that to the remembered, because I'm not going to forget about that one as we progress through this series.
Yeah, no, we definitely did not forget about JQT. We had a good small shout-outs coming in the very first match. I thought his implosion was quite good, even potentially overlooked to deny a lot of the purifies coming through. But, you know, dude, we got Liz back onto the show. Welcome back, Liz.
Thank you, guys. I caught up to the show. Definitely amazing performance from Area 77. Nothing that we haven't expected, but still quite stunning to see.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny. I feel like that implosion set to close out that game grabbed Liz into the stream today.
Back into the earth.
That amazing performance. And man, that was a quick series. BloodHounds, a little bit of a struggle. They were not able to find their rhythm so far this entire regular season. That's their 3rd loss so far. And, you know, crazy enough, they had Vexana both games. So now Vexana takes a little bit of a dip in that win rate.
Yeah, and the side of BloodHounds, they really have to try to find their rhythm pretty soon, right? They have to do their homework. They have to study up on these teams, maybe copy some of the rotations, because right now they're getting outclassed by almost every single team in NACT. And when we talked about BloodHounds, especially early on in the season, we were saying, hey, these teams are a contender. This team has been through almost every single NACT, has a similar roster every single time around, so they should have the dominating performance. But right in this season, they're not having a good, strong performance at all. And, you know, I feel like BloodHounds, they have to change things up, right? Either they have to change some of the players, or they have to change the strategies, or even the draft, because quite honestly, they're just getting outclassed in, you know, a lot of these late game fights.
Well, I'm sure right now changing the strategy is more likely than changing the players, but the real reason is every team pretty much in the NACT right now has upgraded, has done significantly better than previous seasons, and it's not because BloodHounds is really necessarily falling off, it's because everyone else is just constantly improving. So for BloodHounds, maybe they just need to try to figure out how they can power through.
Yeah, they just got to find their rhythm, and I do agree, you got to find it fast because that train is rolling, and these teams are looking to kind of find a seat ahead of them on the point system. I will say for the BloodHounds, I think it's really going to boil down to, I mean, even if we kind of look at their gameplay, yes, it was a 2-0 sweep, but there were some things that worked in their favor, right? I mean, they weren't losing too hard on the neutral objectives in the beginning, but the trades were just too even, and when it wasn't even, it just didn't work in their favor. And also, the unorthodox picks just really didn't work out for them. And we saw what a Mythosaur and a Glue combination. Then we got to see the second one was an Edith and
Alpha.
And an Alpha, right? And I mean, Alpha, I'm like, okay, I've only really seen one jungler do this. And when the jungler did this, he played against Area 77 and he lost to them. So I don't understand why that was the game plan to do that against them when it looks like they already know how to play against an Alpha. So I think a little bit of research going back to the laboratory should be the game plan for the BloodHounds. But hey, they're not out yet. This is the regular season. They still get a shot to face every other team before we get into the playoffs, and this is where they have to grow.
Yeah, the season is still quite long here for inside of A77 to kind of do their homework and try to figure out what is wrong with them, because right now they're not competing in a lot of these series, right? Although the first game it was quite close, they were able to kind of even out the gold lead for a very, very long time. They just were unable to get a lot of the 5 versus 5 fights, and especially when Yurishi's on the backside just doing what he needs to do. Like, it's so hard for BloodHounds to even get a strong team fight. But, the season is still quite long. BloodHounds still has many games to prove that, hey, they are still trying to contend. And, quite honestly, even after the round robin, they still have the opportunity in, the double elimination during the playoffs.
Yeah, like you guys mentioned, the playoffs, every team is able to enter the playoffs. It's just the placement is going to be a little different. But for this series, definitely congratulations to Area 77. They did amazing. They've been doing amazing for the entire season. So now we have a little player interview with one of the A77 members to get an insight on how their team comps are. Hello, Tarzan, looking good with that rotating camera. Congratulations on you guys' performance this season and also on your Nolan gameplay last game.
Thank you. Wait, how do I mute? Oh.
You're not mute right now.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, for you guys, you actually pulled an amazing performance last week. I mean, this game, it was very swift, a little too swift to go too deep into it, but definitely your synergy is coming together this season. Any secrets on what you guys have been doing before the series?
We just watch MPL games before our games. That's really it.
Mm-hmm. Have you been practicing a lot before the season?
Lately, we haven't been practicing that much. It's just synergy
for really?
us. Yeah, Filipino
the synergy is really coming together, right? Because I noticed even with Jules QT coming in instead of Mark QT, you guys still had a very strong team fight. And the team fight is really where you guys shine at. Even with last week against GG, you guys had it all through the early game. What happened late game there?
Which game?
The one against GG that you almost won.
Oh. So basically, ISO was calling that we could end the game, but then I guess Chicken hooked the minions, so we couldn't end. Yeah.
So from that game, what would you reflect on for your next series? Because you guys could have had that game, and it showed how strong you are in the beginning, but there's just some decision making that might need some improvement on.
I think we should work on our discipline more. Like, we could have done Lord there, not end. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, for sure. And did you guys expect your dominating victory against BTK, or was that something that also caught you guys at a surprise?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Because as you guys know, I'm Mobazane's dad, so it's like my son.
Man, the chat is going crazy right now. But yeah, thank you for joining us with the interview. Your Nolan, I saw
Thank
the
you for
chat.
having me.
We're going crazy about your Nolan as well.
Yeah, I've been practicing Nolan, guys. So watch out for my Nolan.
Yeah, watch out for Tarzan's Nolan. Tarzan is the Jungle King, and he's going to dominate the lane. Thank you, Tarzan, for joining us. We'll see you guys for the next series.
Having me. Thank you.
Dominating performance, dominating confidence. Their confidence is definitely pulling them in.
Yeah, I mean, hey, he definitely should be proud. I mean, the Nolan performance was phenomenal. I mean, especially it was a last minute pickup, right? We thought it was going to be Barats in the jungle, and they kind of caught the world by surprise. And that's that three-dimensional drafting, which kind of led the way to their victory, because the Barats in the XP lane was not something that BloodHounds had expected. And a last minute Nolan, they just didn't have an answer for it.
And, paired up with the Nolan and the Natan, the magic damage dealer onto the gold lane, honestly provided us such a well-rounded draft for the side of A77, that it was very, very hard for the side of BloodHounds to even defend against the magic damage that's coming in from the gold lane, and also the physical heavy damage coming in from the jungle.
Yeah, and definitely demonstrate the versatility of all the players in Area 77. And it shows that they can really go with any picks. And like Tarzan was saying, they haven't even been practicing that much. But it shows that the players just kind of clicked. They have their synergy. It works out somehow. So A77 cemented their place as one of the top contenders this season.
Yeah, I mean, and they're not just a new team on the block. Area 77's been together for a while. A lot of their players have been playing for multiple years together. I feel like two of the players on their team are like brothers or something like that, if I'm not mistaken, which is more synergy than you could ever ask for when it comes to a teammate. So they definitely have the execution when it comes down to these neutral objectives. And it's kind of funny because so does BloodHounds technically, because they have been on the scene for a while, just like them. But Area 77, I mean, they just have that beast in them, that alien from a different planet that's just able to be tapped in when they need it most to claim victory on these matches. So another 2-0 sweep. They're able to take down BTK. They've been able to take down BloodHounds. They lost to GG. So, where do they go from here? They're looking promising. I mean, this was a victory that they needed to kind of raise on that ladder, and also kind of put them ahead of a lot of the other contenders who we thought would be a little bit hotter this season.
Yeah, and the side of BloodHounds, they do have the team composition that they've had pretty much throughout the years. So I definitely expect them to do a lot better. A77 is a extremely strong team to go against, and especially in this season, A77 has dominated, even better, even more than they have in previous seasons. So definitely a very hard match for the side of BloodHounds. But again, there is still a lot of games being played. I do think BloodHounds should be able to rise up, especially, doing a little bit more homework. And for the side of A77, right, the Tarzan saying that they don't really practice too much. It's, like they're able to perform at such a high level in this game. It makes me wonder if they just put in, a little bit more effort to, group together, maybe they're going to be the strongest contenders for the championship, especially going up against the Gaimin Gladiators, who have not dropped a single game in this series.
And it could really happen. I mean, there was one season or a period of time where Area 77 was that one team in NA that no one can beat. It's definitely possible, especially coming from Area 77. But I really doubt when Tarzan said they're not practicing. It's the star student of every class always says, "Oh, I never actually study," but still does extremely well at a high caliber. So A77 is something to look out for absolutely. But for BloodHounds and for other teams who are on a lower tier, like what you guys are saying, they have the whole season pretty much to prove that they can improve, to continue working on them. But the momentum is hard to get back. When you start losing in the very beginning of the series, it's kind of hard to pull yourself back and believe that you can win it and actually win, right?
That's correct. I mean, we have 4 weeks of the regular season before we jump into the playoffs, and we're kind of getting to close to that halfway mark, right? And looking at BloodHounds, they're definitely gonna have to pick up the pieces if they want to be able to have a spot against a non-top team in the beginning of the playoffs. That's really what they're fighting over, just like not fighting the strongest team right out the gates to improve their chances of making it to the grand finals. Area 77, though, I mean, They took down BTK. They're looking stronger than ever. I think they are definitely stepping up to the scene and showcasing an Area 77 that we didn't even see, I would say, last season. I mean, they made it into the 4th position, so I guess they made it to the semifinals. But I just feel like this time around they're a little bit stronger, right? I mean, they're able to execute. I don't even remember seeing them take down BTK in the fall season. But showcasing their mastery now, their hero pool, 3-dimensional drafting. There's no way these guys aren't practicing. If they're not practicing, then, hey, I mean, maybe we need to just tell all these teams, hey, everybody, just stop practicing. That's the secret. No, don't do that. Don't try that at home. But no, gotta give him credit.
That's what Weezy said.
No. Yue told me
Credit
that. Actually,
to Weezy.
when you guys were in the interview, he said, I think teams just need to stop practicing.
Yo, definitely not. But I do think a strong match coming up is going to be between Devious Activity and NIGHTHorde, right? NIGHTHorde was able to sweep BloodHounds 2-0 in their series last week. And this time around, they're facing against Devious Activities, who dropped a game against the Fiends, right? And, you know, going back, if we had A77 versus Devious, that's definitely a strong matchup between those two. But Devious and the NIGHTHorde, they both have to get through their series tonight, right? And Devious Activities has the higher points on the scale, but going up against NIGHTHorde, which has the momentum coming in, did not take a loss in their last series. You know, I think this is going to be an extremely strong match coming up.
For sure. Now, like you said, NIGHTHorde versus Devious Activity, something to look out for in the next series. But before we get there, the MVP of this series will be for Area 77, and it's going to be JQT on that Master T Grill. Did extremely well on that roam, especially with that last engage. So, Easy, why don't you break us down a little bit more on JQT?
Well, I'll tell you what, I mean, it speaks for itself with his gameplay. The implosions, the triple sets helped his team close out the game with the winning set at the end for the second series. Definitely showcases mastery on the TIG, a hero that BloodHound let them select twice. And he performed twice on it to be able to get the assist needed on the neutral objectives, and he's just such a bully. Now, I think going forward, you got to have a game plan for that TIG. If you let him pick that up and you don't have anything to counteract it, like a Ruby, like a Diggy, he's just going to make you pay for it and just be that bully with that chain CC that he provides.
Yeah, and, you know, another MVP candidate should be Rishi, falling quite close there. You know, he wasn't on the scoreboard, but I do know in game 1 he was dominating in his performance, and even in game 2 he showed us definitely something that we haven't seen before. The flicker barats, the mechanics coming through, you know, lots of respect to that pick. But once again, the implosions from the Tigreal from both of those series, 3-4 man pretty much every single time. It's almost like a counter set, right? He's not always the one initiating the fights. He did get a few initiation, especially the game 2 at the very end, but a lot of those fights he was delaying the implosion. He was catching the members of BloodHounds off guard, and it led to like 4-4-0, 5-4-0 team fights that was in favor of A77, allowing them to close the game quite easily there.
Yeah, especially with roams as well as the silencers, they're the ones who really create that synergy and master that engages. So with their dominating performance and their team fights, it really shows how strong these players are. So congratulations to JQT, congratulations to Area 77 with another dominating series. Coming back after the break, we do have NIGHTHorde versus Devious Activity, so don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 5.
Good positioning for Area 77 for this first turtle. Cold-Will trying to stop, I want to say doing the best he can to kind of harass this turtle, now at about half health. Nicola looking for some damage. Here comes the last insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicola with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle, and this might be bad for BTK. Cold-Will and Mo the same get taken out. And a great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
Back online, he was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
EA once again bringing in 4 members, 5 coming soon. Koharu with the place to do weapon, more to get away. Toru bursts him down, sends Koharu back to base. Yato force the proc the passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt. Uneven, a little bit of trouble here though, getting shredded down. T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends.
Lord marching down. It's going to be an extremely hard clear for the side of Fiends.
Nolan's Fury, something. Kohari is able to shut down the Lord, but he's pulled in with the unoffended. Nolan's Fury does lock on. Blazing Duet just to get away. Protostroy back to the base as well. But Uneven locks on to Kush here. Mikasa also pretty low. Chirobani looking for some sort of pickoff. Kush finally goes down, but still has the immortality. Protostroy looking for an angle as well. Gonna come in, but locked up, and down they go. But Mikasa saving the day time and time again in these team fights. A lot of damage onto Yato. Comes in, able to pop back onto Kohari. But DA not done just yet. Kohari back onto the base, and DA has locked down. They're going to take us to a game number 3.
That bot just splitting the whole entire strategy of LEGACi apart, getting this neutral objective without any problems.
Yeah. Oh, Holy Baptism locks on. Terrified. Boom. Knocked out. Koyaken hit by the Hayakin. Nash might just be next. Riles couldn't take a lot of damage. BloodThirstyKings on the prowl. Meteor comes in, gets a knock up on 3 members, but no one there to follow up. And
the members are all onto the top side. Is BTK going to clash with the advantage that they have?
Tona's welcome. Not able to land on it, buddy. But it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to help out. Ken taking a lot of damage. Swansong comes in though, able to unload on several members. Nicolette goes down. Toya Nash with a shutdown and double. Will it be enough though? Because BTK is still riding forward as Nash falls. It's 3 for 2 just when LEGACi had a shot. They lose it.
A lot of these objectives and small fights.
I mean, it's definitely a tough game for BloodHounds. Already a 4,000k. This is the exact. Oh, wait a second. Nice suppression. Nice grab. They're able to get the kill onto Sayori. No black shoes for her. Oh, my foe takes a turtle. Gets to the Tona's welcome. Lands it down. Ugabu. Damage. Tries to dash away, but Nakoko is on the trail. The last insanity gets the kill. And now a clash to the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on my foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey with him. It's a bloodbath right now. Tempest falls next. Sleeps as well. Nothing but Boca Roscoe left.
And also Fo was able to peel off the quad on the Blazing Duet, and that's going to be quite tough for any of them to come back.
Explosion does land. Members back followed in. But wait a second, Minoan's Fury to counter back. Members are knocked up, and Chaos has unveiled the crystal. 2 members down for BloodHounds, 1 down for NIGHTHorde. They find another. Boca Roscoe's next, and Tempest is alone. The NIGHTHorde should take this game 2-0. I mean, that's definitely been the winning ingredients for GG in these fights so far. Tarzan was the first turtle. He gets knocked up, found out. Now best player, even though he's had a slightly rough game. Still been huge. Resi takes a Turtle Guardian to the face, locked up by Chicken, knocked up by best player, and Hoon gets the kill. Looking a little bit rough. Mark Judy's gonna be the next to fall. Tarzan not able to get away. The unoffended locks on. His Mon's Force dropped by ISO. He's moving in onto several. He's unable to get the kill, and he might just go down. But Tarzan finds best player. It's 1 for 2.
Getting how they want to fight out these fights, and the best player getting caught again, but decides to jump away. It's a good
drop from ISO. He's going to use it to zone.
Implosion?
They try to collapse up. The implosion connects only onto 1 member though. The pushback onto several. The big Guardian slams down. Shark taken out from ISO though. Best player might just be next. A double kill for ISO. The final slash. Fried Chicken trying to fight it out. It's a bloodbath. Mon's Force drops and Hoon drops as well. It's 3 members for Gaimin. Gladiators gone, and all 5 of Area 77 still stand.
We're back, guys, for the second series of the NIGHTHorde versus Devious activity. Very swiftly tonight, what's your take on this series, guys?
It's going to be a fun one to watch. Honestly, I think it should be a lot closer than the last series that we just watched. I think we might have a split in predictions. Well, I can't wait to see the predictions on this one, but it's going to be one to kind of watch out for. When it comes to the NACT, they lost in day 1 in their debut against Gaimin Gladiators. Nothing too surprising there. Not too many teams are able to beat GG right out the gate. But then they're able to beat BloodHounds, who we just talked about a little earlier, not having the strongest performance this season. So right now, I can't really gauge how I feel about NACT because I didn't expect them to beat GG, and we all expected them to kind of beat BloodHounds with the way they've been performing so far. So we're gonna have to kind of see how they play out. But when it comes to the side of Devious activity, I mean, they just got a sweep off of LEGACi in day 1, and then they won the first game that went all the way to a game 3 against FIENDS, only losing 1 match there. So it's definitely going to be one for the books.
Yeah, Devious is going to be the 2nd place in our standings currently, and for the side of NACT, they are actually in the 5th place. So NACT is trying to climb out into kind of the top 4 position, while Devious is trying to maintain their position as the 2nd placer in this NACT. And I think that, you know, tells the story for the side of Devious. I do think they are the stronger team in this series, but NACT has surprised us with, you know, all the brand new rosters and being able to compete at such a high level. And honestly, a lot of the names on NACT is relatively new to the NACT. We definitely have some old faces, but majority of the roster is quite new. So definitely excited to see if there's gonna be an uprising revolution, or will Devious activities keep these guys at bay.
And speaking of roster, we do have a little roster swap. So Weezy, why don't you take us through it?
That's right. It will be in the gold lane. Toru, Gina will be swapped out. Melon is going to be stepping into the scene. So this is going to be something to kind of watch out for. A lot of roster swaps have been happening today. Every single team that we've watched today has had a roster swap. I'm wondering, you know, what's going on. But again, with new players comes new opportunities and also some possible problems. We'll have to see how they kind of play it out in the land of Dawn, as you are now looking at the full roster for the side of Devious activity. Melon, T, Yato, Kush, and Mikasa. Like we said, former BTK members, former Ackerman uniting for a possible super team.
Yeah, and you know, the Devious activities roster is definitely quite strong. They have the Yato T synergy at mid, and now they have Melon subbing in for Toru, which Toru has done a great job in NACT so far. But Melon also a very experienced veteran, right? They were able to kind of go to the top 2 position underneath the team name OSP, which some of the members are on different rosters now. I know BTK has Cole World, which is the leader of that. So definitely, you know, strong and experienced players coming out from the side of Devious. I'm excited to see what NACT has to bring to the table this time around.
And let's take a look at NACT's roster for today. For NACT, I believe we have Saruri in the mid lane. We have Omaifo, Momoy, R, Nikoko. So same roster as the first week. Definitely doing. They're on the 5th position, but they're trying to see if they can climb back up with this series. Oh, okay. So we do have Sleepy on that roam position, or which position is he on?
Might be gold lane, I think. Gold lane XP, Sleepy on XP here. But definitely an exciting roster coming out from NACT. Once again, a lot of the players we haven't seen them, you know, in NACT as often as a lot of the other teams. We have seen the brand, but again, this is a complete different roster. So coming against Devious activity this time around, like, that's the surprise of Element versus kind of the veterans that have done super well in majority of the events. So, you know, definitely going to be a hard battle between both of these teams.
Yeah, but we're not counting them out because anything can happen. And let's take a look at our predictions for the caster's desk. I know my prediction is going down the drain. Probably the lowest rate right now, but Yue is looking pretty good this season. It looks like Yue is competing for that top spot. So does seem like Yue is the only one who actually voted for the NACT. So tell us about it, Yue.
You know, NACT is a great team. We want the Blue Dragons to go victorious in this series. You know, I've seen their dominating performance in the collegiate tournament. So this time around, I definitely wishing for NACT to take victorious in the series. Weezy?
You know, it's so funny because I'm like, I when I see the predictions and it's like 5 out of the 6 casters go on one side, and it's always Yue who's that outlier. But then you think, okay, is he trolling? Is he just like doing it on purpose? But then
Does he know something we don't?
Like he just talked about them competing in a tournament. Like there's actual statistics behind these predictions, which makes it even sweeter. But he has a better prediction rate than majority of the people on the desk this season. So, I mean, he's definitely earned the title of the mad scientist. But hey, we'll have to see how it plays out. I did go for Devious Activity instead of NACT. I will have to see, though. I feel like with NACT, they're in that awkward spot, like we mentioned. They lost to Gaimin Gladiators in day 1, and then they went up against BloodHounds in day 2 and were able to take them down. But these were expected, right? This is not, you could pretty much walk up to any guy on the side of the road and say, hey, who will win between this team and this team? And the results would probably be the same if they knew anything about the regular season so far. But when it comes to Devious Activity, I think they have a lot of superstars who have went that additional mile, whereas there's still a lot that has to be kind of earned from the side of NACT.
Yeah, and I do think we have the draft coming up. So Liz, a pleasure to come back onto the screens.
All right, let's get to the draft, guys.
Into the draft we go, as we are now seeing both teams fight it out, the moment we've all been waiting for, which may be the spiciest series of today. Actually, one of the spiciest ones, because we got a banger at the end. Okay? But anyways, we are jumping into this Devious Activity up against the NACT. Let's talk about UA. All right, you're over there on NACT side, I'm for Devious Activity, and funny enough, you voted for them and I voted for DA, so let's see who can kind of win in this predictions. I got to climb back up that ladder, man. So looking at the band so far, Barats, CC, Angela taken off the table.
That's a surprise for both of us. For the side of NACT, they take out the Claude and also the Arlot. The Claude, we were starting to see a lot of focused bans being come through. A lot of these teams are opting to switch out the bans, right? We saw the Navaria pretty much get taken out every single game against the BloodHounds, along with the Faramis. Now, this time around, both teams are not opting to ban out those heroes and going for a lot of different priorities, right? We saw the CC do so well and the Angela combined with it, but this time around, they do not have that available. The first pick goes for Matilda onto the T, and this is a little bit untraditional, right, Reezy? We talked about the fighters coming out from T. He's so good at the Arlot, at the Kaja, at the Ruby, but now it's going to be a support roam for the side of Devious.
Yeah, I mean, and they've been going for frontline composition junglers too. We saw them running a Kai, we saw them run a Boxia. You stack that up with something like Mathilda, it provides even more utility on the table, and I like the way this draft is going so far. They are going to go ahead and lock in this carry. It's going to be good to soak into that Fredrin and that Ruby, both of them strong frontline heroes, but they have a lot of CC on the table for the NACT so far. Another thing that walks through is the Navaria combination. I don't think we've got to see a Navaria and a Mathilda combo this entire regular season.
Yeah, but this is interesting, right? The side of NACT, they opted to go for a 2 frontline opening. And traditionally, a 2 frontline opening, I feel like I would have to disagree myself in terms of the draft, right? I like how they closed it out with the Faramis, but 2 frontline provides a lot of weakness. That means a lot of the range carries are going to be banded out, like the Brody, which does well against the carry, and the Harith. And and without a magic damage early on, the side of Devious gets to be the first one that picks it up, and they pick up the Navaria, which has caused a lot of headaches for a lot of teams. The range that she has, along with the snipes, it's just so hard to deal with that, especially when you're playing a lot of immobile heroes like the Fredrin and the Ruby. But the close out for NACT is quite good. I like the Faramis pick, and it kind of completes their draft. But the side of Devious, they don't have the front line, and I think NACT is going to take advantage of that.
Okay, I was about to say for a second, UA, it's too late to swap sides. You already placed your prediction. You can't change it. All right? I'm just throwing that out there. Ain't no switching before the draft. Yeah, so far I do agree with you, though. I think Navaria, the Mathilda is a crazy combination to be able to see together. And NACT needs to make sure they're prepared for this. Is this what they want? When you let meta walk through the table, it's been proven to usually win when it comes to the trades and when it comes to the series matches. So they answer back by taking the Faramis for the sustainability and a Ruby for the CC sustainability and the frontline composition in the jungle of the Fredrin. Now, they do need more damage on the table. They need something to possibly give carry a little bit of a harder time as well. They can run something like a Claude. I think it would, actually no, Claude is gone, so they can't run the Claude. They can run the Harith if they do want to counter on to this carry as well. Something that we've been seeing on the international scene, now trickling its way into the North American scene as well. Who could be a possible problem. We still have yet to see the jungler for the side of Devious Activity. Boxia is still on the playing field, can be picked up, would be good, especially rushing into that Fredrin, trying to be that bully, providing that slow. They are going to have to watch out, though, for this pickup with the sustainability, right? The Ruby and the Faramis combination should be able to keep the team alive, especially on the first neutral engagements, but how will the Mathilda play into these team fights?
Oh, the Lapu Lapu gets picked up by the side of NightHorde, but I just want to say, R kind of reminds me of like the RQ Alberts overseas. Like, he's got that big build and a confident smile up there. Like, he's definitely out there, you know, fighting against the demons. But just like you're saying, the Boxia gets locked up for the side of Devious. I do think that is a good option. But now Mikasa, I feel like he has to go heavy physical, right? Maybe the Freya gets to come into play, or, you know, potentially something like a Yuzong to deal with some of the backlines. But NightHorde, a great comp so far. They're picking up very, very strong level 4 heroes, right? The Bravest Fighter from the Lapu Lapu should be able to zone away quite well in a lot of the team fights. And also the Faramis, the Cold Altar, it's very, very hard to deal with, especially if you don't have the burst available. But Devious Activity completes their draft with the Black Dragon, and I think that's quite good too also.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very strong composition. Textbook drafting from the side of Devious Activity, and I think me and you could agree the last two picks was the best that they could possibly pull out there. The Yuzong, able to get to the back line, able to possibly get the Faramis out of position, get a knockup, hit the Petrify before he can use that Cult Altar, that Nether Realm, to keep the full team alive. Last pickup from the side of NightHorde is going to go ahead and be that Natan. UA, I see the smile over there. Maybe that's what you were looking forward to seeing. I know you voted for the NightHorde for game number 1. But if I got to vote, I got to stick with Devious Activity, at least in the draft. It's looking a little bit stronger.
Well, you know, we cannot take away how much damage the Natan does. We saw earlier in A77, they were able to use that with the Nolan. Now, paired up with the physical damage coming out from the Lapu Lapu and also the Fredrin, I do think the side of NightHorde has a very well-rounded draft, right? The heavy magic damage coming in, and if they choose to not build any physical armor, right, Sleepy's going to be able to hit through a lot of the damage. And when you look at Devious, they don't have a significant front line besides the Boxia. The Yuzong can get onto the backside, but with the Purify, the Natan has that dash to be able to kind of escape. But Devious Activities, they don't have a good set in the front line. And, you know, paired up with the carry, which traditionally requires a good set, it makes me question if Devious Activity is able to make the impact on the gold lane.
I will say one thing though, UA. They need to be able to get back to the Navaria. They need to be able to get back to the carry. The Ruby's going to have to get out there with the I'm Offended to possibly do it, or that Fredrin. But we are going to be seeing both teams jumping into Land of Dawn. Devious Activity up against NightHorde, our second series of the day. Fight it out for day 3 of the NACT Spring season. Who will be able to claim victorious?
Yeah, it's going to be between the Black Dragons on the red side, both starting on the blue, or it's going to be the Demons on the blue side. Traditional rotations coming out from both of the members. You can see the Wilderness Blessing on both the Roams and the Magic and the Mages. And, you know, quite traditional in terms of majority of their emblems. Not really something that we've seen anything that is out of the world. But bot side, already a good trade coming out from both sides. I do think that Atan has a slight advantage, but Melon definitely playing this lane out quite well.
I would say the same thing. I mean, the Natan has the entropy, so he can kind of expand that distance at a moment's notice or escape when necessary. But both of them kind of similar, right? They're going to need to rev up and get their core items to be able to deal that massive impact of damage toward that mid to late game. Now we're talking about who can get to the back line. Speaking of backlines, Kush, full sending R. Maybe it'll take them down. Sayori, Momoy joining the party, but Yato will get first blood for Devious Activity. Takes down R.
And, you know, Yato is able to kind of just go in through the wall, hits the second skill, and kind of just bounce back, even with the stun that is available on that Ruby. So the mastery of Yato on this Novaria, you know, it's definitely something that, teams are trying to ban out, because Novaria is one of those heroes that have quite a high skill cap, right? You have to aim the first skill quite well, and the second skill also has that instant damage provided with a little bit of slow and CC, so definitely annoying to deal with. And the first kill already on the board for Yato, it's definitely going to smell a little bit trouble for the side of the Black Dragons.
Yeah, and he didn't just take down anybody. He took down R, the gold laner for the NACT, which is going to delay that Natan getting online as early as they want, especially up against that carry. But both teams fight it out for this turtle. Mikasa with the Black Dragon drops down. Double knock up with the Petrify. Gonna stop On My Foe. Momoi in their tracks. On My Foe need to get out of there. Retribution connects. Mikasa will find On My Foe. One member falling for the side of the NACT, and the turtle in control from Devious activity. Momoi will find Mikasa. A 1-for-1 trade. They do not have the Retribution, though. His foe is out. And that is going to be Kush claiming this turtle for the side of Devious activity.
Yeah, the Demons are able to claim a free objective there, right? Mikasa was able to kind of single out the Fredrin there. Even though he was able to be taken out, the turtle still goes to the side of Devious activities, and we could definitely tell the scaling of the turtle, right? A lot of it's not even almost about the gold that you get from the turtle. It's almost the global experience that every single member from the side of Devious is able to get. And you can already see a small level gap in between. Even the bot side, Melon is having a much greater time on the bot side compared to R for the side of the Black Dragons.
Yeah, Melon ran on that flicker, so he's going to be a little bit more mobile when it comes to these fights, especially trying to escape if Momoi or Sleepy tries to engage and find a way to him. It's going to be a little bit of a challenge. Not only is he scaling on the bot side, but he having the mobility of the Mathilda, as you just seen with the guiding wind, is another thing that we have to talk about when it comes to these engagements, which may give NightHorde a little bit of a challenge. But hey, they let these walk, so I'm expecting them to have a possible plan. But look at the full send to the bot side again. R, need to be careful. Devious activity up to some treachery.
Oh yeah, Devious activity actually opted to use the circling eagle, but a great disengage actually from the side of Devious, because NightHorde has been closing on to the bot side. 4-man siege coming out from both teams. A good priority. Both of the teams are understanding that they want these marksmen to scale well into the late game, and I do feel like R needs a little bit help onto the bot side, but honestly, it's still even for both of these teams early on.
Yeah, you're already seeing Kush doing a little bit of damage to foe. Black Dragon from Mikasa hovering around, does drop down. Netherrealm has been activated, trying to keep the NightHorde alive. Mikasa very low, but the shot has to keep him in the game. The stun connects. Sleepy will find him. Kush need to get out of there alongside T. Both of them very low. Sleepy on the chase. May be able to find him. T with 1 HP, able to escape the wrath of the NightHorde.
Yeah, right here, R actually looking to push onto the mid side. NightHorde, unfortunately, unable to grab up any of those kills there, and the bot side goes down for the side of Devious. So a little bit of a kind of a missed rotation from the side of NightHorde. I don't think they should be dropping the bot side tower that early, and especially when we're just 5 minutes in the game. The gold plating was still available, so Melon definitely up ahead in terms of the gold, and especially since the side of Devious was able to take the objectives early on, they're quite strong in terms of a lot of the gold and the experience.
Early, I'm offended. Connecting to Melon, flickers out. A lot of utility has been used. Appraiser's Wrath as well. Melon's still alive with the carry. Gets out of there. Back to safety, and the turtle is going to go to Kush, getting everything they came for and a little bit more. Sayori, very low. Momoi trying to kite, trying to allow the NightHorde to get out of the turtle pit. Devious activity. 2 turtles in their favor, and another kill is Melon in the mid lane. Will find R, his second death of the game.
I just want to say, like, the circling, the guiding winds from the Matilda paired with Kush trying to retribute. Ooh, a snipe coming out, able to take out Momoi on the roam position. But again, the synergy coming out from T and Kush has been quite good in all of the retribution. They're able to kind of get Kush out of a lot of the dangerous situation. And this time around, Kush looking to push onto the red side, was unable to get so, but a small deny on the top side.
Ooh, and some pressure on the top to Oh My Foe. 2v1. Kush able to find him. That's going to be his 3rd death of the game. The jungler for the NightHorde off to a rough start within the last 6 minutes. Devious activity looking to siege onto this mid turret to open up the map even more in their favor. But R and Momoi there trying to contest the stun. R R very low. Mikasa with the Furious Dive will shut him down. Momoe Sayori forcing a tier 2 turret. Sleepy gonna join the party. And Devious Activity shifting focus to the purple buff.
Yeah, 72 is the overall scoreboard. 4K gold lead, 6 minutes in for the Demons there. And, you know, of course, a clean game coming out from them. The side of NightHordes, they have to kind of choose their battles a little bit better, right? Focus on the clear, maybe prioritize specific targets, but Devious is just kind of getting away with everything so far.
Yeah, taking that tier 2 turret, or no, tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Now they're down to their tier 2s for every single lane for the NightHorde. 2,000 almost gold lead over there for Melon up against R. Already having the Corrosion Scythe and the Golden Staff for the enhanced basic attacks and the slow. Needs that Demon Hunter sword to really pack a punch, especially up against Oh My Foe and Momoe. And I mean, he's going to be a ticking time bomb ready to explode here in the next 5 minutes as he does pick that up. You are going to see the NightHorde now needing to find some answers and quickly, as it's a 5,000 gold deficit turtle inside of Devious Activity's hands. Sleepy hit with the circling eagle. Melon will find Sleepy, connects for the kill. Black Dragon from Mikasa. Oh My Foe trying to get away. Sayori. Both of them forced back into the base, and the tier 2 turret will fall. Devious Activity in complete control of the early game.
Yeah, it is a complete control. 8 minutes in. It's already 8-2 on the scoreboard. Devious Activities, they're kind of just going around bullying unpunished in this game so far. And it's going to paint the picture pretty much throughout this series, right? NightHordes, they have to kind of try and find a better team fight, maybe even a better lane situation for the toss side dive.
Yeah, Astro Echo will connect to the 4 members of the NightHorde, and they're going in for the opportunity. Another one keeps him alive. Momoe is going to find Melon. A little bit of a misplay from Devious Activity. Sayori will find Kush. 2 members falling for Devious Activity. A slight opportunity sought out from the NightHorde, and they capitalized.
Yeah, this is the first team fight that NightHorde has genuinely kind of won, and it's due to Momoe on the Flicker Ruby, right? He was able to grab up both the Boxia and Melon underneath the tower, and they didn't have the spells able to kind of get away from that position. So definitely a good job coming out from the side of NightHorde. They definitely have the ability to win some of these team fights, but they have to play it very, very carefully. They have to make sure that their spells are landing onto the right members, because if they get the shutdown on Melon, they should be able to win some of these team fights, but are here getting taken out by the Navaria 1 versus 1 on the bot side.
Yeah, Yato, a wizard in the making, the mid lane menace for Devious Activity running on this Navaria. 3 kills, highest kills for the entire team of Devious Activity and highest kills in this entire game, with what we would say is the staple child for the mid lane, especially early in the draft. A great pickup for Devious Activity, who is now in the lead by 5 kills, not even at that 10-minute mark and having some good control. But we did see a little bit of a possible turnaround from the NightHorde if they play their cards right, waiting for a mistake. Astro Echo will connect, though. Another opportunity for Devious Activity to seize. Momoe very low. Entropy activated. Melon will find Oh My Foe. Yato will take down Momoe. 2 members out for the NightHorde, and climbing R and Sayori left to defend the mid lane.
Yeah, it's a huge team fight coming out from Devious, once again able to take out 2 of the members from the side of the Black Dragons. A 4K gold lead, right, for the side of Devious. Another strong performance. And, you know, a lot of these teams right now, we're kind of seeing a lot of snowballs, a lot of good early game aggression, but we're not getting those late game comebacks that these teams are looking for. And maybe NightHorde has it in them to be able to do that in this series. And definitely in terms of their draft, they have the ability to do so, right? Natan on the backside dealing tons of magic damage. Sleepy forcing a lot of physical defense from the side of Devious. So, you know, they do have what it takes. Momoe does use the I'm offended, but I don't know if that's going to be the right target.
Yeah, both teams fighting it out inside of the jungle, but still working in Devious Activity's favors. The tier 2 on the top side will fall. Good rotation over there from Mikasa. Lord on the bottom side, and it looks like the tier 2 for the mid lane. The last tier 2 standing should be falling here momentarily, putting NightHorde in a checkmate position. Needing to be careful as you see that Astro Echo connect over there from Yato. Some great placement with this Navaria pickup. Tier 2 does fall. Black Dragon from Mikasa hovering around, not allowing NightHorde to get out of their base. And from here, NightHorde really has to kind of pick their battles, right? They're down by 6,000 gold. I don't even think they're in a position where they can contest on this next Lord. I think they need to get R online, right? He needs a couple more kills. He needs a kill. He needs some gold in his favor to really start scaling, especially against Melon, who should be fully online now, almost getting the full build to possibly shut down the frontline composition.
Well, the side of NightHorde, I do think they have to secure some of the backline presence that Devious can dive to, right? Kind of peel the Yuzong off the Natan and try to make sure that all the members can be set well, but it looks like Devious are going in.
Whoa, triple knockup, circling Eagle and the Astro Echo combination from Devious Activity. A Black Dragon almost able to seal the fate, but NightHorde makes their way back into their base. Devious Activity maintaining their pressure, keeping their foot on the gas.
Yeah, I still think NightHorde should have the ability to clear a lot of the waves, especially when it comes down to their inner tower, which they're doing quite a great job here. The conceal coming through, the I'm offended misses here, and seems like T might be caught out in a position here.
Yeah, even when caught out of position, he's just so mobile and able to sustain himself. Sleepy, on the other hand, though, will fall. T is the one that gets that kill to Mathilda. Melon will find Oh My Foe, and back to the base NightHorde goes. Another trade in favor for Devious Activity, increasing their lead to almost 8,000 gold.
Yeah, 2-for-0 trade there for the side of Devious. They're able to get pretty much whatever they're looking for in any of these team fights. Now the siege goes on to the mid side. The Black Dragon is there available.
And the three-man Astro Echo trying to get a wipeout, trying to open up the base for the NightHorde, but a little bit of pushback. NightHorde able to fend them off. Minions are in play for the top side and the mid. Mikasa and Melon still putting on that pressure. Will crack open the base for the NightHorde.
13-4 is the overall scoreboard. 13-minute match. 8K gold lead, the side of Devious looking to grab up the next neutral objective. And, you know, I honestly feel like they have been playing this game quite well, right? Devious played extremely cleanly. They haven't really lost a significant team fight yet, but if NightHorde is looking for a win here, they definitely have to go in here.
Ooh, big I'm offended. Momoe able to catch Yato. Finds the backline for Devious Activity. Off to a good start for this engagement. Black Dragon from Mikasa, though, trying to find a member of their own. Melon will find Sleepy, a 1-for-1 trade. Devious Activity still in control of the Lord Pit. Momoe trying to find an opening. Rushes in, but caught by 4 members of Devious Activity. Forces out the Netherrealm.
Oh, huge.
From Sayori. R with entropy finds Melon. Oh, my foe. Will take down Mikasa. Stun. Sayori will take out T. 4 members falling for Devious Activity. A complete turnaround for the NightHorde. But look at Kush in position. Retribution. Does he go in for a UA? One shot. One opportunity. Trying to get around. Oh, my foe spots him out. I don't know if he'll be able to sustain himself long enough. I mean, look at the Lord. It's not low. You're going to see Momoe very low mortality. Sayori will find Kush. R will fall. Yato shuts him down, wraps around, has a sniper, finds Momoe. Will he be able to get this Lord, though? Oh, my foe, able to claim it. No retribution needed. NightHorde will take this Lord.
That was too close to comfort for the side of NightHorde. They had the lead there, but, you know, Kush was there kind of making things extremely hard for the Black Dragons. But the Lord now is marching down on to the top side. This is the first time that NightHorde is able to get victorious in this team fight. And it's due to the I'm offended from Momoe, right? He was able to kind of cleave onto 3 of the members, grabbing them all up to one spot, letting R there kind of getting the free hits. But take a look at the top side here. The Lord does go down along with the Matilda second skill, being able to kind of just take the Melon away from the team fight safely there. It is going to be the Lord going down, but NightHorde with a breath of fresh air.
Hey, I mean, I don't know about you, UA, but the way that the NightHorde was able to turn that around and get 4 members taken off the board for Devious Activity, that's pretty scary. That's letting you know the later this game goes, the higher of a chance they have to turn this back around. I mean, if they can pull that off one more time, they may be the ones who close out this game. Devious Activity, yes, they had the massive advantage in the early game, and now getting to that 16-minute mark, it's going to boil down to who can execute a little bit better.
Yeah, and definitely NightHorde has that moment of greatness there. They're able to kind of just cleave through the members of Devious Activity and get that winning team fight. But that's also due to Devious Activity, a little bit of a misposition, along with just being a little bit greedy, right? Everyone kind of dove into the I'm offended, and then the Ton just kind of cleared the HP bars of the Devious members. But this time around, I do think that Devious has is a little bit more conscious on that. And if Momoe is able to get another good team fight there, get the I'm offended onto multiple members, I do think that is going to be the winning condition of the side of the Black Dragons.
Speaking of winning conditions, both teams fighting it out over the purple buff. Some nice engagement, but neither side will find a body. You did mention, though, the NIGHTHORDE having the opportunity to possibly turn this back around. I mean, hey, you stay in the barbershop long enough, eventually you'll get a haircut, right? And it looks like they're trying to get that full Caesar up against Devious activity, and they may be able to do it. I mean, if they can get to that 23-minute mark, I mean, it's anybody's match. I would even say right now they have the potential to possibly be able to close it out in these engagements. It's just going to boil down to Mikasa, right? He needs to find a way to get to R, shut him down with the Petrify, but it's a hard battle when you have Momoe to rush up against you. He has to change CC. You have the Netherrealm to keep the team alive, and you have Oh My Foe with that Walking Petrify, that energy eruption, not to mention Sleepy. And I think this is where they're starting to kind of shine a little bit better. When there's no turrets that they're really fighting over, when it's just an all-out 5v5 engagement, they have a good composition to take that fight.
Yeah, and also like the Cold Altar impact coming out from Sayori, it's almost perfect every single team fights. They're baiting out multiple spells. They're forcing the Black Dragon to come down when that Cold Altar is popped. So I feel like NIGHTHORDE, they definitely have a very strong team fight composition. But one of the key factors that allowed them to win that team fight was taking out Yato in trade for Momoe. And, you know, if they're able to do so once again, it might smell a lot of trouble here.
Ooh, they're going to risk it all. A lot of ultimates going down, trying to find Kush, but the guiding wind to bring him back to safety. And now the counterplay. Triple knockup from the Lord, assisting Devious activity. Mikasa, like Superman, rotating around. Yato will take the Lord for Devious activity. Melon will find Sleepy. One member falling for the NIGHTHORDE. Needs to get back to the base. Yato not going to allow them to go back with ease. Momoe, very low. Double set. I'm offended. Sayori will find Yato. 1-for-1 trade. Knock up. Furious dive onto R. Very low shot. Essence trying to seal his fate. Melon with the speedy light will find him. Sayori takes down Kush. 2-for-2 trade. But wait a second, Oh My Foe needs to get away. Mikasa right behind him. They're not going to go in. They're going to go for the Ender. Look at the Lord at the base. Momoe, Sayori there to defend. Melon, Speedy Light Wheels is all they need. And Devious activity takes game number 1 against the NIGHTHORDE.
18-12 is the overall scoreboard. 19-minute game, 2K gold lead. Devious activity was able to become victorious in the best of 3 game 1 up against the NIGHTHORDE, and a great performance coming out from the side of Devious. 18, 12, and 41 is the overall KDA, and Devious came out with kind of a bang as usual, right? They're able to pick up a lot of good heroes, and they're able to kind of get the map up in their favors, winning pretty much every single small fight and trades that the side of NIGHTHORDE was trying to throw at them. And you know, if you take a look at pretty much the whole team statistics, the towers were in favors of Devious, the Lord, the Turtles, everything was kind of in favor of those demons. So definitely a good job, well done for the demons there.
Oh, it was a little tricky though, man. That was too close for comfort, honestly. Like jumping into game number 2, if the NIGHTHORDE plays like they did at the end, I mean, we may be seeing a game or a series go all the way to a game 3. There was a lot of things that went right over there for Devious activity, but there's a lot of things that went wrong. And I think it really started with, okay, early game, they got to neutral objectives. They had it on point, laser focused, able to claim what they needed, and took total control. But when it came to that mid to late game, we saw them fall into a pattern that we see a lot of teams fall into, where you're not able to close it out with the major gap that you had. I mean, I think there was like a 6,000 gold lead at one point, and they fought it out in a 5v5 clash, and the NIGHTHORDE actually won that trade against Devious activity, which to me is kind of crazy. But to be able to see that lets you know that they have a shot to even out this series. I know me personally, I hate seeing matches that are one-sided. I don't like seeing games be 2-0 sweeps with the series. So I'm hoping for a game number 3, but at least I do have a little bit of insurance. So if we're going for predictions, I'll know you, Wei. I might get you on this one if they're not careful.
Yeah, well, NIGHTHORDE coming in 19-minute game here. You know, they just felt a little bit short. I felt like, you know, R on the marksman, he definitely, if he died just a few more times less and got a few more kills, they could have definitely turned things around. You can see Sayori with a perfect score there, but Devious was going to be the one that becomes victorious in this series. Melon is going to be the rich guy. Carry is going to be Yato, Sandbag on Kush, the Forgotten One on T. So all the members members of Devious able to kind of get the status that they're looking for here, grabbing up all the trophies. And Devious, again, a wonderful game coming out them in the very first game.
Golly, look at Yato's damage on the Navaria. Just outscaling everybody by a massive amount. Just such a problem on a mage that we don't really see too often because it's always banned out. That Navaria, such a strong impact with the Astral Echo, with the Astral Meteor, those snipes across the Land of Dawn, just catching somebody off guard. And I just think it was some great execution. It's really interesting seeing the way this played out, though. For them having such meta picks, having a Mathilda, having a Navaria, two heroes that you normally never get to see on a team, not alone, especially being on the same team. That's even harder to be able to pull off. And to be able to see how close of a game that was at the end, you got to give NightHorde a little bit of credit, right? I mean, maybe they can turn this back around in their favor. But for the side of Devious Activity, I think it was some great execution. If they have one thing that I think they could do a little bit better, it's closing the game out when you have such a major advantage. But other than that, I think the early game, they have it on point.
Yeah, and I think for the side of NightHordes, they definitely had a lot of those skills in the bag. A lot of the heroes that they did choose was quite meta. If they could focus a little bit more attention on the boss side, give R a little bit of time, because quite honestly, Melon did a great job on the gold lane. He was able to kind of take advantage of the bad early game that Natan has, win a few of those trades, and actually having the lane to himself on the bot side. You can see him hit the gold crab a few times. He had kind of the flexibility to just go around. He just wasn't scared because he was able to see the pathing of the jungler. So I think NightHorde, if they were able to kind of stay in more bushes, try to get a surprise attack onto the gold lane, maybe they could shut down Melon a little bit early on, because it definitely shows that both these teams have some sort of weakness, right? It wasn't a complete clean landslide, even though in terms of the towers, right, Devious was able to kind of defend majority of it. But in terms of the late game team fight, it was definitely like both teams had the advantage. Both teams was able to get the victorious. It's just that Devious had a little bit higher in terms of the gold and the experience, and was just able to prevail and secure a lot of those fights.
Yeah, and then jumping into game number 2, one thing I would love to see, at least from the side of NightHorde, is a little bit more pressure in the early phase, right? Especially getting a trade on these neutral objectives, and also keeping their gold laner alive. Too many times we've seen a rotation to the bot side to shut down Natan super early, which gave Carry a massive power spike, not only to farm on the gold plating for that turret, but also to be able to take down the turret. I mean, there was one point in the game when me and you were kind of scratching our heads and we were wondering, like, okay, everybody rotated to the mid lane to try and do a mid lane siege before the first 5 minutes, and they just completely gave up the bottom side turret for free to a carry.
And they didn't even trade for it.
No, there was no trade. So I wonder, first of all, I wonder who made that call, and I would highly advise against it. But other than that, yeah, just some heavy focus in the beginning to not allow that one-sided snowball to start forming from the side of Devious Activity, because I don't think they're going to give them that chance again to get to that 16 to 20-something minute game to be able to turn it back around. And I think if they need to improve on anything, it's going to start with the early game.
And I do think we're going to head into the second game of our draft. This time around, I feel like the side of NightHorde, if they're able to pick up the Navaria, it's definitely going to be a good option there, because unfortunately they didn't really have too many assassins to get onto the backside. They had the Lapu Lapu, but the Navaria is just way too far in the backside. So maybe picking that hero up themselves, forcing DA to have that backline counter, maybe, forcing that Yuzong to come out to play it, because quite honestly, NightHorde, they were struggling to deal with Yato, and until they were able to find the shutdown onto him, then they were able to get the winning team fight. So I think that's going to be a great option. It does get banned out here in the first phase, and another hero that got banned out that was not picked, the Joy, in this time around. And the Joy has been quite good in the jungle. We didn't get to see it in the XP lane, but definitely a good ban for the side of NightHorde.
Yeah, we have to see how this kind of plays out, because now NightHorde has first pick inside of the draft, which is going to open up some opportunity for them. Yes, the Navarre is off the table. The Vexana is off the table as well. So Mage Prowl is kind of lost right there. And Hilda has been taken off the table. They may go in for an XP laner. This is something that we kind of see from them. It could be a possibility. They could go in for something like an Angela too if they want to play it on the safe side. There is still a Valentina that they do have to watch out for those. So they need to be a little bit careful. They are going to go in for the XP lane. Like we mentioned though, it is going to be the R-Lot. So that's off to a good start. Will provide some great damage, and also if they stack it up with some CC with that Demon Gaze, those eyes that he kind of procs on with any CC that his team provides, will be more of a menace on the team fights.
I do like the R-Lot pick, but if we take a look at the bans, right? There's 2 mage bans, there's 1 XP, and there's 2 junglers. So I definitely feel like in terms of the hero pool, the mage and the junglers are going to be a little bit more priority. Even if the side of Devious decides to pick up the R-Lot, there's still plenty of other choices, right? There's the Ruby that can counter the R-Lot, but Devious decides to pick up the carry, and this time Toru is actually going to be subbed in for Melon. Both of them picking up the carry this time around. So a very big flexibility from the side of Devious. I actually think the Kaja that T has been loving the most could be an option for the side of Devious, but they opted to go for the Angela. Again, whenever I see the Angela, it's kind of like a small cheese play, right? The Heart Guard early on, the level 1 aggressions with the sustain, it just provides a lot of support for the whole entire Devious lineup. But now they have the choice. Do they want to put this Angela into the roam position, or maybe act like A77 where they had Jules QT pick this up in mid lane?
Yeah, but the thing is, there's still a Valentina on the table. So, I mean, NightHorde could pick that up if they want. But no, they're going to go in for the Nana. Not a mage that we've seen too often, but it definitely can hit very hard in the mid lane, stacked up with a Tig. Now, we all know what Tig is capable of. For anybody that watched the first series with Jay Cutie, can be a possible problem. And I mean, they can't really pick anything to stop him from getting those sets, at least in the roam position, unless they do an Angela in the mid and pick up a Ruby. I think that's a great option for the side of Devious activity to stop the implosions, to stop him being such a threat. Because if not, I mean, he's going to be a very big bully. But they're going to go ahead and secure their jungler. Looks like they're going in for a little bit of that support with the front line, that Fredrin and that Angela combination. But is it the right answer? Because Fredrin's weakness is CC, and that Tig is definitely going to be a problem if not checked in the draft.
Yeah, I definitely think the side of Devious, they're going to look to ban out maybe the Boxia or the Akai, which I know Foe is a great Akai, so we're definitely going to be seeing that. But this time around, the Exia gets taken out. This is a kind of a questionable marksman that gets taken out on the board. I do think there's better options for the side of Devious, but NightHorde with the Nana pick takes out pretty much the last mage that North America likes to play. But maybe we're going to see a Gord coming out from Yato, because I definitely like the Gord pickup here, especially with the front line aggressiveness that NightHorde has. But there is definitely a lot of options available. You talked about the Valentina to take away the implosion in the final slash, or even the Molina Blitz has a lot of great options in this draft. The side of NightHorde, they definitely have to see how they can make the impact with this last ban, because this can be the last time they get to shelf a hero for good.
Now, call me crazy, but they could still pick in the Clint. This is something that they've been picking up against the carry for the side of NightHorde, and I think that's going to be their game plan. They could pick up something like the Harith, which we've seen time and time again be a good counter up against that carry. But for the side of Devious activity, right, they have the late game damage. They're going to be relying on the marksman carry to be able to deal that massive damage output. There goes the Ruby that we talked about in the beginning. I like this just like you do, because it can counteract this Tigreal when he goes in to be a bully, which means I'm pretty sure we can assume that this should be an Angela in the mid lane and a Ruby in the roam. But do we see the Clint for the NightHorde? I'm trying to call it out. I don't know if it'll be a Clint, but I have a feeling that's just something they're more comfortable with.
It is a very tricky situation, right? The more front line that Devious brings, it's easier for the Nana to kind of morph multiple members onto the front side, and paired up with the CC coming out from the R-Lot and the Tigreal, it's going to be a bloodbath in the front side. There's going to be a lot of heavy CC coming out from both teams. Now, Devious definitely has the better sustain, but in terms of the raw magic damage, especially the buff Nana recently, it provides so much AoE, and this is what I like to see from NightHorde. Bring in the early game damage, the bully. Brody gets picked up, and I know, Weezy, you got a history with this hero here. This matchup is quite good for the side of NightHorde, and Dairoth going up against the tanky frontline sustain of Devious pairs quite well for the Black Dragons.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a threat. It's going to be a problem for Kush on the Fredrin. I mean, if Dairoth can find his way into the Fredrin, break that armor nice and early for these engagements, they couldn't pretty much burst him down with ease. Brody, I like the Brody pickup, especially against a team that has an Angela, because you can pretty much guarantee if Mikasa, or if they're running this Ruby in the roam position, Angela is pretty mobile, right? I mean, she can just use that heart guard and teleport to anybody. So they're going to be diving into the gold lane and trying to shut down R. And we've seen them do that in the last game, right? They were able to shut him down, get an early pick off. Valentina does get picked up for the last slot, which means Implosion is going to go over to Devious Activity, which is huge. We talked about this, right? The Valentina was left and slotted last in the draft, and I think that is very strong for Devious Activity. We're off to another great game between both of these teams, but when it comes to the early phase, I mean, it's a hard one. I like both drafts. I would have to say I'm still favoring Devious Activity, though.
I do think the early game NightHorde has quite the advantage, especially with the Brody pick. Brody being picked up in the gold lane kind of changes the dynamics of the game. And why? It's because Brody has such a good early game advantage that he doesn't need a lot of items to be able to deal tons of damage. And if he lives in a lot of the team fights, he pushes the towers quite well. And paired up with the Dairoth, which cleaves a lot of the armor, and the front line that Devious does not have to be able to tank the implosion, tank the Molina blitz, and also the final slash, I think Devious actually is in trouble with the draft that NightHorde has come out. The well-rounded early game paired up with the aggressiveness that Dairoth and the Brody has, it's going to be a lot of trouble for the side of Devious.
Yeah, it could definitely be a lot of trouble as we are now jumping into Land of Dawn for game number 2. Devious Activity up against the NightHorde, ready to fight it out in the Land of Dawn. NightHorde needs to find a way to take this game to even out the series as Devious Activity up with match point.
Yeah, you know, we're kind of talking back to the casting votes where no one has believed in the NightHorde besides me. So hopefully this time around, NightHorde proves that they are worthy here. Bot side though, a little bit of cheese from T, able to use like a 2v1 situation, pushing Sleepy back into the tower. And you know, the opening that Devious has always gives them a good advantage. And you know, T's just able to make those high plays and make sure that he can cause the impact. And look at the rotation from the Tig. Even nowadays, he's trying to help out in the XP lane because of the pressure that T has provided early on.
Ooh, speaking of pressure, we're just seeing a lot of flickers baited out early from the NightHorde. Devious Activity ready to take that fight at any moment. Now, you did say the early phase kind of favors the NightHorde, especially with the early composition. Having that Brody, having that Dairoth, they need to lean in on that, right? We mentioned the NightHorde struggling in the early game for game number 1, but with this composition, on paper, they should not be bullied in the early game as long as they're able to execute with the draft that they have ahead of them. For Devious Activity, it's going to take them a little bit longer to get online, right? They're pretty much going to try and wait for Yato to get a good implosion. But other than that, it's really just going to boil down to some good sets from Mikasa and waiting for Toru to get those items to hit the power spike to be able to burst down the players of the NightHorde. So early game, NightHorde does have an advantage, and you're already seeing both teams fight it out on the bot side. Pull in though from Mikasa, grabs Oh My Foe. Taunt to Yori will find one. Kush will find Oh My Foe. A 1-for-1 trade as Mikasa does fall. And now you are looking at Kush in an awkward situation, trapped in the wall. Precious wrapped with 3-man damage. Kush will find Sleepy, gets the double. Heart guard activated, keeping him alive from Momoe. Back to the base, Devious Activity takes control for the turtle.
Yeah, it's a huge trade coming out from Devious. The sustain coming out from the heart guard, paired up with the ultimate of the Fredrin Bonk, able to secure that team fight for the side of Devious. And one of the things that I was worried about Devious is their front line going to be able to tank the damage coming out from foe along with implosion. But 2-man set.
Whoa, Oh My Foe will find T. Kush will fall as well. Oh My Foe off to a great start. picking up a double and the Blade of Heptases to make him hit even harder in this game.
And that's the draft that NightHorde has set up in this game, right? They're able to have this early game advantage damage from the Nana and also the Dairoth to be able to kind of just peel off multiple members, especially the front line of Devious. So I think the question is Devious frontline able to sustain against the damage from NightHorde? Or is Devious able to sustain it and kind of turn up on this team fight? Because quite honestly, NightHorde still has the early game advantage, and you could take a look at the gold lead and the kills on the board. It does belong to the side of the Black Dragons.
They are running and gunning. The NightHorde off to a great start, you know, rotating as a team, getting early kills. But the only issue I have with this is they're playing a little too fast, right? And they may need to be careful, as if they get too greedy, they're going to lose the lead that they've built up already. You know, the Dairoth, we don't normally see him in the jungle. And I mean, he can fall off if he's not careful. Needs to be a little careful as we get into these engagements, but still finding another finds Yato. Oh my foe, his third kill of the game in the last 4 minutes. And Devious Activity has yet to catch on and find an answer to respond on the mid lane, though. The taunt, oh my foe, 2v1 will not be able to sustain himself, and Kush will find the kill.
Yeah, well, I just want to say for this Dairoth pick, a lot of players overseas has been able to pick up this hero right here, but are on the top side going up against Tori with the implosion. He's going to be able to take out the gold laner from the side of Devious and hopefully get a siege ongoing, while on the opposite side of the map. Ooh, before that.
Ooh, good implosion. Catching Momoe. The minion falls. Wait a second. He should be able to sustain himself, or need to get away. T will take him down. Yato on the chase. Momoe able to make his way back to his side of the jungle. Turtle in play, and oh my foe will pull the aggro. Does have the Abysm Strike. Does have the Retribution. Will be able to claim it for the NightHorde. Another objective in their hands. Kush finds Momoe with the Praise's Wrath, though, as a response.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of trouble for the side of NightHorde, right? A 4-1 front line from the side of Devious pretty much completes their whole entire company. Mikasa here.
Whoa! Hit with the CC. Procamolinas gets will be able to go back to safety. Oh my foe is going to make up the distance, though. Will clear out the mid lane alongside Sleepy. Final slash on Mikasa. Oh my foe, 2v1. We'll be able to break that armor, but not going to go in for the kill. 6-5 on the scoreboard.
Yeah, it is still a small lead for the side of NightHorde, but it seems like Devious is able to get a little bit more momentum in these team fights. And once again, I feel like if Kush is able to get a few kills just like this, the front line of Devious is going to be quite hard to hit through. And, you know, for the side of NightHorde, they're relying on picking off the front line. They have the R-Lot, they have the implosion coming through. So that's why they need to get the front lines to be able to kind of just peel them off early on. And the side of Devious is quite strong here.
Yeah, the stun on the Kush, Abysm Strike, and Sayori will find him. Gonna be able to shut him down. That will be the jungler falling for Devious Activity. And now rotating to the top side, running and gunning it. But this is gonna be Mikasa. He is running the Ruby, one of the heroes that's very hard to dive because of the chain CC and sustainability that Ruby provides. Do they get it, though? I mean, they may have a chance. T in the mid lane, though, alongside Yato. Does get the implosion on Oh My Foe. A little bit of wasted utility there, though. But the siege for the top side on the way with the distance, with R in position. They should be able to claim this. I'm Offended connecting onto the minion, but not able to stop them from taking this tier 1 turret for the top side. First turret for the NightHorde in their advantage. Now evening out 1-to-1 turret for each side.
Yeah, it's good news for the side of NightHorde. They have the early game composition, right? The Brody, the Implosion, the Nana. That's a lot of CC that the side of Devious has to kind of go against. But the longer this game goes, I feel like the Angela might be quite good.
The Implosion with the flicker, but only catches one member. R will find Kush. High value target as they don't have the Retribution. Oh My Foe will be able to claim the second turtle of the game for the NightHorde.
Yeah, you know, Devious Activities, they're getting picked off left and right, and it's due to the implosion impact that the side of NightHorde has, right? They can pick off whoever is onto the front side, and it's quite hard to deal with so much CC coming through.
Final slash does hit Mikasa, but not able to shut him down. 1 minute to go through, able to claim it. Mikasa, not able to get away from the torn apart memories. R will shut him down. T will find Oh My Foe. 1-for-1 trade, but Yato finds another. Sleepy down for the count. 2 members falling for the NightHorde, and it looks like Devious Activity able to hold on to the tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of a small misplay coming out from the side of NightHorde there. I don't think that dive was warranted there, especially with no minions. And, you know, Devious Activity was able to defend that quite well, only losing one member, trading for 2. And when they're down in gold and you get these trades, even a 1-for-1 trade for the losing side is quite good. So Devious Activity is still on track to defend against this game, but NightHorde has such a strong early game paired up with the Brody that is currently 4-1. He should be able to shred out majority of the front line that Devious puts out there, especially if it's just a Fredrin or the Ruby.
I mean, look at Brody already at 30,000 damage. There's only 13,000 damage for Toru right now. But again, the carry is that ticking time bomb. The later this game goes, the more in favor it will be for Devious Activity. NightHorde has an early game composition, so they're doing what they're supposed to do with who they drafted. But the issue is they need to close this out with a fast fashion, or Devious Activity will have a chance to turn this back in their favor.
Yeah, but the one thing that NightHorde does have is the significance of the front line and the CC as the implosion.
Yeah, speaking of CC, catching Kush again, or on a killing spree. We'll find him. Mikasa trying to sustain himself, hit the final slash, trying to give it her all. Torn apart memories, heart guard to negate the damage, and it looks like NightHorde will take control of the Lord Pit.
Yeah, and the early game significance of the Brody just allows NightHorde to pick off any fights that they are looking for, especially when the implosion is, you know, available for the side of NightHorde. They could literally pick off any member that they're looking for, even the 4-1 Kush that now has died 3 times in a row in all these team fights. They're able to kind of just grab up whoever they want. The physical shred coming out from the Malefic Roar of foe, and along with R is just shredding all the units on the front side. And NightHorde with a lead, the Lord is marching down onto the top side. They get this mid tower here, and I think they're looking to push and grab up more real estate early on.
And hey, me and you both agreed that the NightHorde needed to have an answer in the early game, something they did not have in game number 1, but this is a different story. They're able to take control of the early neutral objectives, dominating over Devious Activity, forcing them back to their base with the Lord on the top side, which means they should be able to take this tier 2 turret in the mid lane, leaving Devious Activity with their inhibitors. Now, you know, we kind of love to ask the question, what does Devious Activity do from here if they want to have a chance to close out this series? Well, it's going to start with Toru getting those core items, staying alive, and hopefully hitting that 16-minute mark to work in his favor. And then also his team building more defense to be able to sustain themselves against the early pressure and massive damage output from the NightHorde. But you did mention Oh My Foe. Good itemization, did pick up that Malefic Roar. So not only does he have that armor burster, but he also has the Malefic Roar to go through the physical defense built from Devious Activity. So it will be a little bit of a challenge.
I still think it's the same exact question of if Devious Activity is able to tank and soak up the CC that NightHorde has prepared. Right? The final slash, the Molina Blitz, the implosion, those are very, very tough CC to deal against. And Toru and Yato still has both the Purifies, but those two are not the people that are standing in the front side tanking those ultimates, right? Is Kush going to have enough sustain to be able to defend against the chain CC that NightHorde has? Is the Angela able to be there? But top side here, an early implosion. I'm not sure if that's right. Momoe.
Oh, an implosion response from Momoe, but his is a little bit stronger. Down goes T. The NightHorde still in control. Toru picking up that Demon Hunter sword, though, still working toward that late game build. But again, I mean, you kind of nailed it right on the coffin, right? You saw that implosion over there from Yato with the IMU. A little questionable, caught sleepy, but the team didn't execute on it. It was like, hey, let's just use this ultimate, but let's not go in for the kill. And those are the decisions you have to make as a unit, especially the later this game goes. But you are seeing Devious Activity starting to stack up.
Uh-oh, I don't know if Sleepy is going to be the right target there. He already caught the implosion on the very first fight on the top side, and this time around, Devious Activity opting to back out, and I think that is a good decision. But once again, NightHorde have the early game advantage, but Toru, even with the carry 12 minutes in, it doesn't seem like he has the ability to scale well, and I feel like it's just the team fight set up here.
Ooh, implosion for the two-man set. Oh My Foe will find Kush. Seora will find Mikasa. 2 members down for Devious Activity. Sleepy finds a third. Down goes Yato. Toru not going to be able to find his way in there, even with the heart guard from T. And another objective, the Lord going to the NIGHTHORDE.
Yeah, the Black Dragon's able to perform quite well, and I think the Brody is the key element, right? To be able to have the impact, the kill pressure that Brody has early on, and look at the damage dealt. Brody is completely, dominating in terms of the damage dealt, and paired up with the Dairoth, right? I felt like these two picks in the second phase was so strong from the side of NIGHTHORDE. They were missing so much early game potential that DA was able to set up, and quite honestly, NIGHTHORDE and Devious Activities, they went quite even in the first game, especially early on. So this time around, NIGHTHORDE opting to go for a little bit more early game, giving R a much better time, and it's paying so much dividends. The CC chain is so hard to deal.
Conceal play, flicker, implosion, R finds Yato. Good setup from Momoi, but he will fall. Toru with the speedy light will shuts him down. So Yori will claim the inhibitor on the bot side, opening up the base for Devious Activity.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade, but it is a roam traded for the mage, so definitely advantage for the side of NIGHTHORDE. They have the marksmans available.
Yeah, final slash, taunt, connecting onto R. Kush will shut him down, marksman falling. Make that a 2-for-1 trade. You are going to go ahead and look at Kush hit with that hard guard as well. Devious Activity able to fend them off, but for how long? NIGHTHORDE still in a position to possibly close out this game, as you are going to see some late game items picked up as well. Sayori with the Divine Glaive.
Yeah, it's a 7k gold lead, but if you take a look at this replay coming through, they're able to pick up Kush quite early on, and it poses the question, does DA have the ability to tank and soak up this the CC chain and the damage that the Brody, the Nana, the Arlot is able to provide early on? Because right now, they're unable to kind of sustain the damage, and the Heart Guard, of course, is going to scale much better when we go into the late game, paired up with the carry. But DA, I don't know if they have enough front line to be able to soak up the damage that's coming through in Momoi. A small whiff here.
Momoi just used his implosion. What was that about?
Yeah, but we still got 60 seconds for the Lord, so
got 60
that implosion,
seconds.
the implosion's coming back into play no matter what. But it definitely gives the side of Devious a small breathing room to close the gap of the 6k gold lead.
It was just kind of funny to see. I don't know why he did that. I think it was a misclick, but like you said, there is still a lot of time. As long as they don't engage before it responds back, he should be fine. Now, I mean, he's been great on opening up these engagements. He always finds that slight window of opportunity for the NIGHTHORDE to capitalize on in every single implosion, minus the one we just seen. I guess that one had an impact as well. It kind of pulled me on the caster's desk. Watching it, man. He's just letting us know, hey, the next implosion is the one. Just watch out for it. Devious Activity, though, they've had a hard time finding a way to stop Momoi from getting these setups onto the team, even with the Ruby, even with Yato on a Valentina who has an implosion of her own. It's not having the impact they're looking for. Next Lord is on play, though, and NIGHTHORDE looking like they're going in for the opportunity to take it.
Yeah, Devious, they're really trying to look for a winning team fight here. Kush is in position.
There goes that implosion we were talking about. Two-man set. Mikasa caught with it. Very low. Abysm strike. Retribution, but Kush is going to get the Lord for Devious Activity. R will find Kush to respond back. Gets a double. Finds Mikasa. Now on the chase. Toru may not be able to get away. R gets a triple. Shuts him down. Yato, T. 2 members left of Devious Activity to fight the full team of the NIGHTHORDE. But they do have the Lord on their side. Does this buy them the time they need?
What is the strategy that NIGHTHORDE is going to come through? Are they going to 4-man mid and try to end the game with the Lord march down to the top side? That's a big risk from the side of NIGHTHORDE, but they have the members available. It's 10 seconds on the death timer for Mikasa and Kush, and the side of Devious are looking to defend onto this mid, but it's quite tough.
But they have Momoi. Implosion! 2-man set! A full strike! R finds Yato, a wipeout. Momoi takes down T, and the NIGHTHORDE takes us to a game number 3 against Devious Activity.
Ooh, my God. 17-minute match. 20-10 is the scoreboard. NIGHTHORDE able to prevail in the second game of our series. So 1-1 tied, and both of these teams have a point on the board. So now it's up to, the side of NIGHTHORDE if they can draft another early game, you know, a wonder piece, or is the side of Devious able to defend? Because Devious, they are the second team in the standings here, and NightHorde, they have 3 points already, looking to boost their score up higher. And you know, this has been a wonderful series so far, back to back between both teams, but definitely it feels like the side of NightHorde have found a moment of greatness to deal with the aggression, especially the late game strategy that the side of Devious has offered up.
Yeah, off to an amazing turnaround for the side of NightHorde. I mean, we mentioned they have a Momoe over there with those TIG sets just on fire. At the right place, at the right time. Definitely somebody you can count on. If anybody got MVP in that one, he's definitely a contender. With a lot of those setups, just able to find a way into the back line and no responses back from Devious activity. And we kind of talked about the keys to victory for game number 2. NightHorde needing to find a way to shut down the early game. That's exactly what they did. They maintained that pressure, had complete control, and were able to close out game number 2. 10 kills from R on the Brody, highest kills of the game. Definitely showcasing his mastery in the gold lane. And now, hey, we said it, we manifested it into reality. Yue, we're going to a game number 3.
Yeah, and I definitely think that a lot of teams should, you know, try to divert from always picking up a lot of the late game heroes like the carry, right? And in this case, especially when the side of Devious has picked up the carry and the Angela, they're lacking in a lot of the frontline sets, and NightHorde definitely took advantage with that. The Dairoth early game, pretty much winning in every single small team fights, along with the Brody, right? The Devious activities, they just weren't able to find out any of these good team fights. They lost and lost after every single fight and ended up kind of letting NightHorde snowball through, right? And R definitely did super well early on. Same thing with Foe. High damage across the board. NightHorde playing extremely well in the second game.
Speaking of players, Sayori barely taking any damage, able to kind of stay in the back line. The combination with the TIG and Nana, very hard to deal with if you can't get back to the Nana. And guess what? Even if you do, Nana has a passive that you have to go through and able to take her down. So overall, a great game and a good start for the NightHorde to take us to a game number 3, which means, whew, my prediction's on the line, Yue. Oh, man. What's gonna, are you going to win, or is it going to be me? Time will tell, but a great turnaround from the NightHorde. Not too many players can pull that off.
Yeah, not only if I do end up winning in this one, this is going to be the second time that I might win a vote against 5 other talents on NACT, so it's quite huge here. Guys, the underdogs are coming back this season, and it's time for the rise of the dark horses, because all the top teams, quite honestly, they've done super well in all these drafts and all these games, but I really think this year, NACT, like, it's all about the Dark Knight rising up, and we got people like FIENDS, we got BloodHounds, we got you know, NightHorde here taking games off the contenders of the series. You know, it paints a beautiful story, especially when you're always voting for the underdogs.
This man Yue is the plague for casters. Stop it! Stop doing this! My prediction rate is going down the drain, and I can't even make sense of it. But here's some things we can make sense of. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the jam-packed action for that amazing 2 games.
Yeah, once again, NightHorde, they're using their advantage, right? There's not many of the side of Devious can soak up the CC, the Implosion, the Final Slash, and the Molina Blitz, and NightHorde definitely took advantage of the early game that the side of Devious does not have. You can see Toru unable to get any of the free hits that he's always been constantly looking for. Kush did a great job denying the Lord, but puts the position out of the side of Devious, and look at the members of the retreat, right? Pretty much T's just like, nah, I'm gonna flicker out. That's a loss there, and they're just unable to defend. And NightHorde with a good strategy at the end, just ignoring the Lord. 5-man push down Siege onto the mid side. It's a great play from the Black Dragons.
Speaking of great plays, some great things in the Land of Dawn is we do have a little bit of a change up, a roster swap in the making. We've been seeing a lot of teams changing it out. Sleepy will be replacing with Nikoko in the XP lane. Sleepy out, Nikoko in for the NightHorde. Now, they won the last game. Is this the right decision? Switching your XP laner is a huge statement. Will it work in their favor, or will it be their downfall for this series?
You know, Sleepy reminds me of like those like Korean StarCraft players back in those days. Like, they're just insane at like the mechanics coming through, and taking out Sleepy after a win might be a little bit of a momentum shift for both teams. But I honestly think that if the side of NightHorde is willing to play the early game, they took the Brody, they took the Dairoth, and I mentioned it in the second phase of draft, they're going to be dealing tons of damage early on. It's very hard to deal against that even when you build the armor, because there is still the Nana, the magic damage that the side of NightHorde have. And you know, they're just unable to defend against the CC, against the damage, the early game aggression that the Black Dragons have. And I feel like this time around, Devious is going to be much more careful. Maybe picking up a little bit more early game, maybe picking up a little bit more front line to soak up the damage, picking up like a Chow or something, because, you know, Ki traditionally is not a support player. That is one of the biggest things that we've seen so far. He's great on the fighters. You give him the Arla, you give him the Kaja, that's where he deals the most amount of impact as the role that he is. But Angela, it's a little bit questionable, and NightHorde just kind of used that to their advantage and pushed through, shoved it into their faces, got the CC down, got the early kills, and just snowballed into a beautiful game that they closed out.
Yeah, and speaking of closing things out, closing down Sleepy and replacing him with Nikoko. Now we have to see how much of an impact Nikoko will have in the XP lane, especially after a major victory in the NightHorde's favor. I'm not really sure if I agree with a roster swap right there, but we'll see. For the side of Devious Activity, though, they're going to keep things the same, more textbook. They lost game 2. Let's kind of talk about where they went wrong there. First of all, no answer from Momoe. Even though they had an answer in drafting, the man was just a menace with the Tigro, able to get around with those implosions, and honestly, that's what really helped them out in that game. On top of that, their unorthodox drafting kind of caught Devious Activity by surprise. They pulled out a Dairoth and put him in the jungle. On top of that, not something I would have expected, but it worked out really well. They were super early and aggressive on the objectives, and they were able to snowball, and complete control of that game was in their favor. For the side of Devious Activity, I'm right there with you. I don't think they're going to give them the same chance. They're definitely going to have a little bit of a tighter shot group jumping into game number 3 if they want to close out the series. But Yue, we've got an excellent series on our hands, something that I didn't anticipate being this entertaining between these two teams. But this is Devious Activity and NightHorde. Devious Activity sitting in that number 2 position, right under Gaimin Gladiators, and NightHorde tied for the 5th position with BTK.
Yeah, but now they have the point on the board, so they're definitely going to be moving up in terms of that ladder, regardless if they do win this series or not. But Devious, they're still trying to maintain that second place. If they want to beat Gaimin Gladiators, they definitely have to come through. And this time around, they're able to take the dominating Novaria as a first pick. This smells a lot of trouble for the side of NightHorde, and an early Nolan pickup. We haven't seen a lot of success on this assassin, especially when it gets picked so early on. If it's like a last pick and it sometimes slips through, we do see the aggressiveness. You know, Tarzan was able to take care of this victory there, but this time around NightHorde picks it up early. It makes me question, is the Natan going to be paired up with the Nolan? Is the Harith to add a little bit of magic spice onto the gold lane? But a great opening, right? The front line from Momoe along with the jungler. It's a great opening from both of these teams, actually.
Wait a second, though. Vexana is still on the table. Should be picked up from the NightHorde. Brody will be picked up from Devious Activity. It's off to a good start. They're going to take away the Tig from Momoe. He went in for the Ruby instead. The Ruby is still technically a counter for the Tigro, but it didn't work on the favor for Devious Activity when they had the Ruby. But hey, can NightHorde use the Ruby to their advantage up against the Tig?
Yeah, well, now I do want to see what the counterplay is to deal with the Brody, right? Are they going to just play the counter matchup, take the carry, try to get some frontline sets that NightHorde has honestly always have? The Minnow is still available. I'm not sure if they're going to pick up too heavy physical on the front side. I feel like maybe picking up the Faramis or the Vexana that you were kind of talking about might deal good against you know, the short range auto attacks of the Brody, right? But no, we do not get the Vexana. Sayori picks up the Faramis, she's done so extremely well in this series. I think not dying a single time in both of those games. And I feel like Sayori is definitely, one of the powerhouses of the NIGHTHORDE. She's able to use that cold ultra quite well in terms of the game 1. And I think this time in game 2, it's definitely going to be very impactful, especially when she has the Purify to deal with the implosion that T is going to have.
Now, I will say, though, when you're looking at Devious Activities draft, they have a lot of survivability. You're looking at the Navaria, able to play from afar, right? She's not really that close, up close and personal as a mage. She plays from afar, uses the Astro Echo, provides a slow to the team, enhances the attacks for your team, and also has the sniping capability to take the neutral objectives or a last-minute hit to burst somebody out of the game. Brody, a good pickup in the gold lane, definitely a safe option, especially up against a Ruby who can dive if that does go in the wrong position. With that, I'm offended. You have the corrosive strike for the stun, pair it up with the flicker, and you're back to the tier 2 turret to live to tell another tale. The Tigro, speaking of safety, he can be a bully in the early phase, has to watch out for the Ruby, but still a safe option. I mean, today we have been seeing Tigro dominate, and not just this series, but the series before. And I think it's going to be one of those new pickups that's going to be prioritized in the early half of the draft from the top 8 teams in North America.
Yeah, but the side of NIGHTHORDE, they do have the response to the Tigreal, right? They could go for something like a Grok, or the Ruby being paired up against it could stop the implosion if necessary. Now, Nikoko picks up a very smart pick. This is something that we've kind of been worried about. Who is going to deal with the Navaria? And the Black Dragon on the Black Dragon team is definitely a great response coming through. And this is going to smell some trouble for the side of Devious, right? The Brody isn't as mobile as a lot of the marksman heroes, so Yuzong should have quite a good time. But ooh, something spicy here. The Fanny gets picked up in play, and this is something we haven't seen quite often. We love the Fanny pick in North America. There's only a few teams in our NACT that is able to use this hero, and Kush definitely is an expert at the Fanny.
Yeah, I mean, with the Fanny, provides a couple of things in the game. The Phobius will be slotted in. This is huge. I mean, there's a lot of dash from the side of the NIGHTHORDE to proc that demonic force to be able to sustain himself in those fights. Now, all the Phobius really needs is the elegant gem to really deal some damage nice and early in the game. So that's going to be the game plan. We'll be in the XP lane. Now, this is an interesting composition because you also have the Tig. When he does the implosion, whoever he grabs, the demonic force will be able to proc off of that as well. Whoever he hits with CC, it'll be able to proc. And then you have Kush on the Fanny, who's going to pave the way in the early game, trying to get to those neutral objectives, trying to get to the gold lane. Probably not going to go in for these early turtles, but shutting down whatever marksman is slotted in for the side of the NIGHTHORDE, which we have yet to see. The Claude was taken out, one of those late game damage dealers. With the Fanny on the table, I would have said a Brody would have been a great option, but now with the Brody not on their side, they're going to go in with another marksman that kind of can get a little bit of a stun in his disposal. It will be the Clint, not your traditional pickup, but a possible answer to fend himself off against the assassin Menace Kush.
Nah, the Clint is actually quite good against a lot of the assassin because his dash is built in with a stun, so it should be able to kind of push back a lot of the aggressions coming out from the assassins. And he doesn't have that much dashes, and with the high amount of base damage that he has in his skills early on, he should be able to deal quite a good amount, even if he decides to build up something like a Dreadnought or even some other armor items, right? But something that I do want to say is Mikasa on this Phobius. He's traditionally been a great Phobius player back in the past. With the amount of dashes that Nolan and Ruby gives, it might cause a little bit of trouble from the side of NIGHTHORDE, but it is an unconventional draft from the side of Devious. This is not the standard utility jungle frontline stun of the XP, but a wild card coming out from Devious.
That's right, both teams raising the bars high as we are jumping into game number 3. Devious activity up against the NIGHTHORDE. Both sides looking to try and close out this series.
Yeah, but the Black Dragon has the momentum behind their heads. It is a 1-to-1 in the best of 3 series. NIGHTHORDE having the clear onto the mid side so far, and Devious just trying to get Kush a very fast rotation here. Now, when we take a look at some of these lanes, it's an early aggressive marksman against an early aggression marksman. So both are going to be dealing a lot of damage early on. So the impact onto the gold lane, it's kill pressure coming out from both sides. We take a look at the junglers, it's 2 assassins here, and that's quite different compared to the traditional utility versus utility that North American has almost always used.
And if you look at the rotation from Kush, I mean, he went from his purple buff over to his orange buff instead of going from his purple buff to the enemy orange buff, especially having a tick to invade. And that's because Momoe is running on this Ruby, and they know, hey, we can't be that bully in the NightHorde's jungle with that Ruby slotted in that roam position. But Kush can still be a bully in the side lanes as first blood has been drawn, and Nikoko, the last minute swap has fallen.
Yeah, that is going to be a tough kill, but once again, it is going to be on the XP. Now, the Black Dragon may not be able to be used on that level 4 when the turtle does spawn, but NightHorde still has quite a bit amount of early game. They have the ability to deal with the Novaria if they need to, but Kush here, mid?
Ooh, he almost got shut down right there. I mean, he almost got that kill, but it was a close call from both sides. Need to be careful. Nolan is one of those heroes who can burst you down on a moment's notice, even when caught off guard. And that just goes to show how much of a heavy hitter he will be for these neutral objectives. Turtle does spawn in, though. Kush able to get his first kill of the game, shutting down Nikoko, putting that pressure in the XP lane.
Yeah, now I want to see how NightHorde deals with the blue buff that the side of Devious desperately needs, right? If they're able to take away the blue buff a few times in this game, it's going to put Kush a little bit far back. And we haven't seen the Fanny been, extremely successful in our NACT. We saw Fiends able to get a victory once or twice with it. We also see Best Player take it out for a spin from time to time, but this time around it is going to be on Kush, which is an absolutely fantastic Fanny player also. So definitely going to see a lot of style points, but from the side of NightHorde, they are going to be the ones starting up this objective.
Yeah, Astro Echo going down on my foe with the Retribution. Will be able to claim the turtle for the NightHorde. Kush not able to get there in time. Nether Realm activated. Demonic Force from Mikasa. Trying to deal some damage, but not able to hit the mark. Sayori very low. Flame shot. Mikasa will find him. The knock up on Nikoko. Able to get out with the Furious Dive. Back to safety. Kush trying to close the distance, but out of energy.
Yeah, that's a good team fight from the side of Devious. They're able to pick one off, but the objective does go in the favor of NightHorde, and a small miss. I'm offended from the side of Momoe. That's definitely no problem there. The goal lead is still quite close from both teams.
Yeah, definitely quite close, but 2 kills for Devious Activity. Traded that for a turtle. Still pretty even on the board. Kush not able to close that distance on that turtle like he wanted to, and didn't find the trade on the bot side. He's going to have to focus on trying to open up the early game for Devious Activity since he slotted in this Fanny. One of the things, though, that does work in his favor is even if Devious Activity does not win in the early phase, Fanny is one of the most mobile heroes in Mobile Legends to be able to split push to the opposing sides when the things don't work in their favor, if they don't have the advantage. As long as he can get that purple buff, he should be pretty solid. But speaking of solid, Momoe did it on a Tig, now on a Ruby. Gets a kill, takes down Yato.
Now, the one thing that, the side of NightHorde has is the Ruby to deal with the Fanny. We've seen kind of this matchup from time to time. The Fanny gets caught by the Ruby quite easily, especially since Ruby has that stun that kind of just bodies the member of the Fanny. And, this might be some trouble here as T might get caught off here.
Yeah, gonna use a lot of utility. Implosion goes out, though, for the 2-man set. Nether Realm keeping the team alive from Sayori. Good play as Toru on the side waiting to hit that torn apart memories. 8 seconds until the turtle spawns in.
Yeah, NightHorde still has the lead in terms of the early game. It's a small lead, but nonetheless, it still is a lead. Now, the side of Devious Activities, they do have this Phobius for the Goomba Stomp. I'm not sure if that's going to create the impact that they're looking for, but they have to make sure that Kush is high in HP and he gets stunned here.
Ooh, a lot of CC on a cushion. Oh, my foe. We'll shut him down. No jungler, no retribution for Devious Activity. A small miscalculation. A big play for the NightHorde. If they want to take this turtle, Petrify onto Mikasa. Of course, he uses Demonic Force, but hit with the stun, and Sayori will get the kill.
Yeah, and they have the side of NightHorde has the ability to stun up the Phobius when he comes through, stun up the Fanny when he's looking to go for a kill on the bot side. They have the Black Dragon to deal with the Navarian, zoning him away, and also to cancel some of the implosion impact that he has. So NightHorde actually has a great comp to deal with the aggressiveness that that the side of Devious is looking to put onto the board. But you see the tick. Ooh, gets a snipe and takes the blue buff.
Oh, my foe. No, he took it. No, he did take it. Implosion for the double set. Forcing out the Nether Realm. 1 HP on foe. Kush rushes in for the opportunity. Shuts it down. But Momoe will spawn back. Shuts down Kush. Immobilization on the T. Unable to get out of the CC. And R will get the kill.
Yeah, that's a lot of trouble for the side of Devious, right? They had a good implosion set right there. They were able to grab up 2 of the members, but Foe is the only one that goes down. And Kush, coming out from the backside, actually had the advantage, but he did get stunned up by the Ruby. The I'm Offended paired with the second skill was just too much CC to handle. And R, even with just a Thunder Belt, he opted to go for a little bit more of a defensive, kind of like a casting build. He's still able to deal tons of damage, being up about 1k gold lead compared to Toru on the bot side.
Yeah, and right now, even though NightHorde are doing good, they need to find a way to claim some of these turrets, right? They took the first 2 turtles, even though it wasn't the easiest thing to pull off. An implosion going in, 2-man set, knock up 20 part memories from Toru. On the way, T finds another, finds Sayori. Toru will find Momoe, 2 members falling on the board. 5-5 on the scoreboard now even for both sides.
Yeah, it's a great fight coming out from Devious activity. They're definitely looking to, win in some of these small skirmishes because, quite honestly, they haven't had the success that they have been looking for. But the top side, Kush
will rush in, finds Nakoko. Oh, man. I mean, how do you feel about Kush on the Fanny, UA, so far?
The Fanny is quite a interesting pick here, right? If he's not able to get shut down and he has the ability to kind of run around the map without getting punished, then definitely it's good for the Fanny, right? And he's able to grab up the blue buff with no problem. But the side of NightHorde has the Ruby and they're looking to engage on the bot side.
And this is what helps the Brody out, having that flicker to be able to get back to safety at that tier 2 turret. We kind of called that out during the draft, but he does lose his turret on the bot side, giving the NightHorde map advantage. That's the first turret falling of this game. Turtle will go to the side of Devious activity as a trade.
Yeah, a small trade though. NightHorde was able to grab up to the bot side, looking to get the Yato on the mid, and that's a huge kill. That's a huge wave clear on the mid side that the side of Devious won't be available here. It's very hard to already cast Navaria and able to catch him twice already in this series. Smells a lot of trouble. It means that NightHorde has, the heroes to be able to counter that long-range caster mage. And 6-6 is the overall, but NightHorde seems to still have the lead in their hands.
Yeah, 2,000 gold lead for the NightHorde. I'm Offended on a Kush, and R with grenade bombardment will find him. A great assist from Momoe on this Ruby to open up that initiation.
3k gold lead, 8 minutes in. NightHorde still having the lead, and you can see Foe here dealing tons of damage to Mikasa. They do look to disengage, but the NightHorde is able to grab that real estate on the top side. That's a lot of trouble for the side of Devious, especially since they're the second in line for the contending, the NACT contending. And NightHorde is definitely showing up in this match. I think it's due to the comp that they decided to drop. Lots of CC here.
Yeah, or we'll find Yato, another I'm Offended, catching a member out of position. The mage for the side of Devious activity. Sayori very low. Both sides find it out. Toru will find R, though. Response back. A counterplay in the making. Toru with the double. Finds Nakoko. Demonic Force. Mikasa takes down Momoe. 3 members falling for the NightHorde to 1. And now Devious activity may have found what they needed to gain control of this game. But oh my foe in the bush clears the minion before Devious activity can take the tier 1 turret.
Yeah, huge misplay coming out from the side of NightHorde. They kind of over-engaged, and when you take a look at R's position there, he second skilled forward and got caught underneath the tower, and you have the Phobius kind of just Goomba stomping from the backside. They didn't even have Kush there in the team fight, and when Kush is not there in the team fight, it almost feels like Devious activity is able to get a pick off without it being traded. So definitely you're gonna see a banana split coming out from the Devious activities, because I think that's the biggest advantage that they have in this draft.
Yeah, both teams find it out. Astro Echo going down. Black Dragon from Nakoko. Trying to find the back line to drop down on.
Kush.
More knockup on my phone. Very low. Mikasa, Demonic Force will find him. Gets a double. Shuts down Momoe. Kush will get the Lord. Toru finds Sayori. Devious activity after some treachery. As Nakoko will fall. Mikasa with the triple kill on the Phobius. A slam dunk. Major objectives on the board for Devious activity. Now gaining control of the match.
Yeah, and Kush came in on the backside kind of perfectly, right? I think he definitely learned his lesson not to engage early on, especially when Ruby has the stun, and he was able to take out the Nolan just like that, right? A cutthroat, a second skill, and boom, Nolan is off the map. Devious able to be victorious in the skirmishes onto the late game. Smells a lot of trouble for the side of NightHorde. We can take a look at the replay. Look at Kush's position on the boss. He's just waiting, looking for that pick, and boom, he comes through, grabs up foe, hits the retribution on the Lord, and a clean team fight for the side of Devious.
Yeah, both sides playing tug of war, but Kush will find Momoe, the roamer, down for the side of NightHorde. Netherrealm keeping them alive, as you are looking at Devious activity, trying to push through and open up their base. Are very low, needs to get back for some regen. You're gonna see the Furious dive. You're going to see Mikasa rushing with the Demonic Force as well. Will fall, Sayori getting a kill. Mikasa will fall. Toru taking another turret for Devious activity. R will find Yato, though. A lot of chaos in the Land of Dawn today between Devious activity and the NightHorde. But Devious activity now has control.
That's a good defense coming out from the side of NightHorde. They did not lose any towers on the very first objective. Now, they have been losing a lot of team fights, especially the pickoffs, right? Fanny, they were able to kind of shut Kush down early on, but it seems like the later the game goes, the mobility that the Fanny has is just a little bit too much to deal with. The side of NightHorde, they don't have that split pusher to deal with the aggression that Fanny has, and the banana split continues for the side of Devious.
Yeah, they're going to have to watch out for that, right? We talked about the Fanny being one of the most mobile heroes. Speaking of Kush, he rushes in, he tries to find an opportunity, but the CC is way too much for him to handle. Every time he goes in, you're looking at him drop into about half HP, and he's going to have to be careful with that. The later this game goes, the longer the respawn timers will be, and if he's not in these games, NightHorde will make the most out of that advantage to be able to turn this back around to regain their control.
Are we seeing a no-tig, no-win in our today's matches? Because it definitely feels like a no-tig, no-win. The implosion impact on any team has been quite eventful here. And, you know, T has done so well in this game already. 1-1 and 11, catching multiple members from the side of NightHorde. And Toru, a perfect score, 4-0 and 6, a lot better compared to the carry game that he had before. Definitely the early game can be, you know, disruptive in terms of the rotations that NightHorde has to do. Now, 13 minutes in, 14-10 is the overall scoreboard, 3K lead for the side of Devious, and I do think the banana split strategy that they are implementing here is very hard for the side of NightHorde to deal with.
Yeah, but you are going to have to see if Kush can kind of keep that up, right? As long as he doesn't get caught out of position. I mean, look, every time he rushes in, he's taking some serious damage, and he needs to be careful. Now, Next Lord is in position. It looks like Devious activity and the NightHorde have a couple of members out there to be able to contest, but T, need to be careful. About 50% HP, using the implosion super early. Demonic Force goes down as well. 2 major ultimates from Devious activity. Nakoko, like Dragon, Netherrealm to keep him alive. Back down with the Furious Dive and the Petrify combination. R will find Yato with Grenade Bombardment. Toru responds back, taking down Nikoko. Kush will take the turret on the top side, opens up the base for the NightHorde, and able to get out alive.
A beautiful 4 versus 5 coming out from the side of Devious. They knew that Kush was on the top side pushing, and T was able to get the implosion off before the Black Dragon was even used. The only member that fell was Yato, and I think it's due to they don't have enough front line, right? Devious, you know, and if they had the utility jungle, they should have the front line available, but this time around, Devious has an assassin, and Mikasa is not there to kind of peel off anyone that's on Yato. So Devious still struggling in terms of trying to get Yato in a good position, but now that they are winning these team fights, it's very hard for the side of NightHorde to come back. They don't have the split push to be able to deal with it. They also don't have the implosion that, you know, the TIG pick has been denied and picked up by the side of Devious. So a lot of things that aren't going in the favor of the side of Devious and our NightHorde, but they're going in again.
Yeah, going in. Kush with the split push. NetherRealm being activated. Knock up Toru will find Oh My Foe. Monster kill. Jungler falling for the NightHorde. The response back though. Black Dragon from the Coco. Drops down but not able to connect. Back to safety he goes. Devious activity. Able to find a window of opportunity to take this Lord.
Yeah, it's going to be an uncontested Lord for the side of Devious here. 16-11. Side of Devious is able to, get the victory of every single of these small skirmishes. It smells a lot of trouble here. And now NightHorde has to look to defend. A 5k gold lead here. I honestly feel like they have the opportunity to defend, especially if they could get Kush to kind of go in before the I'm Offended is used. The Black Dragon can be used to zone out the Brody, but the Implosion set coming out from the Tig is very, very tough to handle, right? We've seen the Implosion create so much impact, and Tigreal hasn't died a lot in this game, so he's quite tanky. He has the Antique, the Athenas, along with the Dominance Ice. He's a very tanky unit, and for the side of NightHorde to try to find the focus in, maybe they have to get the Ruby into the backside. Maybe the Faramis has to be able to deny some of the CC that the Tigreal has, or disrupt the ability of the Implosion. Maybe Nikoko has to use the Black Dragon form early on, so T does not have the ability to go for those flicker sets here.
And now, Devious activity looking to try and close out this series. 2 inhibitors to go through, and the full team of the NightHorde are very low. T as well. Going to go ahead and recall back to the base, which means they will not have the set potential, and the Lord will be bursted out. The NightHorde able to defend Devious activity on the push, but do they pull back or do they go in? Minions are falling at a fast rate, and it looks like they were not able to look for the opportunity they were hoping for.
Yeah, no, it's a good defense coming out from the side of NightHorde. They were able to grab up the Tig early, so the frontline set is not going to be available. The Black Dragon gets popped up. Might be a little bit early, but I do think the hard waves are over for the side of NightHorde. They should be able to kind of just defend against the damage coming out from the side of Devious.
See, Kush almost took down R right there. But yeah, that early Black Dragon, a little questionable. An Implosion, though, not questionable at all. R by Toru, killing spree activated. May work in NightHorde's favor if they can keep it up. Demonic Force dropping down. Mikasa hit with the stun. Astral Echo connecting to the full team of the NightHorde. From Yato, finds the snipe, takes down Nikoko. The suppression, Winter Truncheon, trying to stop On My Foe. Kush with the steel cables, the cutthroat on the foe. One more hit, able to take him down. Uses his retribution. And back to safety he goes. A 2-for-2 trade.
It is a 2-for-2 trade, but typically when it comes down to, these even trades, the losing team is going to have a little bit of advantage, just getting some gold back into their favor. 18-13 is the overall. The Navaria is still dealing tons of damage. 82k, Fovea 71k. So a lot of magic damage being provided for the side of Devious activities, and paired up with the Fanny, it's definitely a tough situation to defend there.
And I got to kind of give credit to T over there on this Tig. We kind of mentioned he's been running a lot of like the frontline fighter.
The fighters.
Roamers, right? He's had the Hilda, he's had the Ruby. But we got to see him showcase a Kaja. He did well on that. And now being even more versatile, pulling out the Tigreal, which is becoming that staple child for the roam position. And like you said, it's really boiling down to whoever has Tig on their side having the advantage. But right now, still anybody's game as the Lord spawns in and the NightHorde looking like they're preparing to contest.
Yeah, now it's kind of the side of NightHorde to see how they could defend against the split push coming out from Fanny, because Kush has done a great job, and look at him looking to go for that kill on to the Nolan, but he's not going to be able to get it. But the 4 vs 4 fight.
NetherRealm going down, a knock-up over there from T. Mortality being proc, double Immortality. R will find Toru though, gets that double, shuts down T. Yato finds Nikoko, a triple kill from R's. Mikasa will fall. Yato, Kush by themselves against the 4-man team of the NightHorde. Is this the game ender? Is this what the NightHorde needed to close out this series? A major objective. I'm offended for the 7. Yato with the steal gets the Lord for Devious activity, and back to safety he goes. Kush not even needed. Split pushes on the bottom side.
That's huge for the side of Devious. Yato able to save the game with a Novaria's second skill. Unfortunately, NightHorde was unable to secure that objective. And now the Lord, it's a slow march. It hasn't even spawned, and the members of Devious is going to be up and available for this push here. NightHorde in a pretty bad situation. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to come back alive with this Lord marching down.
I always say with the Navario, it's like getting 2 retributions for 1, and it goes to show right there by Kush. Got out of position on my foe. Brought to Immortality, gets the kill. Hit with the Astral Echo, hit with the snipe. T, conceal play, implosion flicker, gets the setup, and down he goes. Immortality proc, but NetherRealm trying to keep him alive. So Yori not able to get that Toru. Finds on my foe, so Yori now may find himself down as well. Unable to escape 25 members. Toru will get the kill. A knockup. Demonic Force airborne. And Coco goes as Yato sends him to the moon. 2 for 1 trade. Lord will be bursted down by the NightHorde. But Devious Activity on the push. They may be able to full send this. They do have the numbers. Only 1 lane of minions though. Do they go in for the Ender?
Oh my god, the damage going on to R is just unbelievable. Yato's on the backside, just looking at R the whole entire time. Now the side of NightHorde, they have to look to defend this implosion does come through.
T with the implosion on to Sayori, but not gonna hit the impact. He's looking for Momoi, shutting down Yato. A turnaround possibly for the NightHorde. Devious Activity needs to be careful. Mikasa hit with a lot of CC. Stunned, unable to get out of there. Forced to use the Demonic Force. Sayori will find him. Devious Activity stripped down the NightHorde of all of their inhibitor turrets, but not able to close out the game.
Yeah, it seems like NightHorde has found the rhythm in terms of these small skirmishes that are so important in the late game. They could win these 4v4 team fights without foe. They could win these small skirmishes and defend, and now a 5-man siege onto the mid side. The death timers are so huge right now. 30 seconds for Mikasa, 20 for Yato.
Oh, they're going for it. They're trying to close the game out of conceal play, and
T!
1 chance. Winter Truncheon from Toru to keep him alive. R opens up the base of Yori, finds Kush. Looks like NightHorde trying to close it out. Black Dragon. R will be able to get the kill, shuts down T Toru by himself. Only no minions though. They don't have minions. They have to wait for the minions to come through the mid lane to close this out. Mikasa back in 3 seconds. Toru and Yato to defend against the 5-man team of the NightHorde. Is this the game ender? Yato finds one, finds on my foe, but the NightHorde takes down the base crystal to close out this series against Devious Activity.
Victory!
Yo! Are we in this or what? NightHorde able to take the victory in this best of 3 series, 2-1 in a fashionable statement against the 2nd place teams in standing, 21-23-42 of complete bloodbath coming out from both teams, and they're able to turn around this no tig no win fashion here that we have in the week 2 day 1.
No tig no win, able to kind of keep the world at their toes. That was a crazy series. Yue again,
we did it.
Able to win with his predictions. How does he do it? Is you are going to see the NightHorde pushing through. It was a very explosive game. I mean, both sides having over 20 kills. Man, a lot to break down inside of that match at that 22-minute, 35-second mark. Devious Activity was at a position where they could have closed it out. They took all the inhibitor turrets. But last second, NightHorde, a light switch turned on, and they were able to push through Devious Activity to close out the series with the last-minute conceal play and a full siege through the mid lane.
Yeah, a great game coming out from the side of NightHorde, and you can take a look at some of the items that Art has built up. It's definitely a tower focusing build there, but honestly, the side of NightHorde, they have the ability to kind of shut down the Fanny and also the Phobius pretty much the whole entire game. They had counters to deal with the Tigreal, especially coming out from the Ruby, so Tig is not like an all-win card so far. It's just that the Tigreal has been quite strong in plenty of these engagements. But the side of Devious, once again, they picked up the Brody quite early on and kind of got outranged by the Clint when he comes into the late game, right? The team fight participation again, Sayori, beautifully, 95% KP, and also 110k damage for R. The 2 damage dealers from the side of NightHorde just pairing so well, especially with the front line, the physical damage that the Nolan and the Yuzong provides.
Yeah, just overall a very good game from both sides. Like I said, they're battling like tug of war. Whoever could just pull that rope a little bit harder, but the NightHorde able to make it work in their favor last second, and this is a major statement. Looking at the rich guy R, 856 gold per minute. Yato, the carry, the sandbag from Mikasa, and the Forgotten One T, racking up them assists at 18. Now, like we said, this is a major statement for the NACT. They took down Devious Activity, who was sitting in that number 2 position, forcing them down to that number 3, putting Area 77 in the number 2, and completely changing the entire bracket for points for all of these teams so far. And this is what you love to see, right? You don't want to see one-sided stories in North America. These teams are scaling through the times, and NACT, not disappointing, off to a good start, able to shut down Devious Activity and climb higher on the bracket.
Yeah, you can definitely hear the NACT roar from the backside, but got the host Liz coming back into place here. How'd you feel about that game?
I mean, I don't know what to say. I just want to ask Yue the question: what is it like? Are you doing some kind of betting behind the scene? Like, what is going on? You just keep on getting that dark horse pick, but it's always right. So tell us about it.
No, I mean, it's definitely not, all like, it's definitely not like I just shot in the dark and it just ends up winning. It's a close game coming out from both teams, and Devious definitely had the opportunity to win in that series. But, the dark horses, the black dragons, the underdogs this time around, able to take care of business. Liz, it's been a great betting so far in terms of the votes.
So what Yue is saying, he's just better than all of us with his predictions and his understanding of the teams. So congratulations, Yue, on mastering that prediction game again. How do you feel, Weezy? Losing the bet to Yue this game?
It's bittersweet. It's bittersweet. I mean, I'm torn between two things, right? Number one is, obviously, I'm upset about losing my prediction yet again. But I'm happy to see the NACT able to turn that around, and a different NACT than we've seen last in ACT. They've been improving through the season, and they're just getting started. And that's what I love to see. I don't want to see one-sided stories, 2-0 sweep. So I'm glad it went to a game number 3. I'm not happy about my predictions, but I'm happy about seeing teams scale through the times, because we want to see North America grow, especially for whoever wins the NACT Spring season is going to represent us internationally. And hey, if that was just a showcase of the talent we have to provide today, and our matches are just getting started, this wasn't even the most anticipated series of the day.
Yeah,
and it's already going better than we expected. So now we have an interview with the team that won, NACT. We have Oh My Foe joining us at the desk today.
Hello.
Hello, Foe. How are you doing?
Doing good.
Congratulations on that victory.
Thank you.
Well, I think the first off, you guys obviously did super well in all 3 games, but the elephant in the room is kind of what is going on with the roster swaps, because you guys swapped rosters multiple times this series. What is the reason for swapping in the Coco for in game 3 again?
It's because our XP laner has strict Asian parents. So like he has dinner at 7 and he can't really dodge it, He can't tell his parents.
Whoa, is that actually what happened?
That's the main reason, yeah. We got Nikoko last second.
So Sleepy's mom or dad told him, "Oh, you have to have dinner right now," and then he just quit playing the game. Wow,
he was,
that's
his parents were screaming at him the second game too. So we were just trying to like hurry
up.
Wow.
Well, it shows very talented young players for sure for the NACT. Hopefully next time Sleepy can make it with the series. And the other question that a lot of our fans actually have is, there's a stereotype that girls are not as good at video games than boys, but Sayuri is doing so well. So do you think, from a team leader's perspective, that Sayuri is as good as other mid laners like Hoon?
I mean, I wouldn't say she's better than Hoon, but I could say she's up there. But like, since I'm technically like the drafter for the team, so what I usually do is like, she's strong with these and these type of heroes, and like I kind of draft around her. So like, that's why she plays well most of the time.
Yeah, and she's doing super well with that Nana pick. Definitely very well drafted on your part. So that's amazing. And the last thing is, we know that you participated in some previous tournaments as well. So why don't you give us a little introduction on your team, who you think is a very strong player, your own history, just give us a little briefing on NightHorde.
So, I mean, we had a couple of roster changes, but Tonak's like the main one that I didn't swap around with. Is like we're the main duo since Beat the Odds. But realistically, our strong. I mean, obviously R is one of our strong goal laners too, and like I feel like we're strong all around. It depends on our draft. Realistically, like some days they play pretty bad, and some days I play pretty bad too. But we work around it.
Yeah, sometimes the moms is calling a little harder. Some days they have more chill time. So definitely keep that out. And you guys did really well today, making a strong appearance in the NACT, beating the top 2 team right now. DA is top 2, and then you guys just beat them. So much potential, and we look forward to your future drafts, and we look forward to seeing you back at the desk again.
All right, thank you.
Whoa, guys. Did you hear that interview, guys?
Bits and pieces, but we kind of have a hard time hearing it since we're on the actual show. But I did hear that he said Sleepy had to go eat, and that's why he wasn't able to.
Sleepy so Sleepy has Asian parents. So Sleepy's parents does not let him play video games. So he has dinner at 7, and it's a very strict dinner time. So Sleepy has to go have dinner with his parents instead of dropping out of the competition. So that's definitely something that's very interesting and very unique to our NA players.
Yeah, definitely unique. Just showcases that we have players from all different perspective areas showcasing their talent of different ages as well, you know, so it's definitely some credit to them. You mentioned them taking down the number 2 team, Devious Activity. Not the easiest thing to do, and that just showcases that NightHorde is one of those contenders that we're going to have to watch for as we progress through the regular season.
Yeah, definitely, you know, one of the underdog teams that are able to perform quite well, and especially with, you know, multiple members that haven't been in the NACT circuit for quite some time. It's very exciting to see all these teams dominate some of the contenders, some of the veterans that are on the stage, right? And, you know, the next game that we have is, again, another two dark horse team. It's going to be between LEGACi and FIENDS. It's quite an exciting match to see all these, you know, underdog teams perform at such a high level, keeping the contenders in check.
Well, you keep getting a little too excited out there. We still haven't found the MVP yet. The MVP, I believe, is ready. So, Weezy, why don't you take us through it?
That's right. As we are looking at the MVP, it will be Momoe. We've seen his showcasing on the Tigreal in game number 1, the Ruby on game number 2, 3, 4, and 13. An amazing performance, getting the sets that his team needed, opening up the initiation for the counterplays as well when you saw Devious Activity try and take the fight to them. A good roamer, and honestly, I'm looking forward to seeing what he brings to the table as they progress against some of the other contenders in the NA scene. But taking down Devious Activity, the number 2 team, off to a great start.
Yeah, definitely good performance coming out from Momoe here. He's able to kind of just deny Kush every single opportunity that he had with the Fanny there. The Tigreal was great plays through, and you know, he's constantly challenging the meta with a lot of these great picks, right? The Ruby that got picked up twice, the Tigreal that also got picked up again. Dominating performance from Momoe, definitely well deserved as a roamer for the MVP.
I mean, are we going to see a Tigreal ban from now on? Because Tigreal has been making such a strong presence today in all the 2 series. And we'll see how the next 2 series goes, right? LEGACi versus FIENDS. LEGACi, as you has mentioned, is also in that spot where they haven't won a single game. But to be fair, they did face 2 very strong teams, DA as well as Second Day, also very strong team. So today is kind of their chance to show if they got it. If Assassin Rouse still got it. So we'll find out after the break to see how LEGACi does. Oh, we have a giveaway for all our lovely fans. Before you guys go, we have some skins at your pool. We have On the screen, you see a code there, so type that code or scan that QR code. I love the upgrade. I love how you can just scan a QR code to get these. So I expect them to go away very fast. We only have 31, so make sure you come first and redeem that code. I know Wheezy is probably typing in that right now on his extra phone to get that skin in. So guys, make sure you come fast and then get your skins. We have a lot of these giveaways coming your way, so every time just be prepared and watch our stream and get your phones ready.
Yeah, I definitely had my phone ready to go. Just throw that out there, guys. I'm not really taking those skins. It's just a funny joke. I seen a couple of people like, man, Weezy just took away my chance. No, honestly, there's 31 available. There should still be 31, but you want to make sure you scan that QR code to claim it as soon as possible.
Yeah, most definitely, Weezy. Save some skin for the rest of us. Come on, man. Like, don't do this.
Yeah, come on, man. So let's come back after a short break. You guys got your skins, and go grab a drink, grab some snacks, and we'll see you in a bit.
You notice Tarzan, good positioning for Area 77 for this first turtle. Cole will trying to stop, I want to say doing the best he can to kind of harass this turtle. Now at about half health, Nicolette. Whoa! Looking for some damage. Here comes the last insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicolette with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle, and this might be bad for BTK. Cold World and Mobazane get taken out, and a great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
Back online, he was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
EA once again bringing in 4 members, 5 coming soon. Koharu with the place to do weapon, more to get away. Toru bursts him down, sends Koharu back to base. Yato force the proc the passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt. Uneven, a little bit of trouble here though, getting shredded down. T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends.
Lord marching down. It's going to be an extremely hard clear for the side of Fiends.
No One's Fury something. Kohari is able to shut down the war, but he's pulled in with the offended. No One's Fury does lock on. Blazing Duet just to get away. Destroy back to the base as well. But Uneven locks on to Kush here. Mikasa also pretty low. Chirobani looking for some sort of pickoff. Kush finally goes down, but still has the immortality. Destroy looking for an angle as well. Gonna come in, but locked up, and down they go. But Mikasa saving the day time and time again in these team fights. A lot of damage onto Yato. Comes in, able to pop back onto Kohari. But DA not done just yet. Kohari back onto the base, and DA has locked down. They're going to take us to a game number 3.
That bot just splitting the whole entire strategy of LEGACi apart, getting this neutral objective without any problems.
Holy Baptism locks on. Terrified. Boom. Knocked out. Koyaken hit by the Hayaken. Nash might just be next. Riles gonna take a lot of damage. BloodThirstyKings on the prowl. Here comes in, gets a knock up on 3 members, but no one there. Follow up. And
the members are all onto the top side. Is BTK gonna clash with the advantage that they have?
Tona's welcome. Not able to land on it, buddy. But it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to help out. Ken taking a lot of damage. Swansong comes in though, able to unload on several members. Nicolette goes down. Toya Nash with a shutdown. Double. Will it be enough though? Because BTK is still riding forward. As Nash falls, it's 3 for 2. Just when LEGACi had a shot, they lose it.
A lot of these objectives and small fights.
I mean, it's definitely a tough game for BloodHounds. Already a 4,000k. This is the exact. Oh, wait a second. Nice suppression. Nice grab. They're able to get the kill on Sayori. No black shoes for her. Oh, my foe takes a turtle. Gets it to Tona's welcome. Lands it down. Udabu. Damage. Tries to dash away, but Nakoko is on the trail. The last insanity gets the kill. And now a clash to the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on my foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey with him. It's a bloodbath right now. Tempest falls next. Sleeps as well. Nothing but Boca Roscoe left.
And also Fo was able to peel off the quad on the Blazing Duet, and that's going to be quite tough for any of them to come back.
Explosion does land. Members back, followed in. But wait a second, no one's fury to counter back. Members are knocked up, and Chaos has unveiled the crystal. 2 members down for BloodHounds, 1 down for NightHorde. They find another. Bocarasco's next, and Tempest is alone. The NightHorde should take this game 2-0. I mean, that's definitely been the winning ingredients for GG in these fights so far. Tarzan was the first turtle. He gets knocked up, found out. Now best player, even though he's had a slightly rough game. Still been huge. Juresi takes a Turtle Guardian to the face, locked up by Chicken, knocked up by best player, and Hoon gets the kill. Looking a little bit rough. Mark Judy's gonna be the next to fall. Tarzan not able to get away. The Amapenda locks on. His Mons Force dropped by ISO. He's moving in onto several. He's unable to get the kill, and he might just go down. But Tarzan finds best player. It's 1 for 2.
How they want to fight out these fights, and the best player getting caught once again, but decides to jump away. It's a good
drop from ISO. He's going to use it to zone.
Implosion?
They try to collapse up. The implosion connects only onto 1 member though. The pushback onto several. The big Guardian slams down. Shark taken out from ISO though. Best player might just be next. A double kill for ISO. The final slash. Fried Chicken trying to fight it out. It's a bloodbath. The Mons Force drops and Hoon drops.
We are back, guys, for another bear. We have LEGACi versus Fiends. What do you guys think?
Well, it's definitely going to be an exciting match. I mean, I feel like these matches are getting better and better the longer we go in today's matches and series. I mean, the last one went all the way to game 3. I didn't think we expected it to be as jam-packed as it was. And hey, now we got to expect the unexpected between these 2 amazing teams.
Yeah, and you know, the dark horses are definitely coming into power. Lots of upsets already in the first week, and now starting off the second week, another upset coming through between NightHordes and Devious. But the focus is going to be between the Fiends and the LEGACi. LEGACi trying to get out of their last place position with 0 points, and Fiends trying to maintain their 3rd place, right? This is a team that has done so extremely well against a lot of the top teams, and this time around they're facing up against LEGACi, which is also a dark horse, a new team in NACT. So I'm excited, Liz.
Well, for sure, we're all very excited, especially having Assassin Riles back in the scene. People have expected them to perform better than they are doing now, but this game obviously is very critical for them to get some momentum back and to kind of prove that they're still in the scene. But Fiends, as we mentioned last week, they are a dark horse this season. They've taken out a game from the Devious activity last week, and it all shows that after this week's game that a lot of these teams are pretty similar in where they stand. Like NightHorde just took out Devious activity, and now we have the draft for Fiends. So we have Churubami, Protsjoy, Uneven, and Magic, and Kohari.
Yeah, a lot of heavy hitters over there for the side of Fiends. Gonna have to watch out for them. Like we said, they're the new up-and-coming players, new faces on the scene. First time ever making it into the top 8 for NACT on top of that, and they've already taken down some veteran teams such as BloodHounds on their debut in the regular season, a 2-0 sweep, and took a game from Devious Activity, which is again stacked with players from BTK, players from Ackerman, and so it definitely showcases their talent and what they're capable of pulling off inside of these matches. Now, they are going to be going up against LEGACi, so this is going to be a battle of the new faces, I guess, if you kind of think about it, because both of these teams have some new players that we haven't seen in the top 8 position. I mean, here's LEGACi right there. You've got Jolie, Kuyakin, Kuya Nash, Riles himself, and PDR. They haven't had the easiest start, though. I mean, they lost every single game so far in the regular season, kind of similar to BloodHounds' run, and they need this victory to climb up that ladder.
Yeah. And, you know, for me, LEGACi is a team of veterans, right? These are the names that we've heard before time after time. PDR, you know, a huge veteran. They're also Assassin Riles. Jolie has been in NACT before. But on the other hand, the kind of like the young players of, you know, Mobile Legends were able to have Team Fiends compete in NACT, and they have shown such a strong performance. Now, LEGACi, definitely, if they're going to try and, push for a victory, I do think this is going to be their game. They're definitely going to come out with a bang here, and I'm expecting FIENDS to try and defend against the aggression that comes out from the side of LEGACi.
Yeah, because without FIENDS, who else is next up? I mean, BloodHounds. Maybe BloodHounds and LEGACi is going to be a game that we look out for in the following weeks. But for now, they need to prove themselves against FIENDS. And I just noticed with their roster photos, it's pretty interesting. LEGACi is all very serious. Everybody's standing in one piece. And then we have FIENDS, someone doing this uneven. It's pretty... it shows that they are definitely very cool. So let's see what our predictions are for our casters. What did you guys pick?
Well, I'll tell you what. I think that FIENDS should be able to take this over LEGACi, just because LEGACi, they barely slid by getting into the top 8. Like, it was like the luck of the draw on a team losing in order for them to claim that position. And as you are going to go ahead and see a full caster prediction for the side of Team FIENDS, full panel. Even Yue, you sure you don't want to switch? You still got a little bit of time. You want to take the gamble?
The FIENDS, has been part of, a little bit of my legacy that I've left for the professional scene in North America. I know I have retired as a former pro, but FIENDS have definitely been a group of players that I've been able to kind of watch over from time to time. So FIENDS all the way from me.
Yeah, for me too. FIENDS in week 1 just stunned everyone, stunned the whole crowd. They've made an entrance for themselves in week 1 as a Black Horse. I've read in some comments that some of the players have been on Pro Team 4, but they might have just changed their names, but we don't know exactly who's who. So if they really do well in this whole series, we might know more about these individual players. But a lot of potential, we can tell that they're all very young players. So let's go straight into the draft to see how this game goes.
That's right, and into the draft we go. No more delaying. LEGACi up against FIENDS. Everybody voting for the new faces, FIENDS, on the pro scene, but have some familiar names alongside the side of LEGACi as well, just from their gameplay in the regular season. FIENDS, they're off to a good start. They 2-0 sweeped up against BloodHounds in their debut for day 1. They didn't get the same story though on day 2, as Devious Activity was able to close it out 2-1, but they still gained a point there, and that's the importance of this. Earning a point will set you apart against other teams, even if you don't win the series. But today, the draft is in store, and we are looking at LEGACi taking out the Mathilda. On the opposite side of the table, though, FIENDS with the Ruby.
Yeah, and kind of bouncing back of what Liz was saying, FIENDS is a team that has a few professional players from the last NACT. For those of you guys that don't know, there was a team called Aggravated Ones. Uneven was recruited onto that. Magic was also a player onto that has played kind of a multi-role position. So definitely there is some experience in terms of the leadership from the side of FIENDS, but Kohari and Pro Destroyer are definitely two players on the side of FIENDS that haven't had the exposure, and this time around they have been dominating this scene, right? Pro Destroy has picked up the Fanny, and this is something that's traditionally not really consistent, and he was able to dominate in the performance there. Now he did lose to A77, or he did lose to Devious Activity with the Fanny last week, but he was also able to get victories with the Fanny with plenty of different themes. And Kohari the Brave, right? The ones that me and Trex were calling here. This man has come from the dark, like no one knew who he was, and then suddenly now he's one of the the top contenders for the gold lane, and he's making these miraculous plays, pushing FIENDS onto the next board. But on the other hand though, LEGACi, once again, lots of experience on the board, lots of familiar faces. We've always wondered if Riles is ever going to come back into the NACT, and this time he has been here. He's trying to prove his worth, and definitely this is going to be a great game.
Yeah, Kohari the Brave, you mentioned him. He's been great in the gold lane. We've seen him run the carry, we've seen him run the Claude, and being able to perform on both of them. We actually haven't seen him run any other marksman besides those two the entire regular season, which may be something that the side of LEGACi needs to look out for. Looking at the ban so far, Arlot being taken off the table alongside the Ruby. Vexana is an option to be picked up over there from the side of LEGACi if they want it. I think it would be a strong pickup. You know what else is out there? Hey, I'm just throwing it out.
The TIG reel.
All day. The TIG is still available.
Yeah, but you know, this draft I feel like is very dominated in the roam position, you know, compared to the drafts that we had before, right? Angela, Matilda, and you have the Ruby and the Arlott being banned out from both sides. So 4 roamers that have already been taken off the board. The Minotaur, which has been left open in this draft, banned out pretty much in every single previous game, should be prioritized here. And once again, the Tigreal that has been proven to almost go undefeated today, only has 1 loss here, is also available for both teams. Now, the Navaria does get banned out here. We've seen the Navaria do quite well. Vexana, right? That's kind of the question that we always ask as the casters, like, are they going to be able to first pick it here? Is there counters to it? Is that a safe pick? I do think LEGACi potentially might look to pick that up, or they could go for the carry that Kohari has been so good on.
Yeah, I think the Vexana would be a strong option, and it will be prioed over there from the side of LEGACi, opening up some picks for Fiends. You mentioned Kohari being a menace inside the gold lane, could pick up something that he's comfortable on. And we talked about the carry, we talked about the Claude, and this is his chance to lock in either one of those early in the draft. But speaking about locking things in, I like what they did here, right? They picked up the CC, a high value target that I feel like a lot of teams overlook. Very hard to keep up with inside of the XP lane, great on mobility, provides the damage, and hard to keep her at bay. And we'll give them a little bit of a challenge in the XP lane if they're not careful. I think their other pickup should be something that's makes Kohari comfortable. There it is, the carry that we mentioned. They're going to slot that into his hands nice and early, not to allow LEGACi to make him uncomfortable on his pickups.
Again, I feel like a well-rounded draft, especially early on in the first 2 picks, is quite important. And I'm always against too heavy front lines. When you pick the XP roam or you pick the XP and utility jungles, you're showing too much of your cards. But this time around, Fiends goes with a range and a front line, which I think is a well balanced, right? Another option they could have picked up would be a mage, but Kohari gets the first pick on the carry. The response of LEGACi goes for Xborg and Claude. This is a very familiar matchup coming in from both sides here. Chirobambi, though, picks up the Valentina, and with the last Insanity that is available along with the Vexana, he really has a lot of options to choose from.
Yeah, the Valentina definitely could be a good option, not to mention there's still 2 picks on the table for LEGACi, which is going to have them questioning who they want to slot in there. Now, when we're looking at LEGACi, we've seen them kind of do a lot of things, right? We've seen Riles pull out something like the Hayabusa in the qualifiers. He hasn't pulled it out in the regular season. But he went in more of those utility frontline junglers instead. Something like a Boxia, something like an Akai has been something that's been more of his style, but they haven't been able to execute on it. They haven't claimed a single win yet. And I mean, they did go up against BTK. They lost 2-0 to them on Sunday of last week. And also their debut was up against Devious Activity, which ended in a 2-0 sweep as well. So this is their chance to rise up that ladder and let the world know they have what it takes to go up against the top 8 teams in North America. But Fiends still off to a great start. I like the way both teams are drafting, though. The Xborg, it's good because it can be flexed into the jungle, but also ran as the XP laner if necessary, which gives some versatility to the drafting for LEGACi.
You know what I kind of want to see? I want to see the Hayabusa being picked by Riles here. LEGACi hasn't had the momentum that they've been looking for in NACT so far, especially in the round robin stage. And I think, pulling up one of your best picks, you might change and define the meta. You might force the opponents to, make adjustments to deal with the high burst and the high mobility of the Hayabusa. Now, Fiends also a very assassin-dominated jungler. Pro Destroy has the Joy available, which has not been taken off the board. That is an option. Also, the Fanny, right, that we've seen Devious almost got victorious in the last game, although the early game was quite tough to deal with, especially going up against the Ruby. But a lot of the CC has been banned out. Tig, Kufra, Ruby, Arlott, everything has been taken off the board in terms of that frontline stun. It sets up for a great assassin pick for both of these teams to go on.
Now, I mean, they could still pick up the box here for Fiends if they want to. It's very mobile, great on the front line as well. They will be lacking a little bit on group CC, so I'm not really sure. I'd maybe pick up something like a Fredrin, maybe an option. The Barats has been taken off the table, so that will be one jungler that they won't be able to use at their disposal. I am with you, though. I mean, it would be fun to see Riles for LEGACi pull out that Hayabusa. I mean, he did get a little bit of a buff, but it just hasn't seen any team kind of use him, as he hasn't really been favored in a meta currently. But with this composition, I mean, he may be able to work. I mean, you can rush into the carry, not as mobile, can catch her off guard in the side lane for some early pickoffs, especially with the marksmans being a little bit more squishier this time around with the recent patches. I am liking what I'm seeing, though, from both sides. Late game damage, guaranteed. You have the carry up against the Claude. Staple marksmen that we've seen time and time again slotted in the Land of Dawn against each other. The Vexana and Valentina. Staple mages that we've seen slotted against each other. There goes the Fredrin that we talked about. It does get picked up from the side of Fiends to provide not only some strong front line for these neutral objectives, but also some additional CC at his disposal.
Now, with the Fredrin being picked up, I do think Riles holding on to this export could potentially be a good matchup, right? They could pair it up with kind of like a Raphael with some sustain, or the Estus. They could go for some frontline sets, maybe with the Grok to immune some of the crowd control that the Fredrin has. But there's still a lot of options for LEGACi to kind of play around with, since now they have 2 picks available on the board. Lots of roams has been banned out, so and especially the frontline sets, right? If they're looking for a suppression, the Franco is still available, but I do think there is a lot more options when you come down to maybe some of the fighter roams, or potentially even the sustain roams.
Flipping the script, gonna go ahead and pick up that Khalid alongside that Grok that you mentioned. Good call out on that. We'll be able to negate a lot of the CC as long as he can hug that wall. He should be good to go. The Khalid, though, has some anti-CC at his disposal, has the quicksand to be able to regenerate himself when it comes to these fights. Does have to watch out for the knockup, though. The only knockup is going to be over there for that Fredrin that he is going to have to watch out for. CC, it'll be interesting seeing these two kind of fight it out, since this is going to be a Khalid in the XP lane. But hold on, I thought we were done with the wild card picks. Last pickup from the side of Fiends. Estus in the building.
Let's go. I'm a fan of the Estus, right? I gotta give it to Blacklist, has been one of the teams that I've been watching out for a very long time, and I love the Estus pick, especially when there's so many roams being banned out. Now, when we talk about the roam matchup, right? Estus, traditionally, it's very hard to deal with, especially in, the lower ranks at like Epic and Legend. But Estus now in the high tier, it's quite tough. It's not guaranteed win. And it's not always that the Estus prevails. But against a comp like LEGACi, they don't have hard CC. Right? They have the knockup coming out from Grok. They have the Sandstorm coming from the Khalid, but those are spells that are quite high cooldowns and not guaranteed to land. So with the Purify, right, the side of Fiends, they might have enough sustain to kind of mow through, but again, right, this time around, they don't have the stun to set up for the carry, and that has been a problem throughout the whole entire day. Who is going to set for the carry to be able him to deal tons of damage? And if Fiends don't have the sets available, they might struggle in this matchup.
And speaking of matchups, as we are now jumping in to the first match between both these amazing teams, our third series of the day, Fiends up against LEGACi. Fiends, new faces on the scene, but ready to take the fight and take down top 8 contenders. LEGACi barely sliding by into the top 8, but ready to earn their name.
Yeah, the Fiends are the little bats in this game, trying to feast onto the opponents this time around. And LEGACi, the Golden Triangles, are trying to come through and prevail in this match, trying to get their very first points on the board. And you can tell, hey, that is the new Estus All-Star skin. Quite beautiful. I know they have like a band going on, so definitely appreciate that skin there.
Yeah, gotta love the skin showcasing out here in the Land of Dawn today. Not disappointing, but the Estus is an interesting pick. You credited Blacklist. We'll see if they can kind of pull off that Ube strat to work in their favor. Now, when you're looking at the compositions, in terms of crowd control for LEGACi, there really isn't that much. I mean, I guess you have the Vexana and you have Kuyakin with the Wild Charge. Maybe a little bit of that utility provided by Riles with the Ice Queen wand if he picks that up over there for the X board. But outside of that, there's just not really too many heavy sets outside of Kuyakin who they're going to have to rely on. But when you're looking at Fiends, You have the Fedrin with the Energy Eruption. You also have, well, I guess it's kind of the same because Chirobombi, I mean, he can take the Wild Charge. So I feel like it's kind of a stalemate. You're not really going to see the biggest sets from either side, but you're going to see a lot of jam-packed action.
I do think the IMU from the Valentina to pick up the Grok ult might be very impactful, or even the last Insanity, the top side.
Ooh, Riles taking some damage. Pro Destroy making the most out of the CC. Hit with the Energy Eruption and using the Appraiser's Wrath onto Riles, forcing him back over there to his side of the jungle to get that Faraga armor and continue his farm. With that separation, though, Fiends takes control of the Turtle Pit.
Yeah, and you know, Fiends, without the Raga armor, of course, the X-Borg is going to have a much harder time to deal with a lot of these objectives, especially when they're going up against such a utility-focused jungle like the Fredra. Now, the Retribution has been used. Fiends should look to disengage, going back into their farm. Now, kind of want to take a look at some of the spells that are on the board. Quantum Charge on Estes is quite unique. I've ran it a few times. Definitely something interesting that Fiends have decided to pick up. There's also a Common Emblem and a Festival Blood on Kohari, which I don't know if traditionally carries do use that Common Emblem, but definitely a lot more utility on the side of Fiends here to have some mobility and also some sustains in their lane.
We've been seeing a couple of carries pick that up to be a little bit more sustainable and get that regen as they use their skills, especially with carry not being as mobile. The survivability is what they're playing for. Kohari, though, speaking of survivability, knocked airborne with the Wild Charge with some assistance from Fiends. The counterplay, the 4-man rotation. Riles need to get out of there. Hit with Energy Eruption and Pro Destroy, drawing first blood to shut him down.
Yeah, this is going to be smell like a lot of trouble because honestly, for the side of Estes, typically the power scale of that hero is going to be towards that mid game. So the 8-minute mark, if they do decide to go 0-0 for the side of Fiends, they should have some advantage. The bot side looking to clear. I don't think they're going to get Kohari, but no punish and a flicker being popped out from the side of LEGACi.
Yeah, needed to get that separation. Definitely didn't want to allow them another kill for the side of Fiends because we know how quickly these small victories can lead into a major one if you're not careful in the early game. 600 gold lead for the side of Fiends and a massive damage. A Wild Charge. Power of Nature winding up. Magic very low, but Pro Destroy and Chirobombi to help protect him to terrify onto Kuyakin. Pro Destroy picking up his second kill in the last 4 minutes.
I'm surprised Kuyakin did not swing there. Ooh. Because, you know, there was potential for him to be able to do so. Now on the top side here,
ooh, uneven. We'll find PDR. Uses that Vengeance last second, though. The quicksand not able to keep him alive on this Khalid pickup up against the CC for the XP lane.
Yeah, 3-0 is going to be the overall scoreboard. Fiends already up 1k gold lead. They have the gold lead. They have the kills on the board, looking for the next objective here. But the ultimates are available. The Raga armor also has not been down for the side of Riles.
Yeah, and right now, Fiends in a position to take another turtle in their favor. Riles trying to get in there for Raga armor. Knocked down very low. Uneven. With the fire missiles, able to sustain himself on the CC to terrify. Magic takes down Kukin. A Wild Charge knock-up. Pro Destroy will claim the turtle for Fiends and some additional bodies. So you're going to see uneven takedown. PDR, Riles, Kuya Nash. In a bad situation, and they close the distance. Chirobombi with the double kill to shut him down. Kuya will respond back, getting a kill of his own, though. Finds Magic. And on the bot side, Jolie versus Kohari on the 1v1 trade. Kohari may be able to claim this turret.
Yeah, Fiends are winning pretty much across the board at this point. They got the last 2 turtles. They have a 3k gold lead, kills 7-1, and they even got the bot side advantage on a 1 versus 1 lane. It smells a lot of trouble for the side of LEGACi. And when you take a look at some of the team fights and the sustain, the Estes has been key to all of this. 1, 1, and 5 is his overall scoreboard, and he's able to sustain and pretty much heal up all the members of Fiends, even when they're in bad positions, right? Magic was able to heal up. Just like this fight right here, he took some tower damage. He did get bursted, but that's a double kill for the carries to the side of Fiends.
I'm pretty sure he used the Wild Charge knockup from Kuyakin to get that with that IMU. A great play over there from Chirobombi on this Valentina, who we both agreed was a strong pickup to use against LEGACi. They even picked the Grok after the Valentina was picked up, and it's definitely showcasing that it may have been a mistake. Fiends off to a good position, but a counterplay from LEGACi. PDR, Sandstorm is going to find Magic. Down goes Estes. Last standing going out from Riles. Chirobombi very low, needs to get out of there. Praise Rap and Pro Destroy will find Kuyakin. Killing spree activated. Kuya Nash very low. The Terrify connecting uneven. Down PDR. Kuya will take down Pro Destroy. A 2-for-2 trade in the mid lane.
2 for 2, lots of utility use being both sides, but the side of LEGACi finally been able to get some kills on the board. And look at the boss side, Kohari the Brave pushing Jolie by himself and taking a lot of the tower out of the place. 4K gold lead, 6 minutes in. Fiends on a good one in this series.
He just picked up that Demon Hunter sword too. You can definitely tell Kohari is comfortable, but he needs to be careful as you are looking at Rios trying to punish, dealing some damage, taking him down to half HP. I gotta see what he has built. I mean, he's able to sustain himself pretty well, even with the side of LEGACi trying to take him down. Okay, so he does have a little bit of armor. He has a corrosion sight too, and he has the tough boots to negate the slow over there from Rios if he decides to go in for a nice Queen 1.
Yeah, but the carry is just kind of fed at this point, right? He's level 9 already. He has 1k above the enemy Claude, but Fiends looking to deny the blue buff.
Yeah, uneven. Needing to get out of there. Does not have the numbers, but living up to the name, doesn't really care. PDR trying to burst him down, being a little bit of that menace, that threat, forcing LEGACi back in their jungle, as you are going to see Kohari the Brave again. No problem. Able to take the tier 2 turn on the bot side.
And it's quite interesting from the side of Fiends that they're allowing Kohari to get this free lane, right? It might not even be Fiends, it might just be LEGACi. The rotations are just not there. And Pro able to pick up the Khalid near the mid side bush. This is going to be bad because it's a 4 versus 5 and the Lord is going to be available for the side of Fiends to take.
And this is where the export starts to have trouble, right? When you don't take advantage of the early game, he has a hard time catching back up in the jungle. Honestly, sometimes I prefer him being slotted in the XP lane over the jungle just because of that factor. When you're looking at Fiends, they have the Fredrin, which means he can be a bully. He can rush into Fredrin's buff alongside Chirobami on this Valentino with that Terrify. You know what else we got to kind of put into play? They have the Estus for the heals. Magic Kohari hit over there by the Blazing Duet from Jolie, but not going to phase him. Able to keep him alive through all of that damage. Roused with the last insanity, though, trying to deal some massive damage. Big explosion. PDR will find Magic. Finds one member for Fiends. Maybe able to get another. Sandstorm going in, but Kohari, the Brave, will find PDR in the aggressive play. Uneven. Finds Kuya Nash dealing a little bit of chip damage. And you are looking at Fiends looking on taking more of the jungle from LEGACi.
Yeah, but a small hope coming in from LEGACi, able to pick off a few members from the side of Fiends. So I think that's actually quite good, right? They're looking to engage and they're still looking to go aggressive. They have not lost their confidence and they're still trying to get a few of these good team fights here and there. But unfortunately, the Fiends' response was just a little bit too good. The Estus heal. And now even on the top side, Kohari able to take care of business by himself without any help, right? This is why we call him the Brave, because he pretty much can just do everything by himself.
Yeah, right now looking like a little bit of a one-sided story, similar to majority of the games for LEGACi. As you are looking at Fiends, not taking any damage to any other turrets on the map so far, up by 8 kills and now leading by 8,000 gold.
Yeah, it's a lot of trouble if you're side of LEGACi, right? This is a team that you really want to be able to compete and stand against, but the side of LEGACi just have not found the rhythm in this NACT. 12-4 is the overall scoreboard, 10 minutes in, and the gold lead is quite immense for the side of Fiends here. And, you know, for the side of LEGACi, they have a few problems, right? The Purify from the Estus is just a little bit too much. You can see if they're able to burst out the Estus ultimate or force him to use that ultimate before the team fight happens, they have a chance to kind of deal with the sustain that Fiends have. But if the Estus is able to hold on to that ultimate, hold on to that Purify, the Khalid or the Grok is unable to get that gap closed or shut down the Estus, it's going to smell a lot of trouble because we're going into this mid game. And with Estus not, you know, being shut down here, Fiends are just going to walk through and Ube strat and mow down the members of LEGACi.
That's right. The Blessing of the Moon Goddess only getting stronger the longer this match goes over there for Magic. Pulling a lot of tricks out of his hat in the early game. Now, for the side of LEGACi, if they want to kind of have a chance to turn this around, I mean, it's really going to boil down to Jolie getting the late game items necessary. But when you're looking at Kohari, he's already ahead of him by 3,000 gold. He has the Demon Hunter Sword. He has the Golden Staff. He has the Corrosion Sight. When you're looking at Jolie, he's slowly getting there. I think he only has like a Golden Staff or maybe a Corrosion Sight on his side compared to him. you're looking at Riles having a very hard time finding his proper footing on this X-Borg in the jungle. Like we said, X-Borg, once he's down, it's very hard to catch back up. And just look at Kohari the Brave. The massive damage. The Speedy Light Wheels finds one, takes down PDR. Kuya Kid next on the chopping block. Churro will find one. Kohari takes down Kuya Kid. Riles by himself as Churro gets a double. Finds Jolie. Last Sanity, the last resort. But rocked down and bursted out. Churro gets the triple kill, a full wipeout against LEGACi.
Yeah, and Fiends definitely having a strong performance there. Definitely the reason why they were able to take a game off of Devious and able to upset multiple opponents already in this tournament. A very, very strong performance by the side of Fiends as they take the Lord, looking to go for even more real estate onto the mid side. And I think they're definitely going to be able to get so before the Lord even marches down on the opposite lane where, you know, the side of LEGACi, that's their only tower left. So definitely a good team fight coming out.
Yeah, Fiends looking to close this out on even Faku Kim. PDR will find Kohari. Chirobami taking down PDR to respond. A 2-for-1 trade. Numbers in Fiends' favor. Last insanity from Riles. Trying to get to the backline. Finds Magic. Chirobami will take down Jolie. Gets a double, a triple. Takes down Kid. Riles by himself. Another wipeout. A maniac from Churro to close out the game as Fiends shuts down LEGACi and pushes through their base crystal.
A dominating performance by the little Bat Kids out there. 22-5 is the overall scoreboard. 13-minute match. The Fiends able to get the victory in this very first game. And Fiends has been such a strong team, especially when it comes down to the openings of matches, to pick these unconventional picks. And this time around, they're able to take the game with, you know, the carry that Kohari just dominated in his lane. And also Pro Destroy able to pick up the Fredrin, blocks the Auraga armor. You know, it's very convincing in this series so far that Fiends is definitely the better team. But LEGACi, they still have a sliver of hope. They're able to get a few team fights here and there. It's not, you know, the performance that they are looking for, but they still have a lot of time to try and get back in this series.
Yeah, they need to figure out some answers fast, though, as Fiends. They're not playing around, and they're not trying to give them any breathing room. I mean, they were able to take majority of the neutral objectives, didn't really have any penalty with anything in that entire game. I mean, even Kohari, there was multiple times when he's running on this carry, he has a flicker, but he's not as mobile as other marksmen, and he's able to just pretty much push through a tier 2 turret with little to no contest. This is the fastest game that Fiends has had the entire regular season. The last one was like a 14-minute game up against BloodHounds, 14 minutes, 3 seconds. But now, cutting that time down to 12 minutes and 49 seconds up against LEGACi, it just shows that they're improving. You got to see LEGACi find some answers for game number 2.
Yeah, and typically when you come down to the match, if it's a 13-minute match, the first Lord marching down and the game closes, I would definitely say the draft has a little bit of problem. And if you take a look at some of the statistics, right, the Grok, the impact just was not there. The Claude just did not get, you know, the lane that he really wanted to do. Maybe pick up the Harith or the Brody to give a little bit of an early game edge for the side of LEGACi, and also the X-Borg, right? The impact just was not there. You could take a look at some of the status. Rich Guy goes into Kohari's hands. Chirobambi picking up the carry. Kuya Ken picks up the sandbag, and the forgotten one, the Estes player Magic, picks up 17 assists there.
Yeah, definitely not the same pace we've been seeing today in the series, at least for the first 2 series. LEGACi, a little behind the power scale up against Fiends. I mean, they barely made it into the top 8, and you know, you're definitely seeing a little bit of a gap when it comes to these objectives and these early rotations. I hope they can step up to that mantle for game number 2. There was a lot of interesting things that did happen in this match, though. We got to see the Estes slotted in. We didn't even get to see the Estes get to the late game heals because how fast that match ended. It was just a ticking time bomb. We talked about Kohari the Brave. He's known to run that Claude or that carry. Those are the 2 marksmen that he runs. Maybe taking him off one of those 2 in game number 2 could be a start for them to turn that around. But it's definitely going to be the early game that they have to focus in on. They cannot allow these turtles to go and their turrets to fall with no contest.
Yeah, and I honestly feel like it's due to some of their drafts, right? The early game rotations coming down, the Estes was able to kind of pick off members even early game, and traditionally Estes isn't that type of an aggressiveness to have a dominating, you know, pre-level 8 performance. But once you hit that level 8, once you go into that mid game, 10 minutes in, that's when Estes really shines. That's when teams start to group up. But the strategy that the side of Fiends kind of implemented was so aggressive, so brute force, that like they were able to just get the victory from any of these team fights. And you know, the slow pickoffs from one-on-one, you know, the top side engagements, while letting the Kohari just deal with the Claude by himself, which he did an excellent job every single time he had to face anyone. It could be the Khalid that comes up, it could be the Claude, and he was just winning in those performances. So definitely Fiends had the ability to just dominate in this game, and honestly I think it's due to the draft.
Yeah, I mean, the new kids on the block. Let's take a look at a couple of their highlights from the last matches. They were able to kind of dominate with the one-sided fashion. Kohari the Brave here, he was able to take down PDR. He got another two that you all saw Kuyakin trying to burst him down. He's ended up with a full wipeout up against the side of LEGACi, but Riles, the last insanity, his last resort, trying to escape, but led to a full wipeout. And then a couple seconds later, not even a full minute later, another wipeout happened to be able to close out that game. As you've seen them push through, open up the base with the Lord on the bot side, not even really needed with how much of an advantage they had in the early phase to close out this series.
Yeah, and when you take a look at the Estes heal, it's just a little bit too overwhelming for the side of LEGACi to kind of deal with that, right? They were able to take out Kohari, but unfortunately the team fight still went into the favor for the side of Fiends. The Estes heal was just too much to deal with. And once again, you go a Grok, something that doesn't have too much CC. You go a Khalid, right? You can't hold members down there, and you end up just getting out healed. And again, when you're playing the Estes, it's more about reactive. It's more about the enemy team kind of throwing themselves at you, and they miscalculate the damage. And this time around, definitely feels like LEGACi miscalculated their damage. They don't have enough frontline set. They cannot pin down the Estes, where it forces the Purify early, it forces the Blessing and the Moon Goddess early enough where LEGACi can prevail in any of these team fights. And it's honestly just due to the tankiness of Fiends, the early game rotations. They're able to get a few pickoffs here and there, and also the ability of Kohari just baiting out so many spells and not dying so quickly. Like, Fiends just played a great game.
He's just gonna keep earning titles. Kohari the Brave, Kohari the Strong. What else is he gonna be by the end of this series? With the way he's performing, the Unkillable, the Immortal, as we are now jumping into the second game of the day for our third series. Fiends up against LEGACi. Match point for Fiends. If they can shut down LEGACi, it will be a sweep. LEGACi yet to find a single victory this entire regular season. They need answers, and they need them fast. Now, you mentioned the Estes, able to kind of pick up the heals later that game goes, definitely would have been a threat. I think that what Fiends has is a strong trio core synergy, right? Their roamer, their mage, and their jungler. They play pretty tight together, whereas when we look at LEGACi, Riles, he's playing on the X-Borg, he's trying to get his purple buff, he's getting invaded, and there's not really any answer to stop them when they have a bully like the Fredrin over there. So maybe starting on tightening up their trio core synergy can help them out for game number 2.
Well, definitely drafting a little bit better, I think, could have been an option, right? They didn't have to ban out every single one of those tanks, especially in the second phase, because honestly, they had the first pick available. They could have picked up one of those strong tanks like the Minotaur or the Tigreal for themselves, or even picking up the Kaja that they opted to ban out. It could have been, you know, a day and night difference to have a suppression to deal with the Blessing of the Moon Goddess to force that ultimate out early, but they chose for a Grok, and the knockup just is not enough to, you know, stun the whole entire team to force the, it can force a Purify, but the second that the Purify gets forced, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess comes through, the whole team is back up to full HP. The Raga armor is out, there's no Grok ultimate, and they're just getting run down. So this time around, I do think if LEGACi is able to draft up a little bit better of a response, get the counterplay coming through, it might be much better. And you know, the bans are on the table, not really too much focus on the roam, so maybe we're gonna see a Tigreal come through by the side of LEGACi, because I do think that might be the option here.
You know what else is out there? Barats. It hasn't been banned on the table so far. Could be a viable pickup. Stack that up with something like an Angela. And I mean, we've even seen the Barats be pulled out with the Tig and then slot the Barats in the XP lane. I mean, hey, it works, and it worked out really well. And I wonder if that's something that Fiends will implement after seeing the beginning series of today. Now, nonetheless, there's some viable options for the side of Fiends. The Vexana did get taken off the table alongside that Navaria, though. So your staple mages are not going to be available for pickup.
Ruby, Claude comes into mind. The Barats that you kind of talked about is also good. The side of Fiends, they have a very great Fredra. Now, in North America, everyone loves Barats. I do not think Barats is that great where every team needs to be first picking it, right? I do think is quite a few options. Ruby, which can be flexed into the XP or in the room, can be a good option, right? The X-Borg also can be a flex pick. Kohari decides to pick up this Ruby. Now, what's interesting that I have to say is Ruby Gold Lane has been used in MPL, so this can be a trio flexed, but more than likely Kohari, once like Wheezy was talking about, the carry, the claw that he's been so good at, gets denied this time around, and I think that's a safe option for the side of LEGACi to pick up.
I don't even think he's worried about it, though, because he's still going to pick up that Claude since it's on the table, right? If it's not carry, it's Claude, and that should be a strong pickup from them. But for LEGACi, they're in a position now where they could pick up a strong jungler. You can get something outside of that X-Borg. Maybe a Fredrin, maybe a Barats. Honestly, I think the Barats would be okay here because you can kind of... Oh, but they're going to go in for the Fredrin instead. They're going to allow the Barats to walk. I don't know if I really necessarily agree with it, but I think Fredrin is a safe option. He does have to worry about CC, though. You already have the Ruby for Fiends, and that's just the beginning of their draft. They can stack a heavy CC composition. They can even go for a Valentina here. If they go for the Valentina for the Terrify, it would be even more of a threat to the Fredrin as he tries to be that bully in the neutral objectives and inside of his jungle.
The Fredrin definitely provides a little bit of a lockdown CC for the carry to be able to handle, right? And it also does provide a little bit of sustain with the ultimate coming through, but the response coming through is quite tough. The Barats paired up with a Raphael. The movement speed is quite immense, but there's also the stun factor that does come through with the Raphael, and that could be something that LEGACi has to worry about. The X-Borg pickup, I think, is quite great here, though. It does deny a little bit of the frontline presence that Barats has. It forces the Raphael to kind of go into more of a defensive mechanism, but Raphael's heal does negate and purify a lot of the slowness coming out from X-Borg, so it may not work out as well as LEGACi is thinking for.
I like the X-Borg alongside with you. I mean, it has the true damage. It's good against the Barats, and I tend to favor it a little bit more inside of the XP lane than I do in the jungler position. Now, with that X-Borg, he's going to be able to provide utility in terms of CC. You throw that Ice Queen wand on him, he has the Faraga army, he's able to stay alive in majority of these engagements, but the thing he's going to lack is hardcore CC, right? You have the Fredrin, he has the Energy Eruption, but he's the jungler, so he's going to be initiating a lot of these fights. Maybe the X-Borg will with the Last Insanity, maybe with the Fire Missiles, but I feel like they need something a little bit more to solidify their crowd control, because I just don't feel like the X-Borg and the Fredrin alone is enough to keep Fiends at bay, especially with a Ruby with that chain CC, and then keeping them alive with the Raphaela is going to be a problem. There's a little bit more CC at their disposal, though. Some good damage as well. We've seen the Nana showcased earlier in some of the series today, making another appearance now. We'll have that passive to be able to use that Molina's Gift when things get a little tricky to work in her favor. But I feel like with the Nana on the table, I mean, I guess some of the staple mages are gone, so it's not the worst option.
Well, the best case scenario for you has been presented for the side of LEGACi, right? The Claude gets banned out, the carry gets denied. So the Fiends have to look for another option onto the gold lane if they want to kind of continue this momentum. Some of the things that can be viable, right? They go for the Brody to deal with the early game that the carry has. Could be a very great option since the Fredrin and the X-Borg both need a lot of time to scale. Right? And another option could be the Herod, which has done well, but no, it is going to be the Soccer Man and the Surfer coming through. The Gourd gets picked up. I do believe it's the first time in our NACT round robin where we have seen the Gourd being picked up by multiple teams in the Asia server. So I'm super excited to see him come through and join us in the Land of Dawn.
We've seen another team pull out the Gourd within, I want to say day one or day two. Who was the...
Oh.
Do you know who it was? I'm trying to...
No.
I'm gonna circle back around to it. We did see one other Gourd. But nonetheless, Oh, actually, there it is. Area 77 pulled out the gourd up against BTK for their debut match. And they were actually able to beat BTK with it. So we'll have to see how it kind of plays out. Franco, though, you've been mentioning Franco, I want to say, like, the entire day. And now it's been slotted over there for LEGACi. Is this what they needed, right? They have suppression on the table. I mean, it can get a good hook out there, possibly catch somebody out of position, such as Chirobami or Kohari. But you are going to be worried about a Ruby who has a lot of chain CC to kind of deal with. So we'll have to see how it kind of plays out. But how do you kind of feel about the synergized composition coming from LEGACi, having that Franco in the roam position, and then also having the Fredrin for the jungler?
I'm glad you asked that question, Weezy, because there's so much to talk about in this matchup. Right, there's a lot of CC coming out from LEGACi, a lot of CC actually. All the members have the ability to kind of slow members down besides the carry. But the side of Fiends have also the ability to deal with a lot of the CC. But before I continue, Weezy, take us in here.
That's right, jumping into the Land of Dawn. Fiends up against LEGACi. Game number 2. Game number 1 ended with a one-sided story, forcing LEGACi in an awkward position as Fiends has a position to take them down with match point. Can LEGACi's push through the momentum that Fiends has built up and take us to a game number 3?
All right, the strategy coming out from LEGACi is quite simple for me. Okay, they have the Fredrin to be able to get the frontline guarantee set along with the Petrify and a knockup, and to be paired up with kind of the range set of the Nana or the Iron Hook from the Franco. They should be able to guarantee get a hook and get a pick off here and there, and that kind of secures along with the carry to be able to kind of just burst a single member down from the side of Fiends. But what Fiends has is quite interesting. The Raphael actually traditionally is a great, but before that,
ooh, Kuya Nash will draw first blood, finds magic on the Raphaela. PDR though very low. Gord having a heavy impact over there from Chirobami with the CC he is providing to the team. First blood though goes to LEGACi.
Now, ooh, on the top side, Riles gets a head move in this fight. LEGACi playing much better in this first 2 minutes of the game. But going back to kind of the draft that I was talking about, Raphael can deal with a lot of the slows that come out from the side of LEGACi. For example, the heal can allow members of Fiends to kind of dodge the impact that the Xborg has, or the Iron Hook to be able to kind of just run through it.
Oh! The Iron Hook, but it didn't work out the way Kuya planned as he pulled him into PDR so that he could take him down. I wonder if you can get negative assists over there for LEGACi.
But you know what's interesting is that the Franco is good against the Bratz, right? Bratz has a much bigger hitbox, especially when he's maxed out. But the Raphael's movement speed should be able to counter and allow the Fiends to have a little bit more dodge. But ooh,
Mr. Gush goes out. Magic will find Riles with that assistant damage from Chirobami. He's been having some good placement over there on this gourd.
Yeah, here, and the turtle does go into the favors of Fiends here. They're able to take out the jungler, so they should be able to get this no problem here. But again, it's quite interesting comp coming out from both teams. I think both teams have the ability to win in this series, and lots of CC.
Yeah, on the table, PDR will find uneven. The siege for the purple buff. Pro Destroy trying to get it. Retribution goes down last minute from Riles. But again, this is kind of similar to game number 1, right? Fiends, they like to take the fight to the enemy jungle. They like to harass Riles on his orange and purple buff. And that's what you're seeing right there, forcing out his retributions and possibly trying to get some kills. Speaking of kills, Bloody Hunt going down with the suppression. Jolie will find Kohari.
Yeah, the Franco is actually quite perfect here to deal with the aggressiveness that Kohari kind of has. I'm not saying he doesn't look at the map, but he definitely, if a roamer is onto the top side, they could kind of trade some of the responses onto the aggressiveness that Kohari has, right? He dominates the lane in a 1v1 performance against almost anyone. But if you decide to put a roam onto the top side, force a 2v2 matchup, I don't think Kohari is going to stand out as much as he does when he gets these 1v1s.
Gets the hook last second to take that gold crab. Pro Destroy joining the party on the top side to give Fiends the numbers. But you mentioned having Kuyakin up there to kind of protect Jolie, puts Kohari in a little bit of a hard situation, but you're seeing Fiends respond really well as they're rotating to the top side to give them a slight advantage. I mean, you did see Jolie pick up a kill right there, which means he is going to be ahead a little bit in gold against Kohari.
Now, Kuyakin 0-0-3. He's got the hands right now. He's got the hooks in his favor. He's able to kind of just land a lot of those hard CCs that LEGACi is desperately needing. So very good news from the side of LEGACi, but Fiends looking to go aggressive onto the top side. The gold tower is going to be taken away from the Bruno. This smells so much trouble because the Bruno is just so good, and the Mystic Gush forces the flicker. Right? So Fiends actually still dominating in a lot of these early games, but I would have to say that LEGACi has a much better opening this time around compared to the game 1.
Yeah, definitely playing a little bit smoother, but Fiends still able to find an advantage. Pro Destroy will go ahead and claim this turtle. PDR rushing in with the last insanity. The taunt with energy eruption, but a knockup. Nom nom! Get in my belly! Riles will fall. Chirobami gets the kill. Uneven. Able to sidestep that hook from Kuyakin. Definitely could have been deadly if he was able to connect. And 3-3 on the scoreboard, but Fiends with the slightest advantage.
And once again, right, Fiends, they want the team fights to go long. They have the Raphael for the sustain. They have the Barats for the front side. So they want the team fight to go for a very long time. But on the other hand, LEGACi here.
Ooh, Mr. Gush going down again. Chirobami with the ultimate dealing massive damage. Pro Destroy to clean up. The last member finds Jolie, a 2-for-none trade on the top side, and down goes the tier 1 turret.
It is a good trade for the side of Fiends, but on the other side of the map, they're able to get some damage onto the mid side. They are potentially going to be able to close in on the bottom, and Fiends here trying to see if they could get the engage on the side of LEGACi.
Yeah, trying to distract them, trying to allow that bot turret to fall. Melina's gift procced out from Kuya, used the flicker to get away to safety. PDR with the fire missiles providing some great utility, but may find himself down over there from the Mystic Gush. Immortality has been procced. Uneven trying to deal some CC, trying to burst down the remaining Faraga armor, but PDR may be able to get out of there. Sidesteps into the bush. Now over to the purple buff. Kuyakin needs to help him out. Uneven will find him. Down goes PDR. Nom nom. Death is welcome connecting for the stun onto Kuyakin. A 2-for-none trade again in favor for the Fiends.
A negative assist once again for Kuyakin. Picks up the Barats with the Iron Hook, but gets shut down right away. Fiends again getting away with a lot of the early game aggression that they're completely known for. 3k Goldie and the Mystic Gush looking to deny Riles here at mid.
That Mystic Gush hitting hard over there to LEGACi as Riles will fall yet again. The 4th assist over there from Chirobami, and now a siege for the tier 1 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, Fiends are looking quite good in this series. Once again, a 4k gold lead 6 minutes in. I didn't think it was going to be extremely one-sided here, but definitely Fiends are having a strong showing once again.
Ooh, another Iron Hook not connecting, but the I'm offended. The response back from Uneven. On par right now with the setups that Fiends is looking for. Turtle is in play, and Fiends should be able to take this objective if they want to, but they're going to go ahead and go in for this orange buff, forcing LEGACi back toward their base.
Yeah, and you know, I kind of expect Kuyakin to be able to get a couple more hooks here, but unfortunately he's not able to get the grab that he is looking for desperately here. And if Kuyakin is unable to get any lands onto the side of Fiends, then they're going to struggle a lot in these team fights, right? They want the Iron Hook to get onto any member of the side of Fiends, get that Bloody Hunt, and have the carry free hit and completely deny one pick. But for the side of Fiends, they've grouped up quite well. Even the Kohari, the Grey, pushing onto the boss side by himself, but the members of Fiends are closing in.
Yeah, I mean, Fiends is not going to go in for these turtles. They're going in for the kills and for the turrets. Jolie, though, will find Uneven. Able to make it work in their favor. May not have been the smartest decision for Fiends, but now the Lord will spawn in. No more turtles in effect. But so far, Fiends able to take all the objectives with little to no contest.
Yeah, 8-4 is the overall scoreboard. 8 minute in, about a 4 to 5k gold lead for the side of the Bats. And, you know, LEGACi right now are struggling a little bit. I do think the Franco has the potential to get a few more Iron Hooks to try and, you know, close it out. And right there, he gets one.
Yeah, Protostar will be able to take the Lord. Kuya will go ahead and take down Churro. That is going to be a 1 for Lord trade. Fiends still putting on some pressure on the LEGACi. Hold on. Let's go back over there to the top side. Proto Strong will find PDR, though. Unstoppable Melina's gift procced out from Kuya Nash. Jolie will find Uneven, forcing out the flicker. LEGACi on the retreat. Speedy light rolls from Jolie, trying to stop Fiends from closing that distance, but it looks like they will be able to take down a possible tier 2 turret for the top side.
Yeah, 9-6 is the overall scoreboard. They're able to get a shutdown onto Uneven, but is that the target they're looking for? This one it is, for sure.
Yeah, able to connect with the Iron Hook. Down goes Magic. A great setup over there from Kuya. This is what we were looking for majority of the early game so far. Did he get online right there, though? Can he continue to connect with these Iron Hooks? Kohari, though, the brave, the strong, the immortal, 1v4. What can he not do? He can't take them down. That's what he can't do. A little bit more than he could handle. And down goes the marksman for Fiends.
It's always kind of interesting to watch Kohari play because, you know, traditionally marksmen don't have the balls to be able to do so, but Kohari definitely showing a complete different style onto the gold lane. He's just like, you know, 1 versus 3, no problem. Let me force all the members onto whatever lane that he's at because it doesn't feel like he's getting the attention he deserves here, right? 0, 2, and 3, he shouldn't even be onto the front side, but he's just so aggressive with the style that he is, and there's no punish on the side of LEGACi to kind of deny that away, but the Iron Hook
is gonna connect. Bloody off with the suppression. Kuya Nash with a follow through finds Uneven. Missed the goods from Churro Bombi as a response, but not able to take him down. PDR, though, very low. Able to get away at a moment's notice with 1 HP. You know what's funny about Kohari? He's got another nickname now. Tony Montana. You know how he has his final stand over there at the mansion? That's what it looks like when Kohari tries to 1v4 the entire team of LEGACi.
And I mean, Kohari has done such a great job in a lot of these fights, but ooh, lots of hooks coming through.
Yeah, Kuya Nash will find Magic for the shutdown. Kuya Nash will fall as well. 1-for-1 trade. Kohari looking for some damage. Immortality being procced to PDR. Jolie picks up Demon on his sword. Kohari will find Riles, though. PDR need to get out of there. Flickers away, but Kohari! Say hello to my little friend as he rushes in with the soccer ball to burst him down.
Yeah, again, look at him right here. He's pushing the bot side 2 versus 1, and he's not even scared of the Iron Hooks coming through in the bloody hunt.
Oh,
but I might be too far.
Take him down. Oh, he lives. It doesn't even affect him, Yue.
It's like a mental game for Kohari. He's just like, please throw more people at me, right? Like, he's not even scared. He continues to push onto this mid side, and he's definitely showing a strong standing for, you know, being called the Brave here. 5k gold lead for the side of Fiends. The gold, I mean, the kills are close for both teams, but Fiends are so aggressive here.
Oh, able to crack open the base for LEGACi, and looking like they're trying to get some more. Chirobami finds PDR. They may be able to get another early finish with the Iron Hook. Connecting on Uneven. Able to get out of there. Able to sustain himself in the base. Putting on the pressure. Fiends ready to take the fight to LEGACi's home turf.
Yeah, and right here, Fiends really have to kind of play a little bit more discipline, in my opinion, right? You know, against a lot of the great teams, if you go this aggressive, you're just going to get punished over and over and over. And, you know, going up against LEGACi with this type of style, it's great, right? We see the aggressiveness coming through right there. We did see Magic getting pulled by the Franco, and the team fight kind of looking in favor of the side of LEGACi. But again, Kohari able to bait out so many spells, gets the soccer kick, and then follows up with that flicker to deny the export getting away. It's a perfect play for the side of Fiends.
Yeah, now Fiends is trying to claim some more real estate, trying to end this game with another early finish to close out this series. They may be able to do it here. LEGACi on the back end, trying to hold them off. One inhibitor go through in the mid lane, and minions and a Lord on the top side. Bloody Hunt going down for the suppression. Not going to be able to stall them for long, though. They need to burst down this Lord and these minions, but look at Churobombi. Missed the gush. Massive damage. Kuya back to the base, able to sustain himself, and the Lord will be bursted down. Do we see the side of LEGACi's be able to hold off Fiends, or is this the end of the series? Down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane. Kohari gets a kill, finds Riles. Kuya next on the chopping block. It's a double kill from Kohari. Last Insanity out there trying to get the kill, trying to get the pick off. Kohari with the triple, though, fends him off, finds PDR. A base crystal to go through, and Kuya Nash, unstoppable, immortal, Fiends, able to claim the series, shuts down LEGACi, 2-0 sweep.
Victory!
Well, we're definitely good on the casting votes. Fiends able to grab a 2-0 in this best of 3 series, giving them 3 points to stand up tall against some of the crowns of NACT, right? And we've seen Fiends pretty much be the dark horse, and that has gotten pretty much all the wins that they have been looking for. This time, another strong performance. 2-0, 18, 11, and 45 is the overall KDA for the side of Fiends, and a wonderful performance once again from the young Kings here.
Yeah, and hey, Kohari was able to get another name, Tony Montana. The way he was performing in that game, just very confident in his capability in the gold lane. A one-man army, Fiends able to continuously showcase their mastery as a new team on the competitive scene. Shuts down LEGACi. LEGACi, not the same story though. Not able to find a single victory this entire regular season. You know, hopefully we can find some resolve for them as they progress through, but we're getting close to that halfway point. They need to find some answers as we climb up that ladder.
Yeah, now the real story for, you know, the bottom of the bracket is where LEGACi and BloodHounds stand. But, you know, Fiends able to get this victory, pushing them up in terms of the standings. 18-11 is the overall scoreboard, and a 13-minute dominating performance for the side of Fiends once again. And honestly, their draft has been so well-rounded. It's one of the teams that actually decides to use this utility-heavy style performance paired up with a utility jungle. So it definitely fits the side of Fiends to use some of these strategies that Blacklist has, you know, always kind of leaned on, and they've performed extremely well. Like, they understand how to use the sustains. They're using like their advantages, prolonging the team fights, allowing the sustains to come up, giving Kohari enough time. And, you know, quite honestly, Fiends, they have like this aggressiveness where the roam and the mage can take the enemy roam and mage wherever they want in the map, allowing Kohari to get this 1v1 onto the bot side, onto the gold lane, wherever he's at. And, you know, he's always thrived in these 1v1 performance. So definitely kudos to the side of the Fiends here, able to get this victory quite well.
Yeah, and you're looking at the rich guy, Kohari himself. 858 gold per minute. The carry as well. The sandbag going over the PDR, and the forgotten one is going to be Churobami on that crazy Gord that we've only seen showcased one other time with Area 77 up against BTK. But funny enough, I believe that means Gord has an 100% win rate this NACT regular season.
Yeah, no, definitely a strong performance from the Gord here. 83% kill participation, 74k damage. Kohari, 90k damage. This man is a complete menace on the gold lane. He said, take the carry, take the Claude. I'm gonna go for early game advantage. And, you know, it's quite brutal when the side of Fiends, they don't even care about the carry on the Claude. It wasn't even prioritized in the draft. They just allow Kohari to pick whichever they want to. And the Bruno worked out so well. It fit his style. He was going aggressive onto the tower, getting the gold plate quite early on. And take a look at some of the damage taken, right? Traditionally, the roam should be able to take care of a lot of the damage onto the front side. But this time around, Uneven has shown that he can be that frontline support. He can tank up and soak up all that damage and still survive Pro Destroyer along with it. It's extremely hard front line that the side of Fiends have set up.
You know, it's hard to kind of think about it, but we went through 3 series already today. I feel like time is flying with all of these matches, but Fiends able to kind of climb up that ladder, now able to get a 2-0 sweep, which is huge because this is a point system, right? Every win matters. That's going to kind of help them climb up there even higher, getting closer to that #1 position.
Yeah, most definitely. And Liz, welcome back to the show. It's been a very eventful night. What do you think about the last match coming through?
Very eventful indeed. I think this whole season is very interesting. We have a lot of interesting heroes, like you mentioned, Gord having a 100% win rate, as well as Vixana back in the scene. So that's definitely interesting. And I think the more epic thing coming for this season is it seems like everyone besides GG and BloodHound and LEGACi, everyone else seems to be on a similar stance. Whether it's Fiends, BTK, Area 77, DA, they're all in a very similar position. So the competition is fierce this season and the teams are pretty on an even battlefield. So that's definitely exciting to see.
Yeah, super exciting to see, you know, just the level of where these teams are standing. I mean, when we first started the NACTs, there's just such a major gap between like the top 2 teams and the remaining 6. But now I feel like it's starting to even out a little bit better to where like we're voting and not even knowing which way it's going to go. I mean, especially after today, we got to see a game go all the way to game number 3. UA over there with his master predictions, but nonetheless, hey, we'll see because we got another banger on the way. It's one of the most anticipated matches that everybody's been waiting to see. The Gaimin Gladiators up against the BloodThirstyKings. Our final series of the days, fellas. How do y'all kind of feel about that? UA, how you feeling about it? What's your prediction, Mad Scientist?
Yo, before we go into that, Liz, do we got like a player interview coming up?
Yep, as expected, we have a player interview with Kohari the Brave, or Tony Montana, according to Steph Weezy. So welcome, Kohari, for joining us. How do you feel about these nicknames? I know Trex called you Kohari the Brave. What do you think about that title? Do you think brave is the word you want to describe yourself? Well, amazing answer from Kohari. I don't think I can actually hear Kohari, so I'm not sure if it's your mic, but if the audience, if you guys... Oh, okay. So you might be muted there, Kohari. You want to maybe unmute your mic? Oh no, technical difficulties. You want to try again? Well, it seems like Kohari is definitely the brave. His mic is not really cooperating, but his Bruno definitely made the scene just now. And what I love about this season is we get to see all these players. We get to see the players coming out in their natural habitat. We saw Shark last season, Shark last week playing on his bed. And then we see all the other players showing their face cam. So that's a nice upgrade that we're seeing, even though there's technical difficulties coming with Kohari's mic, but it's understandable, right? They're not professional streamers, so we have a lot of these minor ticks and tacks, but I like the progress. I like the fact that we get to see how these players are playing.
You know, he also gained another nickname, Kohari the Silent.
What?
You know?
The silencer.
I think it was on purpose. I think he's just one of those people, you know, his actions speak louder than words. He just leaves it in the land of dawn.
Oh, that's a great way to put it.
Yeah, I think he, honestly, his gameplay speaks for itself. He was able to pretty much do what a lot of marksmen are not willing to do, is overextend and all by himself, a one-man army. We've seen him do it on the carry. We've seen him do it on the Claude. We also got to see him do it on the Bruno. I think he ended that game with a triple kill. Everybody was giving him the raw. We even seen him get hit with the bloody hunt and still not taken down. It's like, what do you have to do to shut this man down? Overall, though, a well-deserved MVP, a great player, and hey, they're just getting started. A super strong team in the making.
Yeah, definitely a strong team in the making. You know, the side of Fiends, they have what it takes to kind of upset a lot of these great teams. They've done it at least one of the games against Devious Activities, which is ranked number 2. And, you know, they've had tough games and they're following up quite well in the standings here, even grabbing up, clearing, you know, a 2-0, and 2-0 is actually quite important for a lot of these teams. They're able to get 3 points to push them up even higher in the standings. So Fiends definitely going to come out of this standings as a seeded team so far in like quite the first half beginning of NACT.
You're absolutely right. I mean, after today's games, they're probably standing at the top 2 spot ahead of Devious Activities. So that's crazy. And the MVP of that series from Fiends will be Churro Bami. So crazy showdown. Break it down for us, Weezy.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I guess when I actually think about it, he did have a major impact, especially over there when he was running that gourd. This was another gameplay when he was running the Valentina as well, though. He's been very aggressive, racking up them kills. I believe this is where he took the wild charge away from them majority of this game to deal that massive damage, and very hard to deal with Not only that, but running on the Valentina, who was able to pressure Riles inside of the jungle when he was running on that X-Borg to allow his team to be able to take his buffs, get Pro Destroy online nice and early.
Yeah, and you know, with the Gord pick and the Valentina, it kind of shows off this hero pool that he's able to use quite well in this series, and definitely well deserved in terms of the MVP. The impact that he had was quite immense there. He's able to get the stun, the Mystic Gush onto a lot of different members, shredding pretty much all the opponents from the side of LEGACi. So Churro Bambi is definitely a force to be reckoned with. I know we talk about a lot about Kohari, but all the members of Fiends do quite well. We see Uneven, you know, on the Ruby, on the X-Borg, on the CC, you know, he's done quite well in all the performance. So everyone from the side of Fiends, even Magic, man, shout outs to you. You guys create such a beautiful team, and it's been a masterpiece to watch here.
You're right. Everybody deserves the name of Young King. They've proven that as gamers get younger and younger, the competition gets fierce. So a lot of new players coming in the scene, bright futures ahead. And that Gord gameplay, I just love seeing a good Gord in the scene. Very satisfying with that ultimate. So congratulations for Kohari and for Fiends for making another epic series. Now, the last series of the day, what everybody is waiting for, BTK versus GG, the first showdown between these two teams. Will BTK make a comeback from that first series of the regular season? We'll find out.
Yeah, we'll definitely find out. It's going to be exciting nonetheless to watch it, and this may be the only time we get to see them face off, because if not, you have to hope to see them face off in the playoffs, but there's a chance that they might not. So it just kind of depends on how the ball gets rolling. But nonetheless, we are in for the most anticipated match of the night, and there was a lot of good series before it, so I could only imagine how good this one is going to be with GG and Gaimin Gladiators. I always say it's like the Mobile Legends gods flip a coin when these two teams fight it out for who can play victorious.
And it's quite a treat coming out to be able to get this last series of the night. I know everyone in the crowd has been waiting for, so thank you guys for all being patient and watching this NACT. But you know, this is going to be our last match, and it's quite honestly one of the most eventful matches the Gaimin Gladiators versus BTK is.
And to thank you guys for being so patient with us, we have another giveaway for our lovely fans. On the screen, you have a code, and you have a QR code to scan for tournament chest for the hero skin, hunting and Plaz for Popo and Koopa. So make sure you type that code in or scan that code to redeem the prize. The quantity is, as always, limited, only 31. So first come, first serve, make sure you type that code in. Now, as the viewers are looking to get their skins, what do you guys feel about the next match? I know we're going to talk more about it coming back, but this might be the only time we're going to see GG face, well, this is the only time we're going to see GG face BTK up until the playoffs at least.
You know, honestly, it's a pleasure not only being able to cast these two teams fighting it out, but also being able to see it, right? I mean, these players have a long history back and forth since the beginning of our NACTs. They've been on the same team, they've been on enemy teams, they've competed in majority of the grand finals. One side wins one, then switch around to the other season, another team wins the other. So we're going to have to see how this plays out. There was only one time that we've seen them face this entire NACT spring season, which was the the top 16, which is where we got to see them kind of face it out. And Gaimin Gladiators was able to push through BTK with ease, and I think it was just boiled down to them trying to limit Mobazane's junglers. They forced him into running that Fredrin, and they pulled a lot of chain CC on him to where he couldn't really rotate. So I'm excited. I know UA's excited. I know you guys are excited. So let's not waste any more time, guys. We'll be right back after a short break to jump into the final series of the day.
G? You wanna G this? Kill him. He's dead. He has purified.
Yeah, he did.
Next Lord, next Lord. I don't think they can fight Lord, to be honest. Gina doesn't get caught.
Purify.
Nice.
Kush.
I see you, Kush. I see you,
Coming.
Kush. We win this. It's over. Guys, magic.
Hey, kill him. There's no flicker.
No, we're fine. He's dead.
Push mid right now.
Push.
Yeah, they don't have XP. Nah, I think they're gonna try and fight it. They're gonna try.
Okay. Nice. Here.
Nice. Good flicker.
Should be free red buff too.
No purify, no purify.
Yeah, it is.
And blue.
Just one.
Oh, nice. Hard.
I'm bursting
One
them.
million, 1
We
million.
we can fight.
Nice. Yo, heart. Nice.
Low. You got it, you guys got it.
Yeah. Yo, we can just lord.
Yeah, we can.
End the one.
We can. Look all out.
Holy sh.
They do notice Tarzan. Good positioning for Area 77 for this first turtle. Cold Will trying to stop, I want to say, doing the best he can to kind of harass this turtle. Now at about half health. Nicola. Whoa! Looking for some damage. Here comes the last insanity. Mystic Gush is out, but Nicola with great positioning. Tarzan still gets the turtle, and this might be bad for BTK. Cold World and Mobazane get taken out. And a great turtle and 2 kills for Area 77.
Back online, he was struggling early on, but he should be able to find a kill here now. Ooh, red side, lots of people.
EA once again bringing in 4 members, 5 coming soon. Koharu with the place to do weapon, more to get away. Toru bursts him down, sends Koharu back to base. Look at Yato! Force the proc the passive just to get away. That Eternal Guardian is starting to hurt. Uneven, a little bit of trouble here though. Getting shredded down. T able to pick up the kill. DA with the advantage, taking out 2 members from Fiends.
Lord marching down. It's going to be an extremely hard clear for the side of Fiends.
No One's Fury something. Kohari is able to shut down the Lord, but he's pulled in with the Outdefended. No One's Fury does lock on. Blazing Duet just to get away. Destroy back to the base as well. But Uneven locks on to Kush here. Mikasa also pretty low. Chirobani looking for some sort of pickoff. Kush finally goes down, but still has the immortality. Destroy looking for an angle as well. Gonna come in, but locked up, and down they go. But Mikasa saving the day time and time again in these team fights. A lot of damage onto Yato. Comes in, able to pop back onto Kohari. But DA not done just yet. Kohari back onto the base, and DA has locked down. They're going to take us to a game number 3.
That walk just splitting the whole entire strategy of Legacy apart, getting this neutral objective without any problems.
Yeah, Holy Baptism locks on. Terrified, boom, knocked out. Koyaken hit by the Hayaken. Nash might just be next. Riles gonna take a lot of damage. BloodThirstyKings on the prowl. Meteor comes in, gets a knock up on 3 members, but no one there to follow up. And
the members are all onto the top side. Is BTK gonna clash with the advantage that they have?
Tona's welcome. Not able to land on it, buddy. But it doesn't matter because the rest of the team is here to help out. Ken taking a lot of damage. Swansong comes in though, able to unload on several members. Nicolette goes down. Koya Nash with a shutdown and double. Will it be enough though? Because BTK is still riding forward. As Nash falls, it's 3 for 2. Just when Legacy had a shot, they lose it.
A lot of these objectives and small fights.
I mean, it's definitely a tough game for BloodHounds. Already a 4,000k. This is the exact. Oh, wait a second. Nice suppression. Nice grab. They're able to get the kill on Sayori. No black shoes for her. Oh, my foe takes a turtle. Gets to the tone as welcome. Lands it down. Udabu. Damage. Tries to dash away, but Nakoko is on the trail. The last insanity gets the kill. And now a clash to the mid side. Violent Requiem locks on my foe, but he still stands tall. Finally falls, but takes Ramsey with him.
We're back, guys. I love it this season. We're so on time every single game. We're here with the final match of the day, BTK versus GG. How are you feeling, gentlemen?
Oh man, I can't wait. Honestly, I just want to jump to the draft to see both these teams fight it out. I think everybody does. But nonetheless, it's been an amazing journey for them throughout their entire career playing professionally for North America. And hey, We definitely have another great series in store.
And, you know, the story of today is there has been quite a lot of close games, right? A lot of close counters, especially, you know, between like the Devious and also NIGHTHorde. And then, you know, we had the BloodHounds versus the A77 in our very first match. Now, this time around, we have BTK versus Gaming Gladiators. I'm wondering if BTK has come up with a strategy because, you know, recently BTK hasn't done well in a lot of the strategies, but against Gaming Gladiators, I think this is where they're all going to tighten up and put their best shoe in front.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to have to see if day one was just a bad day for BTK or it's looking like a weak series for the team. So first, let's see their draft for today. BTK's rosters, we have Nicolette, Mobazane, Cold World, Basic, and Mielo. Very standard 5-man team.
Yeah, looking very strong. I mean, BTK, we've seen them have a couple of new faces on the scene this NACT Spring, especially compared to fall and spring last year. Mobazane always finding a way to kind of reconstruct BTK and try and make them even stronger than the time before. But hey, they're not the only ones improving. So are the other teams in North America, and definitely going to be having one of their hardest challenges yet, going up against Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, and Gaming Gladiators, like, this is a team that has done so well in pretty much all their performance in North America. We have Zia, Shark, Hoon, Best Player, and Fried Chicken. It's an all-star team versus an all-star team. So this is definitely one for the books, but Gaming Gladiator definitely have the more dominating performance, especially in this season. But Mobazane, I definitely feel like he has some strategies up his sleeve to be able to lead his team to victory.
That's true. I mean, BTK always makes a comeback in the previous seasons. They've never been out of that top spot. So we'll see how they do on the way later on this season. Now, for the predictions, let's take a look at what our casters feel with this game. I know I did pick GG, and it looks like everyone else is picking GG. Yue, this season, are you not in for the underdogs? What is going on? You want to get that prize for the best predictions?
GG has been a team with such a strong standing that it's hard to vote against them. And, you know, quite honestly, if I did vote against them, people are going to think I'm trolling. I do think GG has much better standing. Now, BTK could prove me wrong, but we will have to see in this series, Steph.
I mean, I'm right there with you. I'm a man of statistics. I'm a man of hard work and dedication, and also victory series that they've had. And GG, they never disappoint. I mean, every time you doubt against them, they usually pull through. I can't say the same for BTK this season. I mean, they took a loss to Area 77 on their debut game for the regular season. I mean, you know, that's not something you normally see. So it's kind of hard to expect them to beat Gaming Gladiators when Gaming Gladiators took down Area 77, the same team that took down BTK. So just a man of statistics alongside you. I think that's the same for everybody across the board. If BTK was able to claim their series against Area 77, then maybe I would have gave them the benefit of the doubt, but it's just hard to do that when there's not really any results to kind of back it up.
Okay, so speaking as a man of statistics, pull out some statistics or just tell us, like, what do you think is the statistics of BTK winning against GG?
Like winning against GG? Okay, so normally Gaming Gladiators, they kind of try and focus on making Zane uncomfortable, making him run something strong front line in the jungle that they can overwhelm with crowd control. One of his weaknesses is going up against Shark. Shark is able to kind of rotate, harass him in the jungle, deny him getting his orange and purple buffs. I think that's the way that they typically beat him. Now, they do have some additional members on the team that can definitely help out. I mean, they have Cold World there. He has the experience. He's played in grand finals before. He used to be on The Simpsons. That's something that they are going to have to watch out for. They have Nicolette, the rising prospect mid lane for BTK. And they also have a new addition, Milo himself over there on BTK. I actually got the pleasure of talking to him about where he thought he stood compared to Fried Chicken, who's over there on Gaming Gladiators, and he himself put himself higher, so I admire his confidence. And I guess we're going to figure out today as both of them kind of fight through it. But I do know Gaming Gladiators also has some secret weapons. They have some top prospects, and they also have a little bit more relevant experience on an international level compared to BTK, who has not really been able to make it out of the North American scene. With Fried Chicken on their team alongside that, he provides some valuable insight. He's a top XP laner, but not only that, his IQ and in-game performance speaks for itself. It's going to have to be something that BTK watches out for.
Now, the interesting thing that I have about this matchup is that Gaming Gladiators has been kind of the dominating king in this matchup. They have probably gotten the most victories against pretty much every single team, especially this year. But for the side of BTK, what's interesting to me is that all their players are all-star players. Not one of those players is like, hey, I'm brand new. Like, these guys have been in the scene for quite some time. Now, this combination is new. So, BTK, I feel like if they were to be able to get their synergy on point, all their players have the ability to win against Gaming Gladiators. All their players have the ability to win against every single one of these teams, as long as they can get the synergy that they are looking for. And I really believe that all it takes is one game for the momentum to shift. So I actually think BTK, they stand a strong chance, especially if they could get game one. If they could just get one game off of like the top 4 teams, I think the momentum is going to be extremely hard to stop.
Wait. Oh, Land of Dawn? Oh, draft is ready. Oh, okay, let's get into draft then.
That's right, into Land of Dawn we go. The match everybody has been waiting for. Gaming Gladiators up against the BloodThirstyKings. Not wasting any more time. That's right, the Land of Dawn was calling. That was Assassin Dave on the operator line, calling Liz right there to jump us into the most anticipated series of the day. Yue, we're finally here. Where do we go from here? Do we see BTK live up to their name, one of the most famous teams in North America, go up against the top contender of the NACT Spring season, sitting in that #1 position?
Again, like, BTK is a team that is full of all-stars. These players have put in so much time and work to perfect their craft. And I honestly think they just need 1 game, 2 games to build that team chemistry, to build that momentum, and they could dominate pretty much the whole entire season. But they are faced against one of the strongest team, and I would even say, you know, it is a team that does well against BTK, right? Shark, Hoon, Best Player, Fight Chicken, Zia, all of them have been associated with BTK. So, you know, they definitely understand how Zane operates here. So it's going to be a tough mind battle, tough mental battle. But I do think if Zane is able to break through that, if Basic and Mila is able to, you know, push through with that lane, and of course the new synergy onto the mid side, it proves to be an extremely strong team to defend against. But again, Gaming Gladiators have the experience. They've done this before. They have been victorious, and they've been so consistent pretty much throughout the whole entire regular season. So it's a very hard matchup for the Blood of the Kings.
Yeah, the BloodThirstyKings definitely up for a challenge, but hey, BTK, they've known to go that extra mile. They're the only team that's gone the highest in the M series. We got to see them in M3, placed 3rd place. We didn't get to see them in 2023 have the hottest performance like Gaming Gladiators, who's able to push through. But in the spring season, BTK did beat some of these members on Gaming Gladiators when they were formerly known as Outplay. So, I mean, they took us to a best of 7, the best grand finals that we've ever had on the North American scene for the NACT. So I got to give them the benefit of the doubt. They're not a team that I would just say Gaming Gladiators is going to breeze through. I mean, there is that opportunity for BTK to be able to shut them down. Now, looking at what we're seeing so far, this is kind of what we were talking about, limiting MLBB's picks, right? They take out that Barats to pick up that Fredrin. They're trying to have him run something else. I mean, he did run the Alpha against them when they did have a chance to go up against each other, and it didn't really work out. He ran the Fredrin as well. Didn't really work in his favor. So looking at the match so far, with the Fredrin on the best player's hands, that's not even something you typically see somebody pick up first pick, Yue. I mean, we all know it's a direct counter over there trying to limit MLBB Zane inside of the jungle.
Well, here's an interesting thing about BTK's draft that I feel like is quite a bit of weakness, right? The Joy and the Nolan gets banned out, and it's honestly a defensive mechanism for the side of BTK because MLBB Zane, quite honestly, he's not, you know, the assassin player that Best Player is. So being able to take out those 2 heroes means that their draft is quite limited, right? It gives Gaming Gladiators the ability to ban out whoever they want, open whoever they want, and they can just force those 2 bans out just because MLBB Zane does not have those heroes in place. Now, the response to Vexana gets picked up by Nicolette, a great choice, right? High win rate, high picked in North America. The CC, which we've seen Yurishi and also Uneven do so well on the XP lane. Milo is going to be the one that picks that up. Should be able to deal with a lot of the zone coming out from Best Player, but the response, right? The Ruby gets picked up pretty much multiple games back to back. Something that we have not seen that's on the ban table is going to be the Tig and the Minotaur.
And I was going to say, I mean, that leaves Zane with a couple of options still left out of comfortability, and that is going to be that Boxia slotted in. So he is going to have to dive into a lot of frontline, though, especially with that Fredrin, especially with that Ruby. That's a lot of CC, but he is very mobile, and honestly, he's one of the best junglers when it comes to rotating on this Boxia. So we are going to be looking at Milo running this CC, very mobile in the XP lane, does a lot of damage, very hard to kill, and nobody really stop him in his tracks. There is a lot of flexibility, though, with the draft from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, the Ruby, we don't even know if this is going to be a roam Ruby, if it's going to be an XP laner, and that's just that three-dimensional drafting at its finest. You are looking at that carry providing that late-game damage. Mobazane will have to watch out for that, but he can close the distance on the carry, which does work for him if he wants to go into the backline, but he also has to watch out because the carry, once you get that Demon Hunter sword, once you have a couple of those core items at your disposal, he's going to be able to soak into the beefier composition and burst down a frontline hero such as the Boxia.
Now the Minotaur gets taken out from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. I do think maybe a Brody could be a good ban against Basic, but for the side of BTK, they still have a lot of options that they can choose for. If they were to pick the Harith, that means that Milo's physical damage is going to be quite huge, but for the side of BTK, they already have 2 magic damage dealers. I'm not sure if the Harith is going to be the one that gets picked up today. Another good option, the Brody or even the Bruno that got picked up during the Fiends match could be good against the carry. So definitely still having a lot of options on the board. BTK with the next ban, both of them decide to take out the Minotaur and the Tigreal.
Yeah, I mean, they could even go for something like the Natan if they really wanted to. I do like the Brody, though. I think it's the strongest option here, especially against Gaimin Gladiators. I mean, look at their draft. They are heavy frontline oriented, especially with that Ruby and that Fredrin. If they decide to run that Ruby in the roam position, they're going to try and stop Mobazane from getting his buffs. I mean, that's their game plan. Usually you see Shark rotate around and harass Zane majority of the game. Now, they still can flex that Ruby into the XP lane and will be up against that CC. Can possibly stop CC from rotating around as often because of the sustainability that the Ruby provides. Very hard to kill and able to kind of maintain herself in that lane. But they're fully equipped to dive into the orange buff, the purple buff, possibly get into the side lane and take down the gold laner, which is why I do agree. I think the Brody would be a great option for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Brody, the Bruno, those are good options for the Kings. But Basic decides to pick up this Harith. It makes me question a little bit if the side of BTK has too much magic damage, right? You know, you want to have a balance between both, and if you're just relying on CC with the War Axe to deal the physical damage that you are looking for, it's going to be hard to penetrate, you know, the armors that best player, that Shark, is going to be building up in this case. So I feel like Gaimin Gladiators has pushed BTK onto kind of a corner here. Now, better options, once again, we do think the Brody, the Bruno might be better options here, but again, the Harith has been picked up. Now the response, right? I think they're looking for a mage and a possible roam or an EXP position. Yuzong comes to mind for me. Grok could also be an option to kind of knock and deny the Grok pick from BTK, because I think, you know, Cold World might have a pretty good game on Grok if he chooses to go with it.
I just realized that Navario walked through the draft all the way to the second phase. It's honestly a little bit surprising, but Gaimin Gladiators will lock that in, provide them some additional CC, and whom should be able to sustain himself in the backline. Like I said, Mobazane is running this box here though, so he may be able to close that distance alongside Milo. That CC is a great hero to go over there and try and find that mage, try and find the marksman. Now, when I'm looking at the side of BTK, crowd control is what I'm a little bit worried about, right? I mean, you have the Vexana, so it can do a little bit of damage. You have the Zombie Force over there from the Harith, but Harith's going to be pretty much in the gold lane for majority of this game. Yes, the Harith will do a little bit better than the carry when it comes to the 1v1 engagement, but the survivability of the Harith is what I'm a little worried about. When it comes to Gaimin Gladiators diving in on him, since you don't have that Brody, since you don't have a stun at your kit and that flicker to escape, he's going to have to play a little bit safer if Gaimin Gladiators decides to take some early rotations in today's matchup. But last pick on the board for the Bloodthirsty Kings is going to go ahead and be that Grok. Not the worst option. I actually am a fan of the Grok. He can hug that wall. He can stop a lot of that CC that Gaimin Gladiators has to offer, and also good on diving in, stopping heroes from getting into the neutral objectives by dropping that Guardian's Barrier. And with the drafts being finalized, I think we have a really good match on our hands. I think both sides have some answers and also have some vulnerabilities.
Yeah, I think the Grob is pretty much the final pick coming out from BTK. Brings a little bit of physical, brings a little bit of clear onto the mid side to help Nicolette rotate around. But also, I feel like the Grok is kind of the last and the only option that BTK had, right? I've never seen Cold World play the R-Lot, and the R-Lot has been let through. So it's quite interesting here in our last game of the night.
That's right, final series of the day. The most anticipated match of the NACT Spring season is finally here. The Bloodthirsty Kings up against Gaimin Gladiators, who will be able to take game number 1.
Yeah, it's the gaming fighters, the gaming gladiators here versus the Kings of the Kings. The exciting matchup for tonight. And once again, you know, these two teams have been dominating in the North America circuit for such a long time. This is a complete classic, guys. So I hope you guys all enjoy this match coming through. Let's take a look at some of the emblems. The Festival of Blood has quite been normalized for the carry on the gold lane and even the XP lane. So lots of sustain coming out from both teams. Even the Harith decides to pick up the Festival of Blood. So lots of sustains coming out from both teams. Already an aggressive opening from the side of BTK.
Yo, Cold World off to a good start, right? He's harassing best player in the jungle. A little bit opposite from what we see. Usually we see Gaimin Gladiators pulling that trick out of their cards for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but BTK looking like they're ready to take this fight nice and early. Not going to give them the advantage that they normally have inside of the early phase, which is good for them. Cold World, a new addition to the Bloodthirsty Kings. We've seen him on The Simpsons. We've seen him compete on the competitive scene before, and off to a good start to deny Shark from kind of harassing and giving vision on Mobazane.
Yeah, and you know, Cold World is actually known to be a player leading a team with a really high early aggression early on, right? So, you know, to see Cold World kind of dominating, especially in this level 1, it's not surprising to me, but it's definitely what BTK needs to be able to kind of get through in this victory. And once again, I think BTK has a very solid chance of getting a victory off of the Gaming Gladiators. Now, we talk about the statistics, it's not so much, but bot side, CC here.
Yeah, a lot of damage. As we are going to see this turtle spawn in. Both sides trying to bait out some utility before going in for this objective. Milo, very low, taking some massive damage. Forced to kind of recall back to the base. Astro Echo to connect to deny his recall right there. Mobazane is going to rotate around, though, trying to find an opportunity. Best player in position for the retribution.
Yeah, on the side of BTK is struggling to even get close to the objective here. The wild charge does come through, but the damage is not followed up. Nicolette is on the backside. BTK able to take the very first kill here.
Yeah, Nicolette is going to get the kill, takes down Shark, but they will lose the first turtles. Gaimin Gladiators is able to secure that best player with the retribution, and this is kind of what we've seen normally when these two teams face off. Some heavy crowd control up against a frontline-oriented jungler, Mobazane, which kind of hurts him when it comes to taking these neutral objectives. But we know they're a team that knows how to look for the opportunity where necessary. With that first neutral objective going to GG, though, they will have the XP boost, but not the massive advantage since BTK was able to take a kill away from them.
Yeah, that's pretty good for the side of BTK, right? They're able to kind of keep up with the Gaming Gladiators. You know, unfortunately, they did not get the performance, the results that they were looking for in the early on in the day 1 and day 2 of the regular season, but definitely a strong opening for the side of BTK. They're just keeping up with the side of Gaming Gladiators, and I think that's a very good result.
Ooh, big knockup, though. Nicolette with massive damage. Zane will take down Shark, best player. Appraiser's Wrath will be able to dash out of there last second. 2 kills on the board for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Huge opening from the side of BTK, able to pick up another member. Shark already down 0 and 2. Now, Shark dying is not that big of a deal, especially since he is on that roam position, but definitely is still an advantage for the side of BTK.
Yeah, BTK rotating around, able to take these objectives, even though they were not able to take the first turtle. Stripping off some of the gold plating for that turret on the top side could put Basic in a good position to deal the damage necessary. He's already a counter for the carry, but also having the gold advantage is going to make him even stronger in the gold lane. We are going to see the turtle spawning in 15 seconds, though. Gaimin Gladiators, can they take this next objective, or will BTK find a way in?
I do want to point out that the Grok has decided to take the Quantum Charge, and it's quite interesting that we're seeing a lot of roams take the Quantum Charge, right? Matilda, Kaja, and we even got to see an Estus bringing up that spell, so definitely something new in terms of the spells of our roamers, but BTK having the numbers advantage in the Turtle Pit.
Yeah, look at the turtle. 50% HP. Big I'm offended from Shark, best player. Finds Nicolette. Cold World. Needing to find an answer. Mobazane very low. Shark and Chicken not trying to allow him to get away. Chaining him with CC. Zane still wants this turtle in position for a possible retribution. But best player will be able to claim the second turtle of the game over the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yeah, and the goal lead is still really close, right? The side of Gaming Gladiators, they're able to get one pick off along with the objective, but the goal lead is still not completely in their favor. So BTK holding on in this series. This is exciting, right? This is pretty much the matchup that we want to see before. And of course, BTK knows Gaming Gladiators just as much as Gaming Gladiators know Mobazane. So it's definitely a matchup that they have been looking for. Now, Gaming Gladiators, in terms of their scaling onto the late game, right? They have the carry, Zia versus Basic here. The carry should have a much substantial late game, especially when he's up in gold. But if carry is topside.
Yeah, Zia caught with the gank from Cold World. Basic able to get the kill with the numbers, but on the bot side, a possible trade. Mobazane will fall. Hoon will be the one to take him down. Milo left by himself to fend off against 3 members of Gaming Gladiators and hitting pretty hard right there. Very low. Shark to be able to take the kill with the chain CC, and that is going to be 2 to 3, 3 to 3 on the board, even in kills for both sides.
And both of those members decide to take the armor boots, right? The Zane and also the CC picking up the armor boots. It is good to deal with a lot of the physical damage coming out from the side of Gaming Gladiators, but the CC chain knockup provided by the Ruby and the Fredrin was just too much to handle for the side of BTK. Now, we do see a small gold lead in place. Retribution comes through, so best player looking to get onto a small engagement.
Yeah, looking to engage in the mid lane. Cold World very low. Appraiser's Wrath for some additional chip damage. Mobazane frontline a lot of the damage, but now caught with the crowd control, over pressuring him. Gaming Gladiators looking to take him down. Hoon will draw the kill. Now a 4 to 3 lead in terms of kills, and also a turret advantage for Gaming Gladiators as they were able. No, actually, no, it's even on turrets. As both sides were able to find a tier 1 turret on opposing lanes.
It is still an advantage for the side of Gaming Gladiators. This is, hard for the side of BTK if you guys are rooting for them. The side of Gaming Gladiators, if they have the advantage, they typically, run away with the game. And this time around, they have the advantage. So BTK is going to be caught up and kind of backed up into a spot that they are going to be quite uncomfortable with. But mid side here, there's 3-man waiting in the bush. But Cole already knows what's going on.
Yeah, Cold World forced to use the wild charge, knocks up Shark. Astro Echo response back from Hoon, connecting to Cold World and Nicolette. Basic joining the battle in the mid lane if they do want to take this fight. Now, when you're looking at the kills, right, you're looking at Hoon already leading the way, highest kills in the game on this Novario, who we typically see banned out of the matches. He is going to be able to provide a lot of utility when it comes to slowing down the team with the Astro Echo and opening up these engagements. But speaking of opening things up, best player frontlining, knocking up Mobazane. Chicken ready to use the bravest fighter in the Raging Slash. Milo now going to go ahead and sustain himself, trying to frontline the damage, bait out some utility, but hit with a lot of crowd control. And Zia with the speedy light wheels will shut him down. That is going to be a 1-for-none trade inside of the mid lane.
Gaming Gladiator has always been kind of that team that they're able to solo pick off in a majority of these fights, right? They can get the disengage that they're looking for, and then they get the pick off. And now Hoon, 2, 0, and 3, already having the book into the Lightning Trutchum. Like, this guy has scaled so fast in this series, and he's going to go pretty much undenied every single one of these team fights. BDK, they don't have that backline assassin to look to close the gap onto Hoon, so they're definitely going to have a lot of trouble trying to clear up for him.
Ooh, wild charge from Cold World. Tier 1 turret on top side does fall. Praiser's Wrath. Cold World will use the flicker to get out with a smidgen of HP back to safety, but Gaming Gladiators claims their second turret of this game, already up by 3 turtles as well, which means they now have controlled the early phase and may be able to claim the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. Milo, Nicolette, and Mobazane in position for the contest will be able to clear out the minions.
Yeah, now Carry already has the gold lead up against the Harriet. This is kind of a bad situation for the side of BTK, right? Harriet is traditionally supposed to be that lane bully to be able to dominate the early game that Zia should not have. But the side of BTK, they're not kind of just falling left and right. The Lord going down the retribution onto the hands of Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, I mean, look at Mobazane. He's not able to find a window of opportunity to get into the Lord pit with Shark zoning him out over there on this Ruby, which allows Gaimin Gladiators to take another objective under their table without little to no contests. I mean, BTK, they have to find a way to claim this. With this Lord, it looks like Gaimin Gladiators is going to push in, try and claim some more of these turrets, possibly go in for a tier 1 turret siege in the mid lane.
Yeah, and you know, Gaimin Gladiators, they didn't have the opening that they were looking for. Shark got pretty much taken off the board twice, but now Gaimin Gladiators really ramping up the production here.
Ooh, massive Astro Echo and a siege for the tier 1 turret. Gaimin Gladiators opening up the mid lane in their favor. Cold World hit with a lot of crowd control. Stunned. Shark trying to keep him at bay. Forced to use the wild charge. Back to safety. Lord on the bot side. Marching toward the tier 2 turret.
And Gaimin Gladiators, once again, they have the lead advantage. It's about a 4K gold lead, 10 minutes in. It's not a significant, you know, a complete one-sided domination, but the gold lead definitely still paints the picture for the side of Gaimin Gladiators to have the success that they have been pretty much throughout any game of these series, right? Zia completely farmed up here. He probably has, or going towards that Demon Hunter sword, is just going to skill infinite towards that late game. And also Hoon, completely, you know, untouched in this series. And Diamond offended.
4-man set. Shark on fire with the Ruby. Diamond offended. Catching Basic, catching Chicken, catching Zane. Maybe if we get some more. Cold World is going to take down Chicken. That's going to be a 2-for-3 trade. Nicolette finds Shark. My goodness, Yue. Both teams giving it their all, but Gaimin Gladiators slightly ahead as they have forced BTK down to their inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, it's a bloodbath there coming out from both teams. The BTK, the 5K gold lead is just a little bit too much for the side of BTK to handle. I think they have to pick the fights a little bit more carefully, right? They have to see if they can catch on to Hoon or catch on to Zia before they can even initiate onto the front side tanks, because quite honestly, Shark dying, Chicken dying, that's fine. They're willing to trade 2 to 3 members for those 2 kills. But BTK, they have to try to find a way to on the backside. If Hoon completely just is untouched every single one of these team fights, if Zia is getting out alive with full HP, it's going to be too hard for them to handle.
Yeah, 3-man setup there. I thought it was 4, but Basic didn't get caught with it. You're going to see Zia take down Mobazane off that play. Chicken find Cold World, but then a couple of members from BTK fell themselves as Nicolette is going to go ahead and shut down Shark as well in that engagement. Gaimin Gladiators on the aggressive standstill, trying to get an early finish up against the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Yeah, dominating performance once again. 6.5K gold lead, 12 minutes in. Gaimin Gladiators pretty much got everything that they need from all these teams fights. And the Lord, now it is going to be an enhanced Lord marching down. I don't think BTK has the ability to contest in this objective. And even if they can, Shark, you know, with the pools coming through, he was able to get a 3-man set onto the backside of BTK. Like, this man is making so much impact all around the map. Even with 2 deaths, he has the confidence, and that just smells a lot of trouble for the side of BTK.
Yet another objective will go in their hands with little to no contest. Milo, even trying to find a way in for opportunity, but it is just not there. Almost an 8,000 gold difference between GG and BTK so far at the 13-minute mark. And for the side of BTK, I mean, they're not necessarily out yet, but there's a lot of insurance for Gaimin Gladiators if they do make a mistake. I mean, they've only lost 1 turret so far. They have a major gold deficit, and if BTK even tries to take this fight with the Luminous Lord, it can smell disastrous. Gaimin Gladiators is one of those teams, you give them a step, they take a mile.
Yeah, and now Gaimin Gladiators with the ability to sink the waves, great, right? They got the Lord marching down on one of the side lanes, which is perfect for them to kind of siege in and try to get a pick off here. But for BTK, right, they still have the lane clears available. The Boxia can provide a little bit of lane clear. Harith also does quite well. Grok also has the first skill to be able to kind of just smack the waves. So definitely on the defensive end, BTK still has it in them. But in terms of the team fight, Shark has been just so good with I'm Offended.
And the base has been cracked open for the Bloodthirsty Kings. Gaimin Gladiators knocking for a possible victory. BTK with the response. So Milo very low. Zia, Speedy Light Wheels will find him. 1 member down for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and the inhibitor will fall in the mid lane. BTK on the back end trying to hold him off. Another member falls. Zia with the double kill finds Mobazane. Triple knock up from the wild charge from Cold World. Fight Tickle will find Nicolette. Basic. Very low. Zia rushing in. Bahoon will be able to get the kill. Last second, Cold World by himself. A quick finish for the side of Gaimin Gladiators as Cold World by himself. Not enough to contest. And Gaimin Gladiators, they're going to go in for the kill. full brutality right now for the first match of the day as GG will shut down BTK in game number 1.
13-5 is the overall scoreboard. 14-minute dominating performance coming out for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and multiple members have pretty much gone unchecked in this series. Best player 2-0-10 is his overall scoreboard, playing a complete perfect game on that Fredrin, a first pick, right? Denying that Fredrin away from MobaZane, and did honestly quite well. This guy is an assassin main, but he's able to pull out the utility jungles just as well. The overall KDA of the team 13, 5, and 38, Weezy.
Yeah, just a great performance from Gaimin Gladiators, able to kind of push through. Micro macro is where they kind of excelled at for that game, right? They were able to keep MobaZane at bay with the crowd control, with Shark on the Ruby, denying him entry into a lot of these neutral objectives, a lot of these lords, a lot of these turtles on top of that. And eventually, when you allow them to take those things add up. And that's how this Gaimin Gladiators was kind of able to push through with the fast finish up against BTK for game number 1. This is similar to where we've seen them kind of fight it out in the battle of the top 16. It's the crowd control that gets a little overwhelming for MobaZane. It's like, honestly, like they form a strategy just to stop the frontline junglers that are on the table, such as the Boxia, such as a Fredrin. You know, that's really what they kind of go for, and it's been proven to work. I will say, though, BTK was looking a little promising in the beginning. Cold World actually had some great positioning with that Grok, but Shark able to get that massive triple set last second, grabbing 3 members of BTK, and then able to kind of make the most out of the situation right after that to close it out, take that Lord, and finish that game. BTK, they need to go find a way to turn this around, and it's going to start with finding a way to get to those neutral objectives.
Yeah, and you know, if you take a look at the team fight participation across the board, it's 92% for Shark, Hoon, and Best Player. The trio mid dominating, right? You know, these 3 guys, and look at Hoon. He literally barely took any damage. He was left unchecked the whole entire game. 8k damage taken. It doesn't even show a bar at that point. Like, Hoon has done so well in his positioning onto Navaria. There's a good reason why, you know, that hero gets taken out almost every single game. But for the side of BTK, unfortunately, in terms of their draft, they have to let go of the Nolan. They have to let go of the Joy. Those are the 2 main heroes that they have to ban out, and that leaves them with really just one option. I actually think BTK, maybe they should just open those 2 heroes, fight the assassin versus the utility, because it seems like Gaimin Gladiators, they don't even care about the assassins in the jungle. The first pick, Fred, was just like, you know, they don't want this Fred. They're not banning it out. I'm going to take it away from Zane because that is the most played hero that Zane has had, you know, in this season. So Gaimin Gladiators, they definitely have an advantage in the draft. I want to see BTK change it up. Let them have the assassins, provide a little bit more bans, a little more safeguard, and maybe some of your other lanes. Take Hoon off the board. Don't give him the Navaria, because quite honestly, you don't got the assassins. You don't got the Yuzong that can get onto the backside to shut him down.
Yeah, so we definitely have to keep an eye on Hoon when he runs that Navaria, right? Even though he probably didn't get MVP there, he had a big impact on a lot of the crowd control the CC provided over there for Gaimin Gladiators. As we are looking at Gaimin Gladiators, a couple of their highlights from game number 1. There goes Hoon, opening it up to Astro Echo, and then the 3-man set from Shark for the engagement, and then Gaimin Gladiators make the most out of the situation. Zia picks up a kill, Chicken gets another. Cold World takes down Chicken to respond, though. You are seeing some micro and macro plays from both sides, but it's still leaning in favor over there for Gaimin Gladiators, as this is where they cracked open their base and led to their early finish to be able to close out game number 1. The BloodThirstyKings, they were putting up a good fight, but the crowd control just a little too much to handle. MobaZane not finding an entry point on a lot of these turtles and also these lords, which ultimately stacked up against them and led to a snowball in Gaimin Gladiators' favor.
Yeah, and I also want to point out that from the side of BTK, they had kind of like a neutral like a neutral game, especially early on, right? They were able to take maybe 2 kills off of Gaming Gladiators and kind of hold it against themselves. But once again, Shark on that Ruby was able to get like a 2-3 man I'm offended onto that turtle pit, and that completely changed the course in this game. So I still think BTK, they have the ability and they have the players to make the impact, to create this upset, this uprising that, you know, NACT is desperately needing. But Gaming Gladiators just playing beyond perfection, right? Ruby gets that set. Hoon literally not taking a damage at all in this whole entire game. And even best player, right? He's an assassin main looking to play that utility jungle first, picking the Fredrin with absolutely no problem, no deaths on the board. Gaming Gladiators played a great game in this very first series.
Well, the Bloodthirsty Kings up for another battle, may be able to turn this around and draw us to a game number 3. I like to see matches go to game number 3. We got to see one series today go that extra mile, and I'm hoping to see a second one, but it's going to start with a couple of things working in BTK's favor if they want to have a chance. Number 1, finding a way to get to those neutral objectives. If Mobazane is going to be running these frontline composition junglers such as a Boxia, such as a Fredrin, such as a Barats, that's fine, but they need to find a roamer that can kind of create that window, or an XP laner that can create that opening for him to get to those turtles or to those neutral objectives, especially since he's not running something like an assassin that's going to go and gank the side lane instead. I mean, he can run a frontline composition, and instead of going for the neutral objective, he could go in and just try and shut down the gold laner or the XP laner. I mean, that's definitely a possibility. You don't have to be an assassin to do that. And honestly, the way the meta is shifted, it does work in Mobazane's favor for who he can kind of pick up. But again, a lot of the heroes that he's selecting, there's not really too much of a variation on what they offer. And some of the same counters counter majority of them. The Ruby counters the Fredrin. The Ruby can give the Boxia a hard time. You know what I mean? Like the Barats, I mean, I guess he could possibly rush in, but again, the CC is what's a problem. They just try and stop him from getting into retribution range to allow best player to take these objectives, which is fine, but then they need to find a way to rotate to the opposing side and get a trade. You can't continuously let these things stack up, or that's where Gaming Gladiators will kind of win it out. When it comes to the 5v5 fights, though, that's where I think it's a little bit more even. I wouldn't say that Gaming Gladiators is just really dominating them on 5v5 fights. Yes, Shark has some amazing sets, but also you got to look at the XP boost that they have when they take all of these turtles, right? I mean, their side laners are going to eventually scale over the enemy side laner because they have more gold, because they have more experience from these turtles adding up.
Now, kind of a interesting opening once again in the first phase of bans. Multiple junglers are being taken off onto the shelves. Barats, Fredrin, Joy, and Nolan, right? These are the heroes that we kind of expect both teams to take out, but not in this fashion, right? We you know, there's still a lot available, right? The Ruby, the Novaria, the carry, the Vexana, there's so many things available here. But the side of Gaming Gladiators, they decide, hey, Mobazane, we're not just gonna let you have these hero basic U2. We're gonna take out the best of your, you know, lineup there. But the side of BTK, they opting to go for the same exact bans. I understand the Joy gets taken out because the CC immune is quite too much to deal with. But the Nolan, I feel like there is counter plays to it. But the only difference in this draft is that the Angela is now available to be picked up. And we've seen the Angela do quite well in numerous series, but this time around, Matilda is going to be the first pick for the side of the Kings.
The Matilda is good too. I think it's going to provide a lot of sustainability for their team. Now, I do expect Mobazane to probably pull out an Akai here. Believe it or not, I think that's what he's going to pull out here, especially because the Akai has the heavy spin. When his team can't help him zone out the enemy team from the neutral objective, you can just proc that heavy spin and go in there with no problem for that retribution. Now, I wonder if Gaming Gladiators is onto the strategy, though. I wonder if they're going to take it away from him with this draft, because if not, I think it would be a good option, especially with the playstyle for the Bloodthirsty Kings. I don't see Mobazane pulling out an alpha here. He's tried that before. He went against Area 77. It didn't really work in his favor. So, I mean, there's not really too many other heroes on the table, unless he goes in for a Martis. But no, they're going to take the Boxia. Actually, I didn't even think about the Boxia there. But yeah, what do you think? Do you think it'll be a Nakai pickup?
Well, I think the carry is 100% warranted for the side of Gaming Gladiators. Like, that's an obvious pick, right? With the Claude being banned out, the carry pretty much provides that late game insurance that the side of Gaming Gladiators do so well in the late game. I do want to see the response, a little bit of a stronger response. The Harith has done quite well as long as the side of BTK does not have too much magic damage, and I think it worked decently. Another pick, that we've seen quite often is going to be the Brody pick. I do want to see, BTK potentially picking up, the Ruby that could kind of deny Gaming Gladiators' ability to flex that once again. But just like you're saying, Wheezy, that Kai gets picked up for Mobazane, and especially after the Boxia, I do think that is going to be the single best option there.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I can kind of see that coming from a mile away. I mean, it just works with his play style and the way that BTK kind of rotates around. He needs a hero that he can rush in with without having to rely on too many things being checked off for these neutral objectives. And the Kai is the perfect hero to do that. Now, they picked up that carry. It's a great answer to be able to soak down his beefiness over there, but he does have Mathilda to keep him alive and also has the guiding win on top of that, stacked up with the Navaria. And this is looking a lot better than game number 1 for the draft for the Bloodthirsty Kings. For the side of Gaimin Gladiators, I like the Boxia. It's highly mobile. I like the carry. There is still a lot of options on the table that can give the carry a hard problem, though. And I think Harith, we did see that time and time again, has been... Is that Harith banned out? Yeah, Harith is actually banned out on this game.
No, he's not. Not yet.
Oh, no, that's Joy. Okay, so Harith is not banned off the table, so it could be picked up. The Brody as well. You mentioned Brody being a strong option. They already have double magic over there, so I would think the Brody would be their best option here just for survivability, but time will tell.
Yeah, but this is an interesting thing. A very early Lapu Lapu comes into play. The Ruby does not get picked up this time around. And maybe Gaming Gladiators is saving that roam pick this time, right? They could pair the roam with the carry, like the Kaja, the Franco, with the suppression coming through. Maybe even, denying the CC coming out from BTK. They could go for something like a Diggy. And I think the Lapu Lapu is a perfect setup. It provides a lot of the frontline utility. It gives them that significant physical damage. So they have, honestly, quite a good amount of options to choose from. Now, the side of BTK, they are missing that XP position. I do think, Yuzong could be a good potential. The X-Borg also is available to kind of shred down the front line. But for the side of Gaming Gladiators, I do think they need to worry about the Novaria quite a bit. In the last game, Hoon was pretty much left unchecked on the Novaria. So this time around, Nicolette might even be able to turn that situation around and, deal tons of damage. But there is other options in the mage mid, right? The Faramis, that is quite good. The Nana, even the Vexana, they could even opt to go for the Gord, which is quite good in the mid lane.
Yeah, I was going to say the Vexana is still on the table. Maybe picked up over there from Gaming Gladiators. Yeah, the Valentina was banned out. Looks like they're trying to kind of focus on some of Hoon's signature picks. Now, I mean, when we're looking at BTK, they have sustainability provided, they have frontline presence, and they also have some damage over there from the Navaria. A lot of crowd control on the table. They need a little bit more damage, in my opinion, though, on the physical side of things. And that's where I don't know if they're going to run something like the Harith up against the carry. Now, it may end up being that Brody that we talked about. It could end up being something like a Bruno, possibly on the table as well. Not something we see as often. I don't think it'll be an Atan, just because I feel like they need a little bit more physical damage. But hey, anything's possible between these two teams. But something interesting that did get slotted in was the Lapu Lapu. Looks like they went in for that XP laner before even knowing what he's going against. Just shows the comfortability over there from Fried Chicken. I mean, we did see Milo run the CC in the last game. CC is banned off the table, and BTK was the one to take it off the board. They need something to get to the back line, though. I mean, they have a Kai who can kind of rush into Zia on the carry. Not really sure if that's going to be his goal, though. Maybe picking up something like you mentioned, the Yuzong, but that has been banned out as well. So they are trying to limit what heroes can actually get back there to shut down Zia on these engagements.
X-Borg, Trizla comes into mind. A little bit of CC to kind of shut down the short range coming out from the carry. But the Gaming Gladiators is going to be the first one here to get that first pick. Shark is still available. I do think, Shark is going to hide that last pick, but no, the Ruby gets taken up again. And, I don't know if BTK is very happy with this, because the impact that Shark had in the game 1 was just a little bit too much for the Kings to handle.
I was going to say Bakito could have been a pickup for the XP lane, but I don't know about Bakito now. It could be, just because of how heavy of a hitter he is, and with the recent patches, he did get a decent buff, and he's been performing really well. I just don't know how he's going to walk into a lot of this CC, though. I mean, you're running into a Boxer, you're running into a Ruby. and then also the Lapu Lapu. I feel like you could take the fight with the Lapu Lapu possibly, but even Lapu has the crowd control, which could be a little bit of a threat. So Terizla does have the anti-CC, but I don't really think they need more group CC at their disposal. There goes the Brody that we mentioned, though. It was the best answer over there for the gold lane, and you did mention the export. Credits over there to you. Will be slotted for the Bloodthirsty Kings inside the XP lane, which I do favor over running him in the jungle.
I really like the Brody pick. Why? Because I feel like a lot of the teams, they do struggle in the early phase. They're picking up a lot of the late game heroes like Carry and Claude, but they just can't really get a kill early on, especially when, you know, the roam or the mage is coming into their lane and they just don't have the kill pressure early on. But the Brody fixes all of the issues along with heroes like Clint and the Bruno, which has been used a little bit in North America, but not as much as I would like it. Now, the Vexana gets picked up by Hoon here. It is a dangerous pick with a significantly high win rate, and Hoon has always been the one to pick it up early. This time around, it is a last pick. Vexana might smell a lot of trouble, especially since Brody is such a short range hero.
And it's going to be a battle of push and pull. When you're looking at BTK, they're the push, right? They have the Akai to be able to force Gaimin Gladiators out of the neutral objectives. They have the Navarro for the slow. They have the knockup from the Circling Eagle provided over there from this Mathilda. And a little bit of a stun from the Brody, but the pull comes in from Gaimin Gladiators. They have the Ruby, the I'm Offended Shark. We saw the triple set in game number 1, maybe in effect for game number 2, as we are now jumping into the land of Dawn. The Bloodthirsty Kings trying to find a way to even out the series. Gaimin Gladiators sitting at match point.
Yeah, and of course, Gaimin Gladiators, the one that has been dominating in the very first performance once again. They are the ones that are leading in our standings. So they're definitely going to be the crown favorites here in this matchup. But once again, BTK, a team full of complete all-stars. Mobazane on a comfortable hero that he chooses. And they also have the GOAT, Milo, on the XP. So definitely, we cannot count the Bloodthirsty Kings out of this match. And look at the red buff denied from Cold World. A very strong opening once again in the series.
Yeah, the denial is there. Cold World, you know, watch out. Shark, very low. Cold World, not afraid to kind of overextend and give some great vision, similar to what we've seen in game number 1. Didn't work out in their favor, though. On the top side, we are going to be looking at the Brody going up against the Carry. Brody definitely having the survivability. Will be able to sustain himself if the side of Gaimin Gladiators does go in to try and dive on him. I mean, Gaimin Gladiators does have a little bit better of a set composition, right? They have a lot of crowd control to keep BTK at bay. When it comes to BTK, though, I mean, they have the slow, but it's really just Mobazane trying to get a pin onto the wall for an initiation setup. Outside of that, I mean, they are going to have to be a little careful, as if they get caught in the chain CC for majority of the heroes on Gaimin Gladiators, it will give them a slight advantage on the 5v5 engagements.
Yeah, but this time around, BTK does have the kill pressure onto the top side. You can even see Milo having quite a good lane on the bot side. So, you know, BTK, I feel like their draft, they like what they have picked. Nicolette is on a great mage like Novaria, where the mobility and the outplay is, you know, available for her to use. So I actually think BTK is quite happy in this draft. And I think there's a great potential that they can turn this game just because they have the kill pressure on the top side. Nicolette is on a great hero, but the objective is coming through here.
Yeah, it looks like Mobazane may be able to get the retribution. Best player in position, though. There goes the heavy spin. Zane able to hold off Gaimin Gladiators and claim the turtle for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but now needs to get back to safety. The chase is on the way. Circling Eagle from Core World makes his way into the tier 2 turret, and nobody will fall. A good start for the Bloodthirsty Kings, but Gaimin Gladiators will go ahead and try and take up this orange buff with no contest.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 1k gold lead for the side of the Bloodthirsty Kings. They're able to get the retribution on the objective. No kills are on the board, but once again, BTK have the early game advantage, and this might be what they need to kind of snowball into the game. They don't have to get a lot of the kills, but definitely a small gold lead can boost them into a winning advantage, especially when it comes down to that mid and that late game where, you know, all the kills are important. The kills, the scoreboard is, you know, available, and they have a lot more gold to kind of deal the damage that they need to win in a lot of these team fights.
Yeah, and I think the Akai, I mentioned that, like I said, I had a hunch that was going to be the jungler selected for the Bloodthirsty Kings because he just works really well with the play style that BTK kind of goes for. And honestly, it's a good counter for how Gaimin Gladiators tries to shut down that play style. They can't really stop him with the CC. As soon as he procs that heavy spin, when you see that turtle getting very low, it's pretty much a 50-50 retro between him and best player at that point. Honestly, working more in Zane's favor. It's Chicken. We'll get first blood, though. Is going to find Milo in the 1v1 trade on the bot side. Cold World, very low. Needs to get back to safety. Looks like he will be able to get there as Zane will be able to kite off the team of GG.
Yeah, and I kind of wanted to say that Bloodthirsty Kings, they have a gold lead onto the gold side. They have a gold lead in the roam position, but now the XP gets taken out in a 1v1 situation. And this is a Lapu Lapu first pick before the export comes through, and losing that 1v1 is huge, right? So BTK now on the back end of things again. The XP is losing, the gold is winning, but it's completely neutralized by the kill that Chicken has on Milo.
You see that sniper damage over there from Nicolette? Great Astral Echo placement as well. Chicken, though, over there on the turtle pit. Looks like they're going to try and claim a turtle for their own. Lost the last one of Mobazane with that heavy spin pin on the wall. There goes the heavy spin again. Chicken, no! We'll get the turtle for Gaimin Gladiators. No retribution needed. Able to outdo Mobazane right there. And best player. And GG. Able to even out the turtles.
I feel like this game for BTK is a very, you know, a mental game to go against GG, right? Both of the teams have all-star players that have done so well in a lot of these tournaments. So both of these teams have the ability to win against each other, but it seems like they're just able to get they're able to get Zane kind of off of his game. And, you know, with the turtle steal right there, it's very uncharacteristic for Zane to miss a retreat just like that. And, you know, the side of Gaimin Gladiators able to capitalize and get another kill onto the bot side.
Yeah, if you look, best player rotated around, helped out Fried Chicken to shut down Milo, overwhelming him and claiming that turret. Top side, though, BTK, they decided to trade in by going in for that orange buff, but also they took the turret on the top side as well. So both teams have the map advantage right now. An 800 gold lead for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, but pretty much an even scoreboard. This is just going to boil down to this next turtle spawning in and also the mid lane turret who can kind of claim victorious to open up the map in their favor.
Yeah, and I kind of want to give credits to the Brody there. He's able to take out that top side tower, and he has the early game advantage. You can take a look at the farm. It's already almost like a 600, 700 gold lead for basic there. So definitely a very strong opening by the side of BTK, but they are lacking in other places, right? Milo has been denied twice already. Look at his gold. It's almost 1.5, 2K down from the opposite side where Chicken is in the lead of gold of the whole entire Gaimin Gladiators team.
But you are going to see Basic ahead by 500 gold up against Zia to make up for it. On the bot side, though, the Siege 4. The tier 1 turret on the way from the side of BTK, but now a little bit of resistance as Gaimin Gladiators is going to push through with the numbers. Heavy spin from Mobazane trying to push them back. Poon will find Basic. Mobazane not able to get back. Oh, wait a second. The guiding win. Last second from Cold World to keep Mobazane alive.
Yeah, the saving grace coming out from Cold World, able to get Mobazane out of his situation. I thought Basic was going to get alive, but no, Chicken says no. Zane, get back into the base. He's able to use the Bravest Fighter stance along with the Flicker to shut down Mobazane once again.
Chicken just out for blood right there. Out for a bloodthirsty king as he finds Mobazane. Turtle will go to the Gaimin Gladiators in their favor to give them a slight advantage. Now up by 2,500 gold. We kind of talked about it, right? Those small steps lead to a mile for GG if you're not careful. And they were once up by 500, now up by 2,500. I feel like all I did was blink and that happened, which will put BTK at a slight deficit. They need to be careful. I mean, they do have Mobazane running on the Sakai. They definitely can take the next neutral objectives that do spawn in. But the gold and the jungle and turrets are now in GG's favor.
Yeah, but I still think BTK is holding on quite well in terms of their tower, and they still have the early game advantage for the Brody, so maybe look for a team fight. But at the same time, Gaimin Gladiators has done so well in a lot of these engagement, and take a look at this here.
Yeah, Corwell should be able to get out of there. He does have the circling eagle. Speedy light wheels. Oh, close call. Mobazane, he's pushing him back into Corwell, though. Needs to be careful. Best player may try and close the distance. Stun decided the tier 2 turret. Corwell will be able to get back to safety. Gaimin Gladiators still maintaining a presence inside of the jungle so far, trying to possibly open up another opportunity for a turret in the taking. They're now up by 3,000 gold.
Yeah, and Gaming Gladiators, they've just been playing this series quite well. Like, they get the disengage that they're looking for. They don't overextend on any of these fights, and they make sure that they're playing to their comp's greatest strength, which is going to be that carry and also that trio mid that got that MVP early on in this series. And this time around, Hoon has done a great job. Shark, has gone 0 death, and also Zia has been able to farm onto that late game without dying against a Brody, which has quite honestly the counter and a significant advantage early on. But this time around, carry, look at his gold. He's now back in favor, now up against the Brody on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at Chicken off to a great start. Highest kills in the game, 3-0-1. Doing a little bit better than Milo on this X-Borg in the XP lane. I mean, it could be credit to that additional turtle they have. But, I mean, still, off to a good start, leading the way. I mean, he did find a kill on the Mobazane after that saving grace that we saw, that guiding wind from Cold World. A little bit of that wasted opportunity to go back to safety. Now you are looking at Gaming Gladiators trying to pull the aggro of the Lord, but a contest from the BloodThirstyKings.
Yeah, and the Lord is coming down half HP. The concealed play being popped by the side of Gaming Gladiators, and the initiation from Cold World here.
Mobazane trying to wrap around, trying to get a pin, connects on the Shark, but he's able to get out of there last minute.
Basic?
Before BTK can shut him down. Basic, though, torn apart. Memories is going to find best player. Mission accomplished. No retribution for GG. But look at Chicken wrapping around. He was able to take that turtle earlier in the game.
No way.
They don't know he's there. Justice Blade's out. No, he's not going to go in. He knows that may be a little bit more than he can handle. And Mobazane, with the retribution, claims the objective for the BloodThirstyKings as they get the Lord.
And this is what BTK really needs, right? He really needs Basic to be able to deal damage early on, because the timing that GG has is that late game carry. And if Basic is able to do something, it might good, but Milo here looking to push out the members of GG. They have the Lord marching down on the top side. The whole entire bot is completely cleared. BTK having a strong performance in this game too.
Yeah, definitely having a stronger performance as they are trying to turn this back in their favor, trying to claim game number 2 to even out the series. Basic will take a major objective, claims the tier 1 turret in the mid lane, but they are very low, need to kind of disengage. Astro Echo out from Nicolette, connecting to the full team of Gaming Gladiators, as we are going to see the Lord marching toward that tier 2 turret. And last is Sanity from Milo, able to claim it, got what they came for, but do they go in for a little more?
No, I think the disengage is quite good for the side of BTK. They definitely bit off quite a bit, not more than they can chew, since all of them has chose to disengage. Now the mid side does have a little bit of minions. The side of BTK could look to siege, but the side of Gaming Gladiators should be able to protect that, no problem.
Ooh, Zane taking a lot of damage, but the Mathilda play from Cold World and the guiding wind gets him out of the tier 2 turret, and a kill on the way is Basic. Torn apart memory onto Chicken. We'll go ahead and burst him down, and they are going to continue to maintain their pressure in Gaming Gladiators jungle.
Is this the upset that we're looking at? Because it's a 1k gold lead, right? The side of Gaming Gladiators, they had a 2k gold lead up, but now this time around, BTK is able to turn things in their favor. Brody already up 300 gold, and this has been a hero that traditionally does not do well in terms of the late game, especially when you deal up against the true damage that the carry has. But the Brody, especially if he has an early game advantage, even if he has a little bit to lead, he's able to deal tons more damage, especially when the carry is not on full item. So this is the time that BTK shines, and they're definitely shining at this moment.
Yeah, looking brighter than ever. Can they keep up this momentum, as they are seeing a little bit of pushback from the side of Gaming Gladiators? Circling Eagle, connecting. Last Sanity from Milo on the best player. Basic will be able to get the kill yet again. Now 3-1-0, leading the way up against Zia, who has yet to pick up a kill this entire game.
Do you see how many times the Circling Eagle has saved the members from BTK? Like, he's able to give, displaced members of BTK and pull them out of bad position. And this is kind of due to the lack of CC that GG has currently. They have the Shark, they have the Ruby, but it's not like the Fragrance set that they had before. They have a Boxia this time around, which provides a lot of utility, a lot of ability to get these objectives, especially in winning matchups. But when it comes down to getting some advantage in terms of the losing, the heavy spin impact that provides a little bit of CC has been quite overwhelming. I mean, honestly, and even with the Novaria coming unchecked this game, it's quite hard for GGs to even make a good move in this series.
Yeah, it's putting him in an awkward binding right there. I mean, you did mention it right there. MLBB running with that heavy spin has been a problem. And then he's very comfortable. He's not afraid to overextend with Yakai because he knows Cold World has his back with the guiding wind when things get a little tricky. I mean, time and time again, you mentioned these Mathilda plays, saving the members of the Bloodthirsty Kings when things look a little tricky. And that goes to show why she's usually banned out. I mean, this is what BTK needs to be able to even out the series, and they're performing way better than game number 1. It was a 2,500 gold lead from Gaimin Gladiators, but now BTK is leading by 600 gold. MLBB in position for Retribution. Gaimin Gladiators looking to contest.
Yeah, this is a huge play coming off from BTK. I'm not sure how they're going to be looking to play this out, but definitely they want Chicken to be able to use his ultimates beforehand, but it looks like they're looking to go in. The Lord is marching down. It's so low here.
No, I don't think they'll be able to close the distance. MLBB will be able to get the Retribution in time. The Lord has gone into the hands of the Bloodthirsty Kings. Chicken may fall, pinned on the wall, and Basic finds his 4th kill of the game to shut him down. BTK looking to take us to a game 3.
Yeah, 2K gold lead, 14 minutes, and the Lord is going to be marching down on the top or the bottom side. It's going to be good news for the side of BTK looking to siege in their inner tower. Now, Basic on this Brody. This is kind of the question of the day. Is he going to have enough damage to be able to push the members of Gaimin Gladiators out? Because quite honestly, Brody, his skill is going to stop quite soon, especially since he's almost onto that full build. He's got the Demon Hunter sword for a little bit more late game damage, looking to build up for that wind, and has the anti-heal, so definitely he has the ability to deal tons of damage. But once again, Carry has the Malefic Roar. He's looking to scale onto that late game, but the CC provided by MLBB might just be too much to handle for the side of Gaimin Gladiators to be able to defend under these inner towers.
That's right, in the battle, push versus pull will be on the way. BTK pushing through, trying to open up the base for Gaimin Gladiators, who's left on the defense and stripped down to their inhibitor turrets. Now, all the hard work Chicken did on this Lapu Lapu was kind of undone by the hard work of Basic with the 4-1-0 on the Brody. Zia needing to find a way to step up to the plate and deal the damage necessary to burst down the Bloodthirsty Kings. Best player, very low. Hit very hard. Astro Echo from Nicolette doing a great job slowing down the team of Gaimin Gladiators and enhancing the damage output to them for the Bloodthirsty Kings, having such a strong impact on this Navaria.
And this is exactly what we've all kind of been waiting for as kind of the viewers or the casters here, is the rise of the BTK, right? And, you know, quite honestly, they haven't had the best performance, especially during week 1, but now it definitely seems like they've put the pedal on the gas and they're kind of pushing up for momentum. They're quite, you know, honestly on par with Gaimin Gladiators in this game. And quite honestly, they've banned out like 3-4 of MLBB's heroes. So this time around, you know, BTK is able to kind of get the up in these team fights. Even with Milo dying left and right, it seems like Basic on this Brody just provides so much early game damage that BTK is just able to get a few of these winning pickoffs and able to kind of convert that into some real estate.
You know, it's amazing that it's only 4-4 on the scoreboard, 16 minutes in. We're under double digits right now, UA. Both sides playing full objective focused and doing a great job on top of that. But BTK able to maintain the pressure on the map and doing it a little bit better than Gaimin Gladiators so far for game number 2. I mean, they have a lot more on the line with this match, right? This is match point. If they lose this, it's a clean sweep from GG. They want to be able to get higher on that ladder, and if they can shut down GG, they may be able to make the deficit of losing to Area 77 in day 1. As you are going to see this Lord spawn in, MLBB in position for another Retribution. The last Lord, we saw best player having a hard time closing that distance, and Zane able to get it with little to no contest.
Yeah, but we're starting to see kind of the scale of GG, right? The Lapu Lapu isn't as effective as it should be, especially when you go into that mid game. The X-Borg is going to scale quite well. Novaria also scaling quite well, but the initiation coming through from Gaimin Gladiators, some ultimates has been used, and I think BTK has a little bit more utility, especially pairing this Matilda and also the range coming out from Novaria. The longer these team fights go, I think BTK is going to have a much better standing to get the pick off that they've been looking for.
Yeah, Milo able to get that Faraga armor to harass the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Astro Echo is going to connect from Nicolette. Luminous Lord now in play. Best player, very low, torn apart memories. Basic, eyes on the prize. High value target is going to find best player, which means BTK will be able to claim this Lord uncontested.
Yeah, see, so people should be picking up this Brody quite often. It's not only a lane bully, but when you have all the items, when you're able to get onto that mid and late game, especially with a hero like Brody, you still have the opportunity to deal a lot of damage late game, and especially getting those last hit pickoffs. And you know, this time around, BTK looking for another engagement.
Zia way far outside of the protection from his team, getting bursted down, even though he has the damage. Not able to find a kill, and now an opportunity for BTK to even out the series. Takes the inhibitor for the top side. They have a Luminous Lord marching on the bottom as well, and it looks like they're going to sink these lanes.
Yeah, no basic, but no Zia on the opponent's side. It is 25 seconds until Zia comes up. The Lord is going to be marching down. So the side of BTK, they have to look to see if they can get initiation onto the mid side. And look at Milo going in on Hoon.
Yeah, they have 15 seconds before Zia spawns in, and looks like BTK is going to go in to try and close it out. They did lose basic, though, which is going to limit their push potential. Best player trying to get out of there, back to the base, able to get the regen just in time. Luminous Lord hitting the base. Crystal Chicken fighting, trying to take down Mobazane Cold World, and also Milo by himself. Nicolette will be able to claim the last standing inhibitor for the mid lane, and the base has been completely open for Gaimin Gladiators.
Now, this is a huge push coming out from BTK. They're able to take out their mid turret, which is pretty much the last inner inhibitor that the side of GG has. Now, BTK, they have lots of late game insurance. All their whole entire mid tower is still up. Top and bottom outer towers are still available. So for the side of BTK, even if they were to lose maybe a few of their members, they should be able to defend quite well. Now, for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, unfortunately, they do not have any more insurance available. And take a look at kind of the team fight that is being available. BTK has picked off multiple members of Gaimin Gladiators, you know, time after time, and it just seems like the Akai with the heavy spin along with the Brody early game damage, the Matilda, the saving grace, and you know, the win, and also the Navaria. It's extremely hard to deal against the standings that BTK has for Gaimin Gladiators, quite honestly.
Hoon just picked up that Winter Truncheon too, so he has a little bit of a trick up his sleeve over there up against BTK when they do fight this out. Looks like they're prepping for a final engagement. Both sides playing it safe, knowing not to overextend by themselves. But look at the bot side. I mean, look how far Zia is. I don't really know if that's the move right there, because Shark by himself, if BTK can sniff them out, I don't think they can get out of this UA. Here it goes.
Oh.
Look at Zane. Look at him. Where's Waldo over here looking through every bush trying to find him?
I'm not even sure if it's a good idea for them to try and sniff out the bot side, because quite honestly, the K should be able to burst out anyone that comes, even if it's just a Mobazane, right? So the side of BTK, they kind of have to tag along 2 with 2, but I feel like even if it's like 2-on-2, you know, the carry and the Ruby should be able to burst out any single person that comes in play. But now they see that Zia's on the bot side. BTK looking to engage onto the Lord, and they're looking like they're getting the team fight that they're looking for.
Ooh, last sanity goes out. Torn apart memories as well. Milo will find Shark. They are down 1 member, but without the torn apart memories, it may be a counterplay from the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Even Zane using the heavy spin, catching best player, but he's able to wrap around. Maybe a misplay from the side of BTK if they're not careful. Chicken, Immortality has been procced inside of the full team of BTK. Use the Winter Truncheon, and Nicolette with the snipe to shut him down, execution style, and BTK will regain their composure in the Lord Pit, but they're going in for body. Zia hit with the snipe. Nicolette trying to get another kill. Forced to go back to the base. Still getting burned over there with the damage. And it looks like BloodThirstyKings, they don't want the Lord. They want the game ender. They want to take this to a game number 3, and they may be able to do that just yet. Nicolette will go ahead and shut down best player Hoon, and Zia by themselves against the full team of the BloodThirstyKings. Can they hold him off? Hoon back to the base for some regen. Zia hit with the knockup, but down goes the base. Crystal. And BTK is taking us to a game number 3 against Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh, this is the exciting match that we've been all waiting for. BTK able to get victorious on this second game of the Best of 3 series, putting it to a 1-1 against pretty much the strongest team in North America. And I definitely feel like if there's any team that's able to kind of upset this rival, it's definitely going to be BTK, especially with the all-star lineup that they have. 10, 5, and 34 is the overall team KD. And you can look at the assists across the board. That is a lot of assists for the side of the Kings.
I love seeing series go to a game number 3 in a great way to kind of end the last series for the day of the most anticipated match between the two powerhouse teams of North America. BTK showing up, stepping up to the plate and performing, shutting down Gaimin Gladiators, finding a way to deny them on their game plan for Mobazane with the crowd control. Pull out the Akai, pull out the Mathilda combination, and you kind of got a best of everything you need to be able to be a bully on the neutral objectives. And that's what we've seen right there is Mobazane able to claim these turrets, these turtles, these lords, and also BTK able to close out this game to take us to game number 3 up against GG.
Yeah, and if you take a look at all the members of BTK, they've all made a significant impact in that game. Milo dying twice early on, able to get a lot of shutdowns, especially onto that late game. Nicolette, again, 0 deaths. We talked about this Novaria being a problem in especially the utility-dominated jungler drafts, and Novaria definitely is extremely annoying here. I don't think the Novaria is going to be available on the very 3rd game. Basic is going to be the one that is the rich guy. And, you know, the impact that he had on the Brody, especially early on, able to pick kills after kills, especially since he had so much kill pressure onto the gold lane. The sandbag goes to Mobazane on the Akai, definitely well-deserved, tanked up, soaked up so much damage, and was able to get a few of those retributions coming off. And when we talked about Cold World, right, he was able to use the guiding wind to kind of defend and displace Mobazane to put him in a much safer position. Now take a look at the team fight participation across the board for the side of BTK. 90% for Basic, 90% for Nicolette, and 100% for Mr. Cold World.
Yeah, 10-5 on the scoreboard to finish that out as well. Massive damage taken over there, mostly from Mobazane over there for BTK. On the other side, best player, on that Boxia pickup. And honestly, I feel like with the way that draft kind of worked out, Gaimin Gladiators put themselves in a pinch, right? They allowed them to get the Novaria, they allowed them to get the Mathilda, and then they allowed Mobazane to get a hero that they can't bully with crowd control because he has the heavy spin. And that's what really worked out in their favor, not only to keep Mobazane alive, but some great rotation, some great focus on the objectives is what made the difference for BloodThirstyKings in game number 2. Now, was it finding the needle in the haystack though, Yue? Was it the fact that they were able to pull off that almost godly composition that works really on BTK's playstyle? Can they get that again? Because I don't see Gaimin Gladiators allowing them to get a Mathilda and an Akai combination again. I think if they lost the Mathilda and just had the Akai, it would be a little bit harder. Or if they lost the Akai and had the Mathilda, it'd be a little bit harder because they need the Akai to be able to engage and take the neutral objectives, but they need somebody to be able to get them out to safety at the end of it. And speaking of safety, some amazing matches already on the board so far for the final series of the day. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the replays from the last game that we just saw between BTK and Gaimin Gladiators.
Yeah, again, Milo right here creating the impact, especially early on, soaking up so much damage here. His Alraga armor got taken off, but I honestly felt like Chicken kind of outplayed himself, especially towards this mid to late game, right? He was kind of go into the back line, but he was just getting punished back to back. But when you take a look at BTK's draft, you talked about the haystack, the needle in the haystack. I don't think it is all luck, right? The Brody that does well against carry pretty much provided the damage that the side of BTK was looking to have, right? The Novaria also is a great matchup to go against the Vexana onto the mid side, has the mobility, has the range to outrange the Vexana. And if you take a look at the damage dealt onto that hero, you can't see the bar once again. So it's providing kind of the same exact picture that we've seen kind of in game 1, but it is just a reverse, right? Basic picking up that early game marksman, dominating in his lane. Novaria also winning in that matchup. You could argue that the 50-50 between best player on the on the Boxia and the Akai is quite even, but I think we're going into the draft here, Weezy. 3rd game?
That's right, game number 3, final game of the day between North America's powerhouse teams, Gaimin Gladiators and the BloodThirstyKings. The only time we'll see these two face off in the regular season. Maybe able to see them again in the playoffs, possibly the grand finals if both sides are lucky. But luck has nothing to do with it. It's definitely going to be execution, and that's what these teams are doing today, executing. BTK not able to claim game 1. Gaimin Gladiators taking it away from them with their very smooth finish. But game number 2 able to find their momentum, their proper footing in BTK, evening out this series. Now, I know we kind of had our opinions about, is that the needle in the haystack? Is it luck? Can it happen again? From what it sounds like, with what you were saying, you believe it can. From what I believe, I think it can too, but a couple of things have to be checked off the board. Number one, Zayn has to find a jungler that can get to these neutral objectives. The reason being is these turtles is what adds up to the side laners winning, right? That's what helps Chicken get online. That's what helps Basic get online. That's what helps Milo get online. That's what helps Zia get online. And these are the players that make up the difference when it comes to the engagements, the split pushing, and the damage needed for the 5v5 engagements. I think Gaimin Gladiators put themselves in a pinch. They allowed the Mathilda to walk. They allowed the Akai to walk, which allowed Zayn to take these neutral objectives and play for what he's more known for, being that bully inside the jungle. Now, does he pick up the Akai again? Possibly. They don't have first pick though, which will put them in a little bit of a bind. If they let the Mathilda walk, I could see Gaimin Gladiators possibly taking this up. I don't think they'll let BTK have that, and it should be a possible ban to finish off the first phase for BTK.
Yeah, well, the Navaria gets taken off the board. The Fredrin is still available. This is what the GG strategy was during game one, is picking up the Fredrin quite early. And honestly, since BTK's draft, it's still the same bans here. They took off the Joy, they took off the Nolan. It's quite traditional here coming through. But I would say this though, this is a tricky situation where do we want Zia to go on the carry once again? He didn't get a kill on this game 2, but he dominated during game 1. So maybe we give the carry again. Maybe we pick up the early game marksman. Once again, it is still the same exact opening. Best player able to pick up this Fredrin, but I think this time BTK has a lot more steam in their arsenal. I think the Ruby can be a good pickup. The Navaria already gets banned out, so maybe the Faramis or the Vexana could be an early pickup.
Or the Mathilda and the Akai. Instant lock-in from the side of BTK because they pick up the Fredrin. What is going on right now? I mean, hey, if they're not gonna ban it, you might as well just pick that up, bro. Honestly, I really think that helped them so much in that game, and it would work out again right here. Yes, you have some other additional options on the table. The Vexana could be a strong pickup, but you might actually just let that walk. No, they're going to go in for the carry, though, and the Mathilda combination. Okay, at least they got the Mathilda here, which is going to guarantee them safety when it comes to Zayn being aggressive with these frontline composition junglers. For the side of Gaimin Gladiators, though, I mean, they had the carry last game, and Zia, he just didn't really step up to the platform to be able to fight it out. I really didn't see Zia having a heavy impact in majority of that game. There's a lot of overextensions. He was trying to burst them down from the bush, and even when they tried to get a backdoor play on the bot side, it was just a little awkward with not having the proper positioning. As soon as they saw Zia down, they're like, okay, free Lord. They're missing a member, and they're able to make the most out of the situation. So jumping into this game, maybe getting Zia online should be the focus for Gaimin Gladiators, as they are going to go ahead and finish their first phase of this draft, picking up the CC alongside the Valentina.
I'm scared here because I do think the counter to the CC is going to be the export, right? But if they want to have the set potential, Mathilda is not going to be the one that pins down anything for basic. It's going to be something like the Akai, right? But they have to choose. Either they take the Akai, ban the export, or it's going to be the vice versa. And there's also mages that are available, right? You could grab the Faramis early on. You could grab the Vexana. But again, if these heroes are not being picked up by BTK, they're going to get banned out by the side of GG. And this is a very tough situation. The Akai gets picked up. I think that's a good response because that does help the carry so much more. And we saw from the side of GG, carry was unable to get a kill off in the game 2, but this time around with the Akai pinning down, it might just smell trouble for the side of GG to be able to deal with the single target damage that the carry has.
But this works in Gaimin Gladiators' favor, though, because they have the Valentina. So now they have the heavy spin, and that was a staple of what helped BTK take the neutral objectives. So I think this is a good start for Gaimin Gladiators inside of this draft. Now it's just going to be a battle of who uses that heavy spin first, and that's what Hoon's going to be looking out for. He's just going to wait for Mobazane to use the heavy spin, and then he's going to do it right after him, or if anything, at the same time for these engagements, which is going to be a little bit more challenging for the BloodThirstyKings jumping into game number 3. I think it's a good read from the side of Gaimin Gladiators to be able to put a little bit more contest on the neutral objectives.
But I do want to stress a little bit on in terms of the winning matchups and the winning lanes, right? If GG is, using the same strategy that BTK used in game 2, they're going to pick up the Brody. They're going to pick up the Herod, which does traditionally well against the carry. But no, they actually allow the Harith and the Brody to be options of Zia. They do take away the Xia, so that's something that maybe Zia likes to play against the carry. The Arlot export gets taken off the board. The Yuzong is still available. The Terizla, which does really well against the back lines and the front lines of Gaimin Gladiator, is going to be a potential. Nicolette, with no mages being banned on the board, picks up the Faramis. That's going to be a strong dual mid, especially since Valentina doesn't have the best clear early on.
Yeah, and it puts Valentina in a bind where do you go for the Nether Realm or do you go for the heavy spin for these neutral objectives? But you can't get both of them. You are going to look at Zia picking up this Brody. It's just going to be a Brody versus a carry again, similar to game number 2, but it's going to be on the opposite side of the table for both teams. This time Zia is not the carry. He will be the Brody. He didn't have a strong impact on the carry, and maybe this is the difference. Can't we see Basic, though, have the impact in the carry that Zia didn't for game number 2? One more pick on the board for both sides. Now, they run in the double support method for BTK. That's kind of like a hit or miss in my opinion. We see it on the international scene, sometimes works, sometimes not. But in the NA scene, it hasn't really been as promising. Honestly, I want to say most of the time we've seen a double support meta, it just really hasn't worked out because there's just not that much damage anymore. When you're going in for a Mathilda and a Faramis and then an Akai who's not really that heavy of a hitter himself, it puts a lot of pressure on Basic to kind of bring that damage to the table. And if he falls behind on these neutral objectives, if BTK does not get these turtles, then it's going to take even longer for Basic to deal the damage necessary that BTK is going to be relying on.
You know, I do want to see a Terizla coming out from Milo. The side of Gaimin Gladiators do not have kind of the true damage shred, the export that counters the Terizla, the carry that counters it. But no, Milo is going to pick up this dragon. Now, the draft coming from both sides is quite interesting here. Zia grabs up the Brody, deals, you know, quite good against the carry, and also has torn apart memory to deal a lot of AoE damage to go against the Faramis. Once again, he talked about the Hoon matchup where he has to decide between the Cold Altar or the heavy spin there. But CC, I feel like, is a raw element that might be able to kind of carry the game, since I don't actually know if Yuzong should be able to handle fried chicken on this hero. But both drafts has been locked in. Shark picks up the Minotaur that has been banned multiple times in today, and I feel like that might be very, very tough for the side of BTK to handle, because that is an AoE knockup that can kind of you know, keep the Cold Altar, the heavy spin, and also the Black Dragon at bay.
You know, I love seeing series go to a game number 3, regardless of who wins this one, man. I'm just excited that we're able to get to this point as we are now jumping into the final match of the day. The BloodThirstyKings up against Gaimin Gladiators. BTK able to take game number 2. GG, victorious in game number 1. But hey, we're just getting started as match 3 has officially began. Who will be able to claim victory in this series?
And once again, BTK is going to be the underdog in this series, but they had a great game 2, and quite honestly, the game 1 opening was also quite good for the side of BTK. So it definitely feels like they understand how to deal with the aggressiveness coming out from Gaimin Gladiators and even give them a small lead up to an advantage. But for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they have to hold strong, right? This is a team that has done so well pretty much throughout the whole entire tournament, and now they are faced with a potential loss against the late Kings that they have done so well to deal against here.
Yeah, we are going to have to kind of pay attention to Shark, though, over there on this Minotaur. He is going to have the Minoan Fury for the knockup, which is going to keep Zayn in his tracks, even when he tries to go in for that heavy spin on the neutral objectives, on top of having Hoon, who's running the Valentina with the heavy spin at his disposal. I think it would be better for him to pick up the heavy spin instead of the Nether Realm, but I feel like it's just going to be situationally dependent on what's there for the taking. When it comes to the neutral engagement, so maybe the heavy spin just to zone out BTK will be his game plan, unless he's going to play for survivability. In that case, it could give BTK the advantage to be able to get these neutral objectives. But we are seeing Zia and Basic on the bot side, a flip around at the carry and the Brody. Now, how will this play out, right? Both of them has the damage necessary for the late game, but Zia will be able to survive a little bit better, having that corrosive strike, having that flicker at his disposal, whereas Basic's going to be a little bit more stationary. He didn't even go in for the flicker. He went in for the Purify instead. Looks like he's worried a little bit about that crowd control provided by Shark.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit scared for the carry versus the Brody matchup, right? The Brody has dominated pretty much that whole entire lane, and he's even able to kind of get a late game advantage if he is looking for. So like, you know, the Brody is quite strong, and we're seeing some early game marksmen like the Bruno dominating into that gold side. So I definitely feel like Zia has a great chance onto the bot side, but the turtle is now started for the side of Gaming Gladiators. This time BTK not even looking to contest on the neutral objective.
Yeah, they need to be careful though, as this is what Gaming Gladiators wants. They know they can snowball. If they continue to take these turtles, then they'll be able to pretty much have an advantage on the side lanes with the XP boost provided. As you are looking at Zia, who can play a little bit more aggressive on the Brody. You stack up some gold on top of that, and it'll give Basic a harder time.
Yeah, definitely a harder time for the side of Basic onto the gold lane, but this is a matchup that he is quite familiar with. Now, if we take a look at the mid side, right, Hoon has the Black Dragon Form, so no utilities for the side of Gaming Gladiators, but I don't think a team fight is going to break out yet, so it's going to be interesting to see how this Black Dragon comes through. But again, onto the bot side, you can see that Zia is having a much greater time shoving the lane, has the gold advantage, has the XP advantage over Basic, and it's already a level difference now. You know, Zia with the Brody, especially in terms of the early game, has a lot of impact, has a lot of kill pressure. So the side of BTK really have to be careful to make sure that this gold lane matchup does not snowball out of control.
Yeah, I mean, he does have that Black Dragon. He didn't go in for the heavy spin. He didn't go in for the Nether Realm, but instead something else entirely. I wonder if he's going to hold on to that, though, especially with this turtle spawning in. I mean, yes, he can drop onto the backline if necessary, but needs to be careful as he is a backline himself. Mobazane, though, pulled back to safety again. This Mathilda and Akai combination proven to work in their favor. Speaking of Mathilda, though, Mathilda Airlines in effect onto Hoon, but is going to disengage back to BTK's jungle.
I do want to say that Cold World is extremely good at using the Matilda ult to engage and disengage for his own safety. But Milo, double Petri.
Yeah, Hoon caught with a lot of CC, and Nicolette will be able to shut him down. First blood for the BloodThirstyKings. And that's off to a good start, as you are going to see this turtle spawn in, and they do have the numbers to take this.
Yeah, they do have a small advantage now with that pick off, but it seems like the gold lead is still inside of Gaming Gladiators' favor, right? It's about a 1k gold lead. They're even going to be the one initiating the buffs up. So definitely it seems like Gaming Gladiators, they have a much stronger opening. The Fredrin paired up with the knockup coming out from the Minotaur is just a little bit too much to handle for the side of BTK, especially in the early game objectives.
And there goes Brody, showcasing his survivability. A 3-man gank on the bot side before Hoon can even get there, and he's still able to find himself alive with that corrosive strike and also that flicker combination, which means he is still going to be able to sustain himself on the bot side. Turtle will go to the Gaming Gladiators, the second turtle of the game, uncontested in their hands.
Yeah, but the gold lead is still close, right? We saw GG able to have that 1k gold lead. Now, after the objective, it is still onto 1k. That just means that Basic is able to grab up actually quite a good amount of gold onto the bot side. And that is, you know, quite good for the carry, right? They have the heavy spin to be able to pin people for the carry to get that free hit. But is that going to truly be enough to deal with the frontline presence that the Minnow and the Fredrin has? That is a question that we kind of have to ask BTK to see if they're willing to show us here.
Yeah, and speaking of showcasing some things, heavy spin in the mid lane from Obazane. Back to safety he goes. Now, we're hitting a lot of benchmarks. This is the highest anticipated game of the NACT Spring season so far. And for 2024 NACT Spring Regular season, we have hit our highest peak concurrent viewers, over 15,000 viewers. Make sure you guys leave a like and share the stream and cheer on your favorite team.
Yeah, it's definitely the match to watch for, and especially since we're going on to a game 3, a very classic game, and Zia here looking to get bursted down.
Yeah, 1-for-1 trade though, as Basic will fall. Both marksmen's losing out on that engagement. Zia gets an assist, but Basic gets a kill, which means he is going to be favored a little bit more on that trade-off.
Yeah, do we call that kind of like the Dragon Ball Z where both members kind of kill each other? But again, you know, the side of BTK, they have the ability to deal a lot of damage, and we haven't seen, especially in the series, that the carry is, you know, that significant of a pick, right? The Brody deals quite well, especially in the 1 versus 1 position. There's plenty of great early game marksmen, but Zane gets denied away with the buff there. He has the retribution is coming up in 15 seconds, and best player also has retribution here available.
All right, UA, we said it right. These turtles are going to start adding up. Once they get this third turtle for Gaimin Gladiators, if BTK does not finding a test, then it's going to be a hard time. And it looks like they are finding one, though. Look at the bot side. You are looking at Basic stripping down the turret. We'll be able to find that in BTK's favor, which means they did find a proper trade-off to work in their favor.
Yeah, but look at the gold lead. Like, it's literally nothing compared to, you know, both of the members. And another guiding win, saving the LEGACi from a bad situation. Cold World really standing up to the tanking ability that Shark has. Like, it's definitely, you know, 1 for 1 here in terms of the roam position. Like, both of them are making significant impacts, and, you know, it's quite hard for Shark to, you know, deny a lot of the utilities coming out from Cold World here. So BTK quite in a good standing here. They have the bot side tower. It has been traded, but Basic has the time to kind of scale quite well here in the mid game.
Yeah, and speaking of scaling, Black Dragon from Milo trying to seize the opportunity. Double petrify. Basic will find Zia. Netherrealm keeping BTK alive. Mobazane will shut down Hoon. 2 for none trade. BTK stampeding through. May be able to take this mid turret with the advantage of the separation or a top side. They need to get some more real estate on the map, as right now GG has a slight advantage since they have 2 turtles up against them, up by 700 gold.
Yeah, and I think it's quite interesting here that Hoon hasn't really picked up the Netherrealm versus the side of BTK. The Netherrealm has been quite impactful in a lot of these team fights. So I do think it's time for Hoon to kind of step up to the plate and deal with the aggressiveness that Nicolette has, because right now Nicolette is playing a much better mage than Hoon there. But top side here, Basic looking to engage.
Known Fury does get procced by Shark, not going to knock up any members of BTK. Milo will take down Fried Chicken. Now the seas of opportunity. Basic will claim the tier 1 turret. BTK getting what they came for, but Mobazane needing to get out of there, hit with a little bit of CC, but saved by the guiding win provided by Cold World.
It's just the guiding win from Cold World is just looking so good. And look at the zone coming out from the backside. Cold World actually doesn't have that much armor or defense. And he only has, the bonk comes through.
Yeah, but Basic able to claim the tier 1 turret in the mid lane. BTK inching their way up the map against Gaimin Gladiators, now are leading in terms of gold and in terms of turrets on the map, up by 2, stripping down Gaimin Gladiators to their tier 2 turrets and controlling the early phases. We are now hitting close to that 10-minute mark. Lord is in play. Gaimin Gladiators has been able to take majority of these neutral objectives as BTK has been able to claim the turrets, but who will be able to claim this first Lord?
Yeah, and you know, the side of BTK, they're kind of playing this bully ball formation, right? They group up as a 5-man, they get the picks that they're looking for, and they're able to siege up pretty much any objective they are wanting. But the side of Gaimin Gladiators, they're kind of struggling in a lot of these 4 versus 5, 5 versus 5 formation, and the circling wind comes through.
Yeah, Mathilda Airlines for the knockup. Hoon very low. Milo smells the low HP. A shark in the water, out for blood. A terrifying quadruple knockup with the furious dive of the Black Dragon. And Milo, Shaw Essence activated, sustains himself, gets out alive. Best player. Very low. Use the Praiser's Wrath onto the side of BTK. Tries to get away, back to safety. The chase though, Furious Soul Grip from Milo, able to take him down. That is going to be 2 members falling for Gaimin Gladiators. BTK, all 5 members standing strong.
The 7-1 scoreboard. The goal lead is still quite close for both teams, but it definitely feels like the side of BTK has the lead in a lot of these team fights. And I honestly feel like it's due to Milo. Milo is playing quite perfectly here. Cold World is going to be the one that's saving grace for the side of BTK, getting some huge sets with the Circling Eagle. And of course, Zane right here, still 0 deaths on the board for majority of the players of BTK. They're just team fighting quite well. And the bully ball style, it might be, you know, in time for Zane to kind of turn that leaf, getting his heroes back together. The LEGACi seems like it's going to be the right answer to deal with a lot of the aggressiveness that Gaimin Gladiators can provide.
You know, this Mathilda and LEGACi combination is giving Gaimin Gladiators such a hard time. I'm surprised that they let BTK do this again with how well they performed in the last match. It was like Gaimin Gladiators was confident on possibly having an answer, but BTK still kind of outperforming them and scaling a little bit better. They're 7-1 right now in terms of kills over there for BTK. And it looks like they're going to try and climb in for even more. Circling Eagle. Mobazane is going to ride the guiding win. Is going to proxy the minions as well. Milo, a dive in on the Fried Chicken. Praises Wrath from best player, connecting on a basic. Nicolette very low is going to go back, but Cold World able to sustain the team and keep them alive.
Yeah, now BTK has the turn to be able to siege onto this mid tower. They had a great entire fight there, but the utilities of both teams are still available. The Purify on Cold World and Basic up for grabs. The Flicker also for the whole entire team of Gaming Gladiators available, but both teams have not decided to pull the guns now because honestly, the Lord is coming up in 90 seconds. This is going to be a very important Luminous Lord, and the side of BTK seems like they have the map available. They even have Zane onto the boss side, and even with Cold World, not scared to kind of just zone away some of the members away from their buff, away from their jungle, providing so much vision for the side of BTK to work with.
In Basic, all over the map right now, 3-1-3, leading the way, outscaling Zia. Outclassing, at least for the last 2 games. He did it on the Brody, and now he's doing it on the carry against the Brody. And doing an amazing job on top of that. 3,600 gold lead for the side of the BloodThirstyKings as they are now in control of this game at the 12-minute mark. It looks like we're going to be playing into a late match here, UA, for the final match of the day.
Yeah, and this is where it's extremely exciting. But again, Gaming Gladiators is one of those teams that is able to get a win in the late game, regardless of the scores early on. So BTK, they definitely still have to hold it tight. They cannot just throw and just do their wombo combos without really using their brains. Like, they have to make sure they get the right pickoffs. But again, I feel like Hoon is lacking a little bit in this department, but circling wins coming through.
Yeah, Mathilda Airlines, in effect, heavy spin is going to go out from Hoon using the IMU against BTK, but is it enough to stop them? Moba Zane on the chase, but now the counterplay from Gaming Gladiators. Minoan Fury for the quadruple knockup. NetherRealm has been knocked out over there from Nicolette to keep them alive. Cold World will find Shark. Down goes the Roamer for GG, and now the counter back from the BloodThirstyKings. Chicken. Very low torn apart memories from Zia. Finds one, takes down Cold World. A 1-for-1 trade.
A whole entire team fight, and it's a 1-for-1 trade. A beautiful fight coming out from both teams, but you could really see the NetherRealm sustain coming out from Nicolette is just too much to handle. You can also see Hoon picking up the heavy spin, using it early on, and you have Zane there trying to defend onto that, but look at Milo right there, gets the 2-man Petrify. He's able to get onto the backside, picking off Hoon multiple times in pretty much all of these team fights here.
Yeah, and the next Lord is in play. Gaming Gladiators in position. Best player trying to bait out BTK to take this fight into the Lord pit. The last Lord went over to the BloodThirstyKings. Gaming Gladiators has been struggling a little bit in the later half of today's match. BTK has been able to find the advantages they're looking for. Speaking of advantage, Lord very low. Black Dragon from Lilo circling around is going to drop down for the Petrify. Zane will be able to claim the Lord for the BloodThirstyKings. Maybe able to get some bodies to praise the wrath from best player. Is going to connect on to Milo, knocking him airborne, proccing the immortality. Cold World, very low himself. Nicolette will find Fried Chicken. Hoon is going to find Milo to respond. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Zane with a lot of CC. Trapped inside of the full team of Gaming Gladiators. Will pull back to safety from Cold World with the guiding win. Cold World taking all the hits though. Torn apart memories from Zia to seal his fate. 3 members down as Zia finds Moba Zane. A 3-for-1 trade.
Oh, that's a huge turnaround for the side of Gaming Gladiators. And once again, it's the Brody impact, right? The torn apart memory AoE deals so much damage, especially when the members are low on health. And the multiple AoE pretty much counters the Faramis ultimate that's coming through to sustain the members of BTK. And I felt like that was even a small misplay coming out from the side of BTK. Zane was in a great position to kind of just hide in the bush and get that reset off, but they chose to go for the risk, and the risk did not pay off. The side of Gaming Gladiators now able to clear this Luminous Lord, giving them another chance in this series.
That's right, and now at that 16-minute mark, we are getting to the late game, right? Over that 40,000 gold threshold. BTK up by 2,000, but everybody getting to full build. You are looking at Basic. Dealing some damage, but no Fury for the knockup on a Nicolette. The silence in effect for Milo. Triple knockup on a BTK, but Basic will find Shark. Not going to stop them on the push. BTK, Milo rotating around. Basic finds a double speedy light wheels. Is going to find best player. BTK looking to claim some real estate. Milo very low though. Chicken will get the kill. Able to get back to safety as well. BTK looking to siege onto this tier 2 turret in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little bit of over-aggression coming out from Milo there. You know, he's unable to kind of get the kills that he was looking for, but did pop the Purify of Chicken. Unfortunately, it's still a 2-for-1 trade for the side of BTK as they look to go ahead and do that bully ball once again. able to grab up the mid tower, the top side tower. I'm not sure if they're looking to siege here, but definitely a good push for the side of the Kings.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have the minions in play anymore, but they got a lot off of that play, right? Opening up the base, taking down 2 inhibitors, stripping Gaimin Gladiators to their last inhibitor on the bot side with half HP, and stacking up some kills on top of that. 6-11 BTK, kind of living up to their name right now. The Bloodthirsty Kings dominating on game number 3, the final match of the day, up against Gaimin Gladiators, who needs to find a way to turn this back around. They didn't have an easy time against the Mathilda and Akai combination, and it looks like it's the same thing again for game number 3. And I wonder why they kind of let this walk through, knowing that this kind of favors BTK's playing style, and they're performing today. Gaimin Gladiators, if they want to turn this around, it's really going to start with Hoon. I mean, he has to open up really well with this Valentina. Either needs to go in. I would say I wouldn't even go in for the heavy spin right now. Unless they're going to go in to try and close it out for BTK, then yeah, you can use the heavy spin to stop the minions. But outside of that, I think it's going to kind of profit him a little bit better now to go in for Nicolette's Nether Realm to keep the team alive. Or if he does go for the heavy spin, possibly get this neutral objective, but he has to be careful, as with the late game items, BTK can easily burst down a backline.
And you're correct. There's just too much to choose from the side of Gaimin Gladiators to try to pick the ult of BTK, right? I do think the sustain coming out, the utility of the Nether Realm is going to be the best option here, but the Black Dragon coming through here.
Ooh, he goes in for the Nether Realm though. Look at Hoon. He picked up the ultimate from Nicolette, but does he have enough time to close the distance? They have to go in. Nether Realm activated. Who will get this Lord? Manoa feared for the quad knockup up against BTK. Lord will be claimed best player with the Retribution. Zia finds Zane. Basic finds best player. Zia takes down Milo for the double kill. The siege is not done though. Cold World, Basic trying to get back to safety alongside Nicolette. Gaimin Gladiators putting BTK on their backs for the Lord play, turning this back around in their favor.
Is this going to be a comeback for the Gladiators in this series? It definitely looks like there is potential there. They're able to get that team fight in their favor, along with the objective now. 4-man going to be marching down onto the mid side here. And I think, you know, Shark had a great ultimate there, able to get a lot of knockups, and best player with the Retribution, able to take the Lord. Now in favor for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. It is a 3 versus 4 defense. Zane and Milo is coming up, but that is going to be before the Lord hits onto the bot side tower.
I don't know if they're going to be able to take this though. I mean, the Lord is going to be bursted down. The base is still intact for the side of BTK, as they were not able to shut down the inhibitors, but it makes them a little bit more comfortable now. I mean, if they would have lost that Lord, BTK could have closed out that game. And that just shows you that now that we're in the late mark, hitting that 20-minute threshold, it's going to go down to the wire between who has better micro and macro for these team fights.
Now, it's definitely going to be anyone's game, but BTK still has the advantage in terms of the towers, right? The mid and the bot side tower. They also have a lot of ultimates that Hoon kind of has to pick and choose from. Is it going to be the heavy spin? Is it going to be the Nether Realm? They have to make a decision here.
Oh, circling Eagle. Speaking of decisions, Black Dragon, Milo, a little premature. He's going to turn back around. Did you see that? He just completely changed his mind like, right there. And hey, I don't disagree with him. That's not the fight you want to take right there.
And, you know, the side of BTK, they have the circling eagle. It's definitely possible that they look for the engagement, but right now I think it's going to be a bad choice for them to even look to get any part of the map, because the Black Dragon is not available. And without that, the gap closing for Milo along with the Petrify is not going to be enough for the side of BTK to get a convincing win here. They gotta space out the time, make sure that Milo is able to get the Black Dragon up and available. And they, quite honestly, he can't even look to push onto the bot side, right? The second that they see the Black Dragon on there, they're gonna look to 5-man siege for the side of Gaimin Gladiators. And 8-12 is the overall scoreboard. 20 minutes in, the gold lead really does not mean too much. What does matter is what ultimate Hoon is willing to take.
Yeah, possibly controlling these lanes, right? If you can put some pressure on a split push, possibly, you can gain control of this map on these neutral objectives, as you are looking at 20 seconds to this Lord spawns in, and we can pretty much confirm this should be the last Lord of the game for either side. And I don't even think it's going to boil down to somebody taking this Lord. I think it's just going to boil down to getting the pickoffs and trying to close this out, because the respawn timers are way too high to handle.
Most definitely. And I definitely feel like in terms of the team fight, BTK has a lot more in their arsenal, especially with the Black Dragon Petrify, shutting down Hoon almost every opportunity he gets. So definitely we have to watch for Milo to see if he can get onto the backside. Of course, Shark is kind of going to be the tank that goes into the front to deal with the Nether Realm if he's able to get that sustain off. And again, the damage coming out from Brody, it is still immense, but at the same time, we're heading into that late game where a lot of the teammates of BTK has some armor to be able to deal with the turn apart memory that they have. The Shark looking to go in here.
Yeah, Milo open it up with the Petrified Black Dragon. Nether Realm.
Oh, that's huge.
A little early from Hoon. A big play for BTK. They still have it over there for Nicolette if they do want to take this fight. Milo does not have that Black Dragon, though. Looks like Gaimin Gladiators, they realize they need that utility back, so they're going to disengage a little bit, but it opens up the opportunity for BTK to take this Lord. I mean, look at Basic, already chipping it down, using Speedy Light Wheels, Cold World, Boba Zane, Nicolette zoning out Gaimin Gladiators from finding the opportunity. The taunt on the best player. The knock-up, though, the response back. Gaimin Gladiators, if they want to have a chance, they need to find a way to get inside of the Lord pit, but Basic, shifting focus over to best player, finds the jungler. Back to safety, best player goes. NetherRealm activated over there from Nicolette to keep BTK alive, and now it's a small window. They will be able to take this Lord as Gaimin Gladiators not able to close the distance. And with that major objective, a chance for BTK to possibly close out this series. I mean, I don't even see the Lord's HP right now. I'm imagining it's about 25% HP.
No.
Okay, it is very low. You're going to see the knock-up, though. The airborne fly from Milo. Terrified. Immortality being proc. Lord, not even at the retribution mark yet. Milo will fall. Zia will be able to shut him down. Circling Eagle connecting. Corrosive Strike from Zia trying to get away from Cold World. And now Gaimin Gladiators does have the numbers, but look at the minions already at the base crystal, taking it down to 50%.
Yeah, GG's, they definitely looked for the opportunity there. They knew Nicolette did not have the mana available to cast any spell, so they looked to engage. It was a 4 versus 4 situation. And also, you know, in terms of the marksman, it's not available. Basic is on the bot side here. So they're looking to get these fights without Basic. Now, it's kind of like the banana split strategy that they're looking for. I'm not sure if that's exactly what BTK needs in order to take the wins in these fights.
Yeah, and Hoon used the NetherRealm and Owen Fury for the knockup onto BTK. They're going in for it. Basic finds best player. This is big. The BloodThirstyKings, a heavy spin on the wall, catching Shark, circling Eagle, Cold Mathilda Airlines connecting. Shark Immortality has been procced, but Chicken joining the party. Both sides down one member, but best player out of the playing field means Gaimin Gladiators does not have a retribution.
Yeah, and now BTK actually gets the rise up, right? 40 seconds for best player. They can kind of take their time, make sure this Lord is synced, and it's guaranteed for the side of BTK. And this is huge for the Kings of the Kings here, right? They're getting the upset that they're looking for. It is into that late game where both teams pretty much have to make these high IQ plays. And BTK, it feels like their comp is just slightly better. There's just too much great ultimates that BTK has that, you know, the side of Gaimin Gladiators have to choose. And now the Lord is coming down.
Yeah, it looks like BTK will be able to claim this with no contest. A big target to be able to close this game out. I mean, look how long it took with their entire team trying to burst it down with no contest. We would have been sitting there for days if both of these teams would have been fighting it out on a Lord dance. But BTK now having a major advantage to be able to close this out with the Luminous Lord on their side.
But it's definitely not still a guaranteed, right? The Lord is going to be marching down. It is going to be a +1 for the side of BTK, but it is coming down onto the mid side. I don't like the Lord typically coming down the mid side. Top and bot definitely feels like it's a much better banana split to split the enemy teams, but we are going into this 25 minutes where pretty much the carry scales onto the maximum potential. The Brody does not have the impact that he has, especially early on. And of course, the Black Dragon form along with the Petrify has been kind of the death of the side of GG.
And BTK trying to go in for the game ender. Milo starting it early, drops down the Black Dragon, Petrify, forcing out the NetherRealm over there from him with the IMU. A lot of mobility on the board and utility being wasted. Boba Zane, heavy spin, catches best player. Basic will go ahead and shut him down. Speedy Light Wheels down goes the Lord, though. Gaimin Gladiators trying to hold him off, not trying to let them to finish off this game. They still have minions to work in their favor, though, and they do have the numbers as Gaimin Gladiators is one short with best player falling. Do they go in for the game ender? Minions on the top, minions on the bottom, minions in the mid, and the circling Eagle for the connection. Base Crystal, 50%. Immortality being procced to Moba Zane. They're not done though. Milo resting with the Furious Dive. Does connect the shot. Esses, but minions fall. Zia fights Milo, but down goes a Base Crystal. BTK able to claim this series, the reverse sweep against Gaimin Gladiators.
A 14-10, 26-minute masterpiece coming out from BTK, able to prove pretty much the whole entire casting desk, along with the whole entire North America, that they still have it within them. And again, this is a team full of all-stars. I think that they have the ability to take these wins, and definitely they did. 14, 10, and 35 in a fashionable way to take the victories of pretty much the undefeated crown in NACT so far. The Gaimin Gladiators fall to the Bloodthirsty Kings here.
Man, what a game. The best series of the night. And that was hard to top off because we had some good series today. I don't think anybody is disappointed with the level of capability that both of these teams provide. The high IQ, the macro, the micro, it was all there. BTK, though, able to pull it off and take down Gaimin Gladiators. Their first defeat of this entire NACT spring season into the hands of Bloodthirsty Kings, who did not have the hardest start when they lost to Area 77. But hey, they found their proper footing and took down the top contender in that #1 position, which is going to go ahead and boost them up on that ladder in terms of their rankings compared to the other top 8 teams in North America.
And this just kind of shows about the underdogs of this NACT so far, right? We got Fiends kind of going up in the rise now. BTK finding their momentum against one of the best teams in North America. Pretty much an uprising revolution for any of the underdogs coming through, and BTK leading the way here in this series. 2-1, 14-10 is the overall scoreboard, and I feel like all the members from BTK did quite well, right? The defensive utility that the Matilda provided, the retributions coming out from Zane, Nicolette with the ultimate coming through, pretty much impacting the game in such a huge way that it honestly felt like Hoon wasn't even there at the whole entire game. And also Milo. 2, 5, and 9 is the scoreboard, but the Petrify along with the Black Dragon form, especially early on, denying Hoon, denying Zia, hitting multiple members, getting the pickoffs that BTK needed in order for them to get the victory here.
Man, that was almost a 30-minute game, longest game of the night on top of that, and definitely the most entertaining. BTK, if I had to give one player an MVP, man, it'd be really hard to choose between Basic and also Cold World on this Mathilda. I mean, Basic definitely shined in the last 2 games with not only the Brody, but also the carry. But the Mathilda saves. I mean, look at the Forgotten One Cold World. The Mathilda saves is what really kept BTK in the game for a lot of these engagements on the neutral objectives. Moba Zane taking 300,000 damage as the sandbags, the highest I've ever seen. The carry is going to go to Basic, though, over there, and then the rich guy for Zia.
Yeah, the kill participation across the board is painted quite well. But again, Nicolette, I feel like definitely shined quite well, and especially in the mid lane matchup, and also Cold World, right? But once again, it kind of feels like the draft coming in from both teams, they came out with the same exact draft from all 3 of the games. But, you know, the heroes kind of has been swapped around. And this time around, BTK is able to get that victory. And, you know, you talked about the Matilda providing the utility, and I definitely agree with that. You know, he was able to save multiple members, Zane, countless of times in this series. And also, you know, Nicolette's Cold Altar has been so much utilities for the Kings of the Kings.
Well, I'm lost in words. If you can see behind the scenes, I think this game really got me and a lot of the audiences at the edge of our seats. It's the longest game this entire show so far, and the most viewers for the shows, so definitely something that was unexpected. Nobody predicted this, right? None of the casters predicted BTK's comeback, but they did. It really shows that MOBA King might be back.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I'm not even upset that I lost my prediction. I'm more just excited for how good of a series that was between both of those teams. I mean, I'm just proud to know that if it's BTK, if it's Gaimin Gladiators, whoever represents us on the international level, or if it's any of these other teams in North America, we're looking stronger and we're scaling through the meta, and that's what's really important about this.
Yeah, and you know, for me, it's so exciting to see kind of like the triangle now between all the teams, right? We were talking about how BTK lost against A77. This time they took out the best of the teams. This just proves that, you know, none of the teams are unbeatable in this series. And, you know, the Dark Knight is rising, the revolution is starting, all the young kids are coming together and they're taking out some of the crowns of the crowns.
Yeah, and this is, for many seasons, this is the first time that GG got defeated in the regular season by BTK. For previous seasons, BTK has tried to face against GG, but wasn't able to make it until like playoff stage or the grand finals. But this time, they're doing it early. They're doing it in the second week of the series, so I can't imagine what happens in the later weeks.
Yeah, I mean, this is just a quick showcase of what all these teams are capable of today. Not only just BTK and Gaimin Gladiators, but all these matches we've seen today were just as intense, right? I mean, I can't wait to see them compete as we progress further in that ladder. But with GG taking their first loss, like Yue mentioned, it means that there is a possibility for other teams to step up to that totem pole for the #1 position. And this is just the beginning. A great show ahead of us as we progress through the regular season.
Yeah, no, this is something that we definitely love. Once again, you know, all the underdogs are coming in to perform, thirsty for the win. And this time around, the BTK is going to be the one that is leading, right? Leading all these young teams and showing, hey, you know, even with a new team, we could still do it. So if we can do it, a lot of you guys can overtake the crown here. And that is what's so exciting about this NACT here.
And to really put this show to the pinnacle, we have an interview with the greatest of all time, GOAT Milo. Welcome back, Milo.
No, I do not deserve that
they
title.
Can hear you now.
I'm sorry to all the BTK fans out there. I'll play better next week. I played horrible today.
Why are you sorry? You did a great performance for especially the second game. I noticed your export was crazy. You're putting on the jersey now. So Milo, tell us why are you sorry?
Guys,
why are you apologizing?
I've been trash talking a lot, then I kind of fed today. I'm sorry. My team won 4v5. What can I say? I was useless today.
Wow.
I'll do
I don't
better
know how to
next
feel about that
Sorry
comment.
about
Is that humble or is that showing
No,
up?
I played. Liz, did you not watch the game? I was feeding half the time. My bad to all the fans out there. We'll do better next week.
Well, still congratulations to BTK. Congratulations to your team. And some questions that obviously a lot of fans want to know. So first off, facing against Gaimin Gladiators, facing the team that you stayed with, you lived with through Indonesia, through pretty much a whole year. How does it feel being dropped from that team? And how does it feel now to beat them?
What do you mean? I dropped them. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Guys, don't clip anything. Nah, I'm kidding. I mean, it's pretty normal. I'm not really holding any grudges. I have no enemies. I'm just playing, feeding at the time.
Hashtag that's normal.
It's pretty normal.
Well, so that I heard from the production that before the game even started, there was a camera war going on between the two teams. What happened there? Is anything interesting that you want to share?
Okay. Hoon is a criminal, guys. Hoon is a criminal. He takes like 10 pictures of me every night when I was sleeping next to him. That guy's a criminal. Can't let
and now those secrets are shared.
Yeah, they were just showing the pictures. Like...
And now, with this strong victory in week 2, compared to that defeat in the first week, what do you think changed in this past week?
It was definitely mindset and preparing a lot more. Like, we played for 2 days this weekend. That's 2 more days than last weekend, where we went up against A77. 0 scrims, 0 motivation, 0 passion. That week, it was a lot of ego. It was a lot of trash talking, looking down on the enemy team, not really caring, and we got stung. You know, it's a really nice L to have early on. I was so happy that my team stopped trash talking right away when we lost. That was a good loss. That was a good loss.
And now it brought you guys so far. And last but not least, with this new roster, how do you like this new roster? How do you like Nicolette in mid lane, and as well as Cold World adding to that roam position, really bring Zayn into his comfort zone.
Well, for the most part, aside from this week, Zayn was not in his comfort zone. I think there was a lot of synergy problems that we fixed through a lot of heart-to-heart talks this past week. Zayn mentioned that he was feeling really uncomfortable playing with Apple and Chris because Apple and Chris did not even communicate with him. So we solved that this week. We spent a lot more time together. We hung out, watched MPL, and I guess it paid off. Even when I fed, they won. So I guess I can just carry.
Well, I'm sure you did something right there. So with, like you said, communication is key, and team synergy, it seems, is what you guys needed, and you guys got it. So congratulations on that victory. I hope we have you back at this desk. I really love talking to Milo. He's always great to have on the show. So
guys, the next time you get me here, I'm MLBB. Trust me, 0 deaths. The next time you see me here, 0 deaths. Trust me, I'm not dying next week.
I'm sure.
I'm not dying next week, guys. No more deaths.
Well, we're gonna hold you accountable. We're gonna hold you to that. He's not dying next week. Well, thank you, Milo. Have a great rest of the night. Whoa. I'm still in shock, guys. That series. I feel like, in my personal opinion, I feel like the Roam Cold World really solved MOBA Zane's the MOBA Zane question. It's the roamer is really what gets Zane online and gets the team going.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely see a lot of improvement in their gameplay from day one with their debut against Area 77. Gaimin Gladiators, I still think they executed pretty well in their matchup against BTK. I mean, it literally went to like a 25 plus minute game, which goes to show that all the objectives were claimed. Like, it was just down to who could fight it out a little bit better, literally down to the wire. And that's what I said. I love to see it. I think BTK, it goes to show, you know, when in doubt, that's when they kind of strive the best, when their backs are against the wall. I mean, we've seen this in the NACT Spring season last year. And that's when I kind of was like, okay, MOBA Zane, he's just built differently when it comes to these kind of things, and definitely credits over there to them with that. For Gaimin Gladiators, though, I mean, hey, you can't count them out. They're still sitting in that #1 position, and they're still a hard fight. It wasn't an easy battle for BTK. It was a good victory, but not an easy battle. You got to look at the entire match. It was a 25-minute game, which means they could have lost it just as easily as they could have won it once you get to that point, and that's what it really boils down to. But nonetheless, I'm happy. You know, I'm glad to see it go out to a 25-minute game, a best of 3, which I've been asking for this entire day, and to be able to not only take me by surprise, but the entire world with a reverse sweep. Definitely a good job from the BloodThirstyKings. Can't wait to see them in the regular season push forward, but also see Gaimin Gladiators come back from that as well.
Yeah, no, I mean, Wheezy pretty much said the whole entire thing right there. It's honestly nice to see a lot of these underdogs kind of performing super well against, you know, the ones that have dominated throughout. And I think, you know, BTK, especially with this win, has started a trend to come through, right? We've already seen a lot of uprising stars, a lot of upsets coming through. And with this win, I think it paints the path for teams like FIENDS, teams like TheNightHorde that has successfully, you know, grabbed up some wins here and there to see, hey, Gaimin Gladiators, this is a possible match. If BTK can do it and we've been able to kind of keep BTK at bay, it's definitely something possible. So I think it's a very great competitive match coming out from both teams. Unfortunately, Gaimin Gladiators was the one that did take the loss, but it is only a 1-2, right? They're still able to get the points. BTK did not sweep them here. So, you know, it just brings up the competitiveness of North America, and I'm completely all for it.
Yeah, it's definitely an ego hit, but not too much damage has been done. Definitely can come back in the following weeks, and we're ready to see them. But for this series, there's an MVP, and the MVP will be Cold World. Seems like all the roamers are getting the MVPs today. Break it down for us, Weezy.
That's right, Cold World on fire with this Mathilda pickup for game number 2 and game number 3. Both of those able to make up the difference, keeping the team alive when it mattered the most, getting them out of those sticky situations that they were put in by Gaimin Gladiators. Not only was he able to engage, but he's also able to disengage when it mattered the most. And honestly, we don't usually get to see the Mathilda picked out too often in the NACT regular season, so it's definitely a treat to be able to see inside of the final series for the day.
Yeah, and honestly, I love this Matilda pick pretty much from all the way, back in the days when I actually played the professional scenes. And to see the Matilda dominate in such a fashion, like, I have to give respect to Cold World, right? He's definitely been one of those set roamers back in the days, but now he's picking up this utility heavy style assassin that gets to go in and out. Definitely well played and completely well deserved as the MVP for tonight.
Yeah, for sure. And we were talking about this beforehand. With the roamers, don't get a lot of glory or recognition, but today the roamers all got recognition. Every game, whether it's a T-Drill or the Matilda, all doing extremely well. Now let's take a look at what happened with this exhilarating day so far. So first have Area 77 with a sweeping defeat against BloodHounds. Then we had Fiends solidified. Then we have the NIGHTHorde against Devious Activity, getting a 2-1. Fiends in the other half solidified a victory against LEGACi. And while LEGACi and BloodHound are not looking so, their futures are looking pretty grim, BTK came back with a victory 2-1 against Gaimin Gladiators, definitely setting the show for tonight.
Yeah, setting the show, setting the pace. We got to see 2 series go to a best of 3. And honestly, it's been a long night. You didn't see 2 series go to a best of 3, and the gameplay just improving with every single team competing. And we're not even halfway through the regular season yet. So, I mean, if you think these matches were good, just wait for tomorrow and also the following matches for the regular season.
Yeah, no, the revolution is brewing for me. Get to see all the uprising from all these local stars here. I keep repeating it over and over, but I'd love to see all these upsets coming through in BTK. Getting this victory tonight is just kind of the cherry on top, again, for the Fiends, for the NIGHTHORDEs here. And I cannot wait for what we have tomorrow.
For sure. And let's take a look at the standings. So, as a man of statistics, Wheezy, I actually thought Gaimin Gladiators will be brought down to second place with that, but it seems like they're still on the top place. So why don't you break us down more on the placement right now and how the 3rd place and 4th place can come back up with this current standings?
Yeah, I mean, right now you're looking at Gaimin Gladiators tied up with Fiends. Gaimin Gladiators losing to BTK right there was huge for all the remaining teams that have a chance to get higher up to that number 1 position. It kind of evened out the score for BTK, even though BTK is sitting in that 5th position. They were able to shut down Gaimin Gladiators to make up their loss against Area 77. I mean, everybody on the casters desk even voted against BTK winning that match up against Gaimin Gladiators, and to be able to pull that off really kind of negates their upset that they had against Area 77. Now, when you're looking at all these teams and you're looking at the breakdowns, something that we all have to keep in mind is this is a single round robin, which means some of the teams sitting in that high position, that 2 position, that 3 position, they haven't faced Gaimin Gladiators yet. They haven't faced BTK yet. They faced teams of a lower caliber, at least that what we've been seeing statistics wise. And when they have a chance to go up against some of the upper echelon teams, that's when you're going to start seeing this bracket kind of normalize and equalize as we get through the regular season. But so far, Area 77 looking really good. BTK obviously had a great performance today. Gaimin Gladiators took their first loss of the NACT regular season. Definitely going to have to see how they bounce back tomorrow. And that's the cool thing about it too, is getting to see all these teams in this kind of MPO Philippines format, the point system, fight it out. Every win matters. Even if you don't get a victory, even Gaimin Gladiators taking 1 victory away from BTK, at least them not being sleep, still works in their favor against teams today who lost with the 0-2 sweep, because they still get 1 additional point as they walk through the day.
And one of the most interesting things about the standing is that all the teams are actually quite close. it could turn pretty much within a day of time. You could get the +2, +3s and just push the whole entire team up. And we got Fiends tied up the first place, the dark horse of the series. Like, that is absolutely unbelievable. And trailing behind, we have NIGHTHORDE, we have Devious, and we have BTK. So honestly, all these teams are relatively close. It's been such an exciting NACT here.
For sure. I mean, what a season has it been from the struggling veterans like BloodHounds, some names that we've known for many seasons, struggling to come back, to as well as the as top contenders like Fiends making a scene, making an entry in this series, in this matchup this season. It's definitely a season that's going into the books, a season to remember. And I can't imagine what shows we're gonna see in the upcoming days, in the upcoming weeks. So guys, anything else you want to add before we close the show today?
No, as always, a little bit of twists, a little bit of turns and burns in the land of Dawn. All across the table, some upsets, some major victories, and hey, I'm just glad to be a part of it. Look forward to seeing you guys as we progress through the regular season. I'm glad to be able to get our Rush Hour duo again after the NACT Fall Grand Finals. It's been a pleasure. And also, Liz, looking great as ever. Thanks so much for being the host today, and hope to see you guys on future shows.
Yeah, no, of course, for me, you know, all the viewers out there, we did hit one of the highest peak concurrent views. So definitely shout outs to all the viewers out there supporting the teams here. And once again, right, all the uprising coming through. Everyone has been playing so extremely well. You know, I cannot wait for what's going to happen, especially in the next few weeks, because, you know, all these teams are so close, tied to tied, and the standings have been quite amazing.
Yeah, for sure. And like every game this season, and every team has been putting on their A game, so we can only expect more memorable games to come in the following weeks. So until then, stay tuned, stay hyped. We'll see you tomorrow, and we'll see you in the next following weeks.